Chapter 101 The First Trial. Can you be quiet for a while? I've been enduring you for a long time. Douluo Yu Guan yelled, this is interest, do you understand interest? No wonder you haven't been able to catch up with the saint for so many years, with your pig brain, who can you catch up with? Ah this! Everyone was shocked, and Yan was deeply hurt, wanting to cry but not tears. He just couldn't accept the scene in front of him. It's all because the child has never really been in love and doesn't understand the sour smell of love. After Yu Guan's roar, no one dared to talk loudly anymore, and everyone could only watch their pope being flirted with. Gradually, the magic circle transmitted back at the decisive moment disappeared, and the meteorite realm was once again surrounded by grey fog, and the figures of Ye Chen and Bibi Dong disappeared into the fog. After 5 minutes, Bibi Dong was a little breathless after being kissed by Ye Chen. Her cheeks were flushed. She pinched Ye Chen's waist lightly and moaned, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall after all. Can't you give me some face? Now I have lost face in front of them. Good boy. After waiting for 28 years, I got this result. Bibi Dong asked herself whether it was worth it. But the shyness of a girl made her have to pay attention to the impact. Ye Chen felt pain in his waist and could only raise his head reluctantly, but he did not loosen his arms. He kept Bibi Dong tightly in his arms and said jokingly, oh so you mean that I should pretend that nothing happened and look at you lightly. Facing Bibi Dong's shyness, Ye Chen not only did not admit his mistake, but also teased her. Bibi Dong's face changed instantly, how dare you? I've waited for you for 28 years. You don't know how I got through these 28 years. Humph, if you really pretend that you can't remember anything, then what's the difference between you and those two scumbags Jian What and you what? Although Bibi Dong has not experienced such a miserable life now, she can still remember what Ye Chen told her. Jian What, of course, is Jian Sunji. After all, he was her teacher, and she can still remember his name. As for you what Yu Dong Mei? Yu Zio Mei? Who knows? Love whoever you want. Anyway, he died in this meteorite realm because of hatred from love. P.S. History has changed. Yu Xiaogang holds a grudge against Bibi Dong and Ye Chen and tries to take revenge. He was caught by Jiang Wei and killed with one blow. I'm sorry. Ye Chen couldn't help but increase the strength of his arms around Bibi Dong. It's my fault. I didn't change your fate until 28 years later. If I had known it would be like this, I would have gone earlier. What did you mean? Bibi Dong was stunned. Wouldn't you save me if you didn't stay with me? It's said that Bibi Dong's mind is very delicate. Ye Chen's simple words can make Bibi Dong understand the deep meaning. Ye Chen actually had the moment of life and death very early. But at that time, he had never thought about changing Bibi Dong's fate. He didn't make such a decision until the system prompted him. But he didn't expect the effect to be very good. Not only did he change Bibi Dong's fate, he also got the task reward, and got another beauty. Isn't it beautiful? Of course not. Ye Chen felt guilty and argued, I should have appeared in the era you are in. Maybe we could have known each other earlier, grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Tisk Bibi Dong blushed, that's nice to say. If you really appeared in my era, maybe Qian or something would have killed you in advance. Just kidding. With Qian Sunji's lustful look, how could he let Ye Chen live? But at the same time, her heart was warmed and she couldn't help hugging Ye Chen tightly. It's redundant to say anything now. She could only feel the warmth in Ye Chen's arms, which was so real and so fascinating. Anyway, she had been seen by the group of people from the Spirit Hall just now, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay in Ye Chen's arms for a while. The two of them stood in each other's arms for a long time, and they envied the people from the Spirit Hall not far away. But such peace did not last long. At some point, Rose suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chen and Bibi Dong. After seeing the two of them clinging to each other, Rose smacked her lips, have you two had enough of clinging to each other? This is the meteoric realm, the place where the immortal God King's throne is passed down. If you want to cling to each other, can you go back to your spirit hall and cling to each other? After that, she covered her eyes in disgust, but peeped at everything through her fingers. She had also never experienced sex, and she was also being fucked by the immortal God King. The God King had been imprisoned in this meteorite realm for tens of thousands of years. Seeing this scene, he would reveal a little bit of an auntie's smile. Why are you everywhere? Bibi Dong seemed a little embarrassed and broke away from Ye Chen's arms, but she never let go of Ye Chen's hand. Hey? I'm the master here, Okay. Qiang Gui was stunned when she heard that. She immediately looked at Ye Chen with a wronged look and said, Ye Chen, you will become the undead god king in the future, so can't you protect us single dogs in the meteoric realm? Protect you? Ye Chen smiled and said, then the premise is that you have to protect my woman. This. Is it so blatant now? The sour smell of love really makes me feel uncomfortable. Originally, she was counting on Ye Chen to comfort her, but she was stimulated by Ye Chen instead. Qiang Gui's whole person was not good in an instant. As a man, your most important thing should be your career. Do you understand your career? Look at you, you are already 15 years old, and you haven't passed the first level of the meteoric realm trial. If this goes on, when can you inherit the throne of the undead god king? How old is the youngest person who passed the first level of the meteoric realm trial in history? Ye Chen asked back. This let me think Rose was asked this question, and couldn't help but recall it. After a long while, she responded, it seems that she is only more than 100 years old, not much older than you. Ye Chen and Bibi Dong were speechless. Is this not much older? Is this obviously a century older? Older than a poisoned Douluo? Ah, in the end, I am too strong. Ordinary people can't walk out alive in my hands. What? Do you want to break this record? Why don't we fight today? If you win, I will let you pass, but if you lose, how about leaving the little girl next to you? Rose talked to herself, and she couldn't wait to release her martial spirit and fight with Ye Chen. In the end, she was indeed lonely for a long time, and she couldn't stand seeing lovers. It's better to break up a marriage than to envy a half-life relationship. Bibi Dong reminded Ye Chen, let's not do it today. I think her strength is not low. It is probably about the same as mine, or even higher. Why don't you practice for a while before participating in the trial? No. Ye Chen shook his head and said, since she has said so much, I will fight her. What's more, I have wanted to pass this first trial for a long time, and it will take 3 days later than expected. Immediately, Ye Chen looked at Qiang Gui and smiled slightly, saying, I will accept the challenge. But if I win, I will have to add some weight. What else do you want? Qiang Gui suddenly covered her chest, as if she was thinking in the wrong way. I want you to obey me from now on, and never have any second thoughts. Chapter 102 Rose Blooms. Oh? You are so brave. You know, the only person who can drive me is the old immortal God King. You are only a soul Douluo at level 82, and you want to drive me. Rose was surprised to hear this, and her eyes could not help but reveal a bit of ridicule. I wanted to show mercy to you. But since you said so. Okay. I agree to your conditions. The premise is that you can survive under my hands. Then let's start. The light in Ye Chen's eyes instantly became sharp. After letting Bibi Dong go to meet Hulina and others, he calmed down a little on the spot and adjusted his body to the best condition. Although he was confident that he could pass the first of the 9 tests of the Immortal God King, it was his first time facing an opponent with a soul power level of 98, so he must not be careless at the most critical moment. Blood-red light instantly spread from his body, and then, 7 red, 1 red gold, and 8 soul rings came out of his body. The soul of Amaterasu was not held in his hand, but floated in front of his body, and the sound of swords hummed non-stop. Not far away, the crowd was spying on all this through spiritual perception. After all, if they got closer, based on the strength of the 2 people, they might be affected. Bibi Dong was not afraid, but she was afraid of these burdens around her. Seeing Ye Chen release his martial soul, Rose's body began to change, and a huge rose flower suddenly appeared behind her, shining red, and instantly wrapped her body in it. The violent soul power fluctuations surged instantly, and in an instant, the fog around the 2 people rushed outward at the same time, forming a circular vacuum area with a diameter of tens of meters, forcing Bibi Dong and others to retreat to the periphery again. Fortunately, such an area does not require them to use spiritual perception anymore, and they can see the duel between the 2 people with their naked eyes. Except for the head, other parts were quickly covered with red chips. The chips were round, and there were raised edges and corners at the intersection between each piece. Soon, Rose's whole body was covered with chips. Her already proud body was also rounded, and a dark red crystal that looked like a rose flower emerged on her chest, and a huge rose flower virtual image vaguely appeared behind her. There is no doubt that the rose in front of her is also a twin martial soul, but one of her martial souls is a beast martial soul, and the other martial soul is a weapon martial soul. The beast martial soul is stronger, and Rose will not release the beast martial soul unless it is necessary. The reason why it was released this time was that it was full of confidence in Ye Chen's strength, not like what he said in ridicule. Circles of light red ripples spread out from the Rose. 9 soul rings rose from her feet and covered her body. 5 black and 4 red, as her second martial soul and the most important martial soul, such a soul ring ratio can only be said to be extremely luxurious. Rose's arms became extremely slender, and her sharp fingers were like 5 short spears condensed together. Judging from the energy fluctuations of the martial soul, the quality of the Rose martial soul possessed by Rose is no less than that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family. It's just that her ability is not lightning, but a more mysterious existence. Red light bloomed from Ye Chen's feet. Although he did not release his 7th soul skill Amaterasu's true body right away, he still directly opened the god-slaying domain. Facing a level 98 strong attack system titled Douluo with a top beast martial soul, it is obviously irrational to use the strongest soul skill in advance. In the god-slaying domain, all targets will be forced to be sanctioned by the domain, which is obviously the best way to deal with Rose, whose soul power is much higher than his own. The scope of the god-slaying domain is already very large, especially when Ye Chen's Starfall Blade martial spirit ring evolved. He clearly felt that his god-slaying domain also evolved. With a thought, the god-slaying domain has covered the entire vacuum domain and dyed the entire domain into a red vision. As long as the red vision exists, Rose will always be punished by the god-slaying domain. Even if Ye Chen does not take action, Rose will definitely lose after a long time. Rose was not panicked by the domain released by Ye Chen, nor did she launch an attack. She still stood there quietly, ignoring the sudden decrease in all aspects of her body attributes. Ye Chen, I know your domain is very powerful, but in the meteoric realm, as long as I am still the guardian of the meteoric realm, no matter how powerful your domain is, it is useless. Because the domain given to me by the immortal God King is the domain of breaking the transformation, which is even more powerful, that is, to break all domains from outside the meteoric realm and absorb all the other parties' domain abilities as my own. The negative state you brought to me, I can also bring to you. Rose blooms, breaking the transformation. As she spoke, a strange light red ripple spread out from the eye-like rose crystal on her chest, and the rose crystal suddenly bloomed, and the deeper stamens could be faintly seen in it. Extremely charming. A surprising scene appeared. His god-slaying domain disappeared silently in the rippling light red ripples, and the red vision brought by the god-slaying domain disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the god-slaying domain absorbed by the rose spread out. Although it did not have half of the power he released and did not have a red vision, it still had a certain impact on him. Rose blooms? Ye Chen took a deep breath. The world is so big that there are so many things. Except for the low-level martial arts world of Douluo continent, there are masters everywhere. Even the guardian of the first trial of the meteoric realm can easily break his god-slaying domain. Then there are 8 more guardians waiting for him in the future. Isn't it possible for everyone to do the same? Who is the successor of the immortal God King? Sighing that the God King is unfair, but helpless. But fortunately, Ye Chen is not afraid of the negative state. With a light wave of his hand, the sky is released, and the defective god-slaying domain is dissolved. Seeing that Ye Chen is also not disturbed by the god-slaying domain, the light in Rose's eyes suddenly shines. Be careful. With a bang, Rose's right foot swept heavily on the ground, pushing her body like a meteorite to rush towards Ye Chen. While attacking, it can be clearly seen that all the chips on her body stand up, like a rose with thorns, and the rich red light blooms explosively, merging with the release effect of her first soul ring, dyeing every part of her body with a layer of red light. Rose's whole body leans forward, almost parallel to the ground in the process of leaning forward, maintaining an elegant and perfect streamline, and the sharp claws of her right hand go straight to Ye Chen's chest. Rose attacks, and Ye Chen's eyes also light up. Born in Douluo continent for more than 10 years, this is the first time he has encountered an evenly matched opponent. The powerful opponent inspires his strong desire to fight. He does not dodge or avoid, but suddenly accelerates his feet, sways, and catches the soul of Amaterasu in the air with his right hand, facing the sharp claws of Rose from the side. Chapter 103 Rose 100 Injury Fist. In an instant, Ye Chen's Amaterasu soul was completely covered by silver-white light, and the 5th soul ring under his feet lit up, releasing the light baptism soul skill. With a light sound of puff, Ye Chen's body passed by Qiang Gui. Qiang Gui's upper body shook slightly, and her left hand slapped the soul of Amaterasu, and her figure turned over, and slapped again, grabbing Ye Chen's face. Still flashing illusory, Ye Chen's upper body leaned back slightly, and the soul of Amaterasu, which was also flashing with silver-white light, lightly placed on Qiang Gui's hands, and with a force, it took away Qiang Gui's tyrannical power, and at the same time destroyed her center of gravity. "Stinky boy, you fight well!" Qiang Gui shouted excitedly, and her body turned lightly, and she had exchanged positions with Ye Chen. In the two simple contacts, both sides obviously did not use their full strength, but they also felt the strong strength of each other. Ye Chen clearly found out how powerful the increase brought by Qiang Gui's second martial soul was. Not only was the attack super high, but the speed was also extremely fast. When he came into contact with her, he would immediately feel the importance of the timing of releasing soul skills. Maybe at 0.01 seconds at night, he would be dodged by Qiang Gui. It was clearly a rose flower spirit. Logically, the rose flower spirit should be similar to the blue-silver emperor spirit. This spirit could only be a weapon spirit at best, and was not worthy of being a beast spirit. It would not allow the rose's body to be fully enhanced by the rose. But the rose seemed to have merged with her spirit. As one, not only did she get the full enhancement of her martial soul, but she herself stood proudly in the meteorite realm like a rose. Rose had another feeling. In her eyes, Ye Chen changed his body shape elegantly and nobly. When he fought twice, the soul of Amaterasu collided with her hands. The soul of Amaterasu was also a top-level martial soul, and it carried a special energy. The attack she launched disappeared like a drop in the ocean, and the part of her hands that touched the soul of Amaterasu was burned by the special energy, which was very scary. How could she know that Ye Chen had previously released the soul skill of light baptism? This light attribute soul skill recognized by the angel god is not only effective for the soul skill and soul power of the dark attribute, but also for all attributes except the light attribute. But the lethality of the soul skill of the light attribute is not as high as that of the dark attribute. It is more about forcing all the attributes of the target to decrease and adding various negative states. After all, Rose has a body full of upright chips and violent energy. In terms of strength and soul power, Ye Chen obviously cannot compare with her. Before truly releasing the power of the limit, in order to be on the safe side, it is still necessary to weaken Rose as much as possible. Before, the god-slaying domain was dissolved by Rose, and Ye Chen failed, but this baptism of light will hit any target who touches it. For opponents whose targets are beast martial spirits, the baptism of light is obviously more terrifying than the god-slaying domain because it will affect them silently. Although Rose does not seem to be abnormal now, as time goes by, her ability will become weaker and weaker until she is completely at a disadvantage. Rose later realized this, but there is no existence similar to the sky in her soul skills, and she cannot dispel the negative state. If you want to completely get rid of the debuff brought by the baptism of light, there is only one way, that is, to fight quickly. Don't hide it, end the battle as soon as possible. With a low voice, Rose raised her right hand to Ye Chen. This time she decided to use her soul skills to fight, otherwise she would become more and more passive. Rose 100 Injury Fist. This is the soul skill of the 8th soul ring of her second martial soul. It comes from the second soul skill on the 100,000 year soul ring. It can ignore negative states and attack with full force, and even an attack that cannot be avoided. The power is, as the name says, 100% damage. In the past, she killed countless titled Douluo with this soul skill. Countless roses bloomed at the feet of Rose. She was in the center. Her whole body was covered by red light, and her right fist was rendered crimson. Just looking from a distance, you can feel the terrifying power of this soul skill. If you take this punch, you can probably kill a poison Douluo on the spot. Teacher, how can Ye Chen resist this move? Seeing that Rose launched another offensive, and was still aggressive, she actually used the 8th soul skill, which was second only to the 9th soul skill, the biggest killer move, to attack Ye Chen. Hulina couldn't help but panic. Bibi Dong also frowned. This Rose 100 Injury Fist can close the space, and the movement speed in the space will be greatly reduced. Seeing that Ye Chen's speed is getting slower and slower, it is estimated that he will be hit head-on. But I don't know if his invincible soul skill can't be released. If it can, there is no need to be afraid of this move, otherwise. The battle between the strong can only be seen clearly by the strong. Although Bibi Dong did not fight with this Rose in person, she saw through the ability of the Rose 100 Injury Fist at a glance through the details of the battle between Ye Chen and Rose. Her heart was full of worries like Hulina. But she also trusted Ye Chen at the same time. Since Ye Chen dared to agree to this trial, he must not be unprepared, right? Ye Chen was secretly shocked. He also found that under the influence of Rose's 100-injury fist, his speed was greatly reduced, and he couldn't even switch to the Falling Star Blade Martial Soul to release the teleportation soul skill. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the soul skill Fate favors on the soul bone, which can bring him an invincible effect, can't be released. How terrifying is this soul skill? Except for the soul skill on the Amaterasu soul, all other soul skills are in an unreleased state. Sure enough, I underestimated Rose's strength before. No. It should be said that Rose's strength is hidden too deeply. She has never used all her strength. Even when she faced the group of people from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. But so what? My Amaterasu soul is also a top martial soul. How could I be afraid of your move? Faced with such a fierce soul skill, Ye Chen did not dare to be arrogant. He raised the Amaterasu soul in his right hand and went straight to Rose. Darkness Invasion. Dragon Roar. Gravity Guard. Almost all auxiliary soul skills came out at once, adding all attributes to the soul of Amaterasu, and also began to limit the speed of Rose's movement. The speed of both of them dropped to the lowest at this moment. But no one had the tendency to stop attacking. The meaning is self-evident, no one wants to run. Since they can't dodge, let's see who is stronger. The next moment, Ye Chen and Rose met. The soul of Amaterasu, which has many attribute bonuses, collided with Rose's right fist, and suddenly a powerful roar broke out. Bang! 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 The space of the entire meteorite realm seemed to be trembling, the air twisted, and began to burn. At this moment, all the fog nearby quickly dispersed to the outer periphery like sea water. Everyone in the spirit hall, except Bibi Dong, were all shaken dozens of meters away by this huge energy impact. Xiaoyu and Yan, who had lower soul power levels, were even more injured and fell to the ground and vomited blood. For a moment, the sky was bright, the ground cracked, and everyone seemed to have come to another world. In their eyes, the meteoric realm was a hell and a paradise compared to the past. Boom! This is the strongest combo that Ye Chen can release besides the extreme soul skills, and its power can kill ordinary title Douluo in seconds. But on the other hand, Rose 100 Injury Fist is also the most powerful soul skill of Rose besides the 9th soul skill, which is enough to kill a poison Douluo in seconds. The moment the two collided, they were quickly bounced away by the huge energy. Ye Chen's Amaterasu soul was smashed down, driving his body back a few steps, while Rose retreated several positions. Obviously, in this fight, Rose was no match for Ye Chen. But fortunately, she was not injured, and it was barely a draw. How terrifying are you, kid? Jiangwei was secretly shocked and couldn't help smacking her lips. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to your unreasonable request. How about taking back your request and admitting defeat? Jiangwei couldn't help but laugh. After all, she has a soul power level of level 98, and her 8th soul skill can't even defeat the combo released by Ye Chen, who only has a soul power level of level 82. This undoubtedly made her panic. If the 9th soul skill can't defeat Ye Chen again, she will be completely defeated. Besides, if she really loses, she won't really become Ye Chen's subordinate, right? A genius young beautiful girl who has lived for tens of thousands of years becomes a subordinate of a little kid? If this gets out in the future, won't she be laughed at by the guardian companions in the meteoric realm? Chapter 104 Blast this space. Do you want to regret it now? Ye Chen smiled evilly, it's too late. Since he had already decided to fight with Rose, Ye Chen was more than 80% sure of winning. Moreover, before saving Bibi Dong, it was 80%. After returning to the meteoric realm, his 80% confidence has increased to 100%. So when he heard Rose's equally unreasonable request, Ye Chen agreed to the trial without thinking. This is not because he doesn't cherish Bibi Dong, but because he is full of confidence in his own strength. As long as someone can kill him, what request can't he agree to? Anyway, they are all dead, and they can't be stopped. But who can kill him? Even the powerful Rose can't do it. Rose wants to end the battle quickly, and Ye Chen doesn't want to drag it on. Under the continuous influence of the baptism of light on Rose, and the advantage he gained after the collision just now, Ye Chen decided to show his true strength. The left arm flashed with red light, instantly covering the periphery of the entire meteoric realm, and the second soul skill from the right arm soul bone, Fate Control, was released. This was one of the soul skills that had not been checked when the 6 soul bones were gathered last time. It can force the target to suppress its mental power, and the longer the state lasts, the more severe the reduction of all the attributes of the target will be, and even hallucinations will occur, which is comparable to the god-slaying domain. But fate control also consumes Ye Chen's mental power. If you are not careful, the effect may be counterproductive. Moreover, fate control can only target one target and is only suitable for single combat. In a big fight, it is easy for other targets to find opportunities. Therefore, Ye Chen does not want to use this trick until the critical moment. However, now that the god-slaying domain is ineffective against Rose, fate control can be tried. As long as Rose's mental power is lower than his, she will definitely lose. In the previous battle, Ye Chen clearly felt that Rose's mental power was not as good as his. Otherwise, she would not have failed to break free from the control of the Dark Invasion in the first place. With this confidence, he decided to give it a try. Qiang Gui felt a chill all over her body. Ye Chen in front of her had disappeared, and the surroundings had turned into a blood-red world. A shrill voice echoed in her ears, and the cold and substantial murderous aura rushed towards her from all directions. The timidity from the bottom of her heart emerged involuntarily. It felt more terrifying than the god-killing domain. Could it be a new domain? Qiang Gui thought that Ye Chen had released the domain again, and without saying a word, she wanted to use the rose flower to break the domain, but as the rose flower on her chest bloomed, nothing happened and she was still under the influence of fate. Damn it, this stinky boy is really serious. Seeing this, Qiang Gui couldn't help but curse in her heart. To be honest, her overall strength is strong in every aspect, but her mental strength is not good. I didn't expect that Ye Chen would find a flaw in this one shortcoming. I don't know if it's a blind cat that meets a dead mouse, or if Ye Chen's insight is really so amazing. However, as a peak Douluo, she certainly would not give up. She was not panicked by the change in vision. She shook her body, and a rich light red light began to gather above her head. At the same time, the 7th soul ring under her feet lit up. I saw that Rose's head was instantly covered with a light red chip, which was the same color as her body. This was the complete form of Rose after releasing the beast martial spirit. Only the eyes, nose, and mouth could show the chip, but it was also light red, and there was no sense of disobedience, just like a full red robot. After the complete form, the red light around her began to spread outward suddenly, until it formed a circular protective shield with a diameter of 5 meters, protecting her in the middle. Although it could not dispel the fate stranglehold, nor could it affect Ye Chen, it minimized the impact of the fate stranglehold on her. Each layer of red ripples spread out, like a layer wrapped around Rose. The shields on the whole body are somewhat similar to the shield properties of Ye Chen's Amaterasu, except that the shield released by Rose is all for defense. At this moment, the scenery in front of Rose suddenly changed, and the previous fierce murderous aura suddenly disappeared, replaced by a world-like being in the universe. The sky full of stars is around her, and the Milky Way can be seen faintly surrounding her. What a magnificent world it is, but it makes people feel extremely lonely and depressed. At the moment when the two worlds switched, Rose caught Ye Chen's figure, took a step forward with her left foot, and released the Rose 100 injury fist again, heading straight for Ye Chen. The Ye Chen she saw not only had a body that turned into the color of the background color of the universe, but also had 2 long swords of different colors behind him, one fiery red and the other like ice. After the incarnation was complete, she had an extra rose edge in her hand, which was different from the rose body. Rose, who had twin martial souls, could release her 2 martial souls at the same time, but the soul skills could only release one of the martial souls. It was the Rose 100 injury fist that had just been released, which was transformed into the Rose 100 injury sword in an instant, and its power was even higher than the Rose 100 injury fist. A series of roars sounded in the air, as if there was an extremely huge pressure in the air. And in the open area behind Ye Chen, a light red light lit up, and a huge rose edge condensed in the air, rushing straight towards Ye Chen, forming a pincer attack with Rose's Rose 100 injury sword. The people in the Wuhan Hall who were watching the battle not far away felt a little nervous. They originally only knew that Ye Chen's strength was terrifying, but they didn't expect that Rose's strength was so terrifying. She could quickly capture Ye Chen's figure while her mental power was affected. Rose's actual combat ability is so terrifying. Next, how should Ye Chen face it? Everyone was full of worry. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her fists. If Ye Chen was really in danger, she would not sit idly by. However, Rose's attack was already expected by Ye Chen. The huge pressure from both front and back, and the state of being locked all over, even the invincible and teleportation soul skills cannot be released. This is the strength of Rose. However, Ye Chen did not panic, and he did not have any intention of dodging, just took the terrifying blow from Rose. With a loud bang, Ye Chen's body was shattered in mid-air. Everyone was dumbfounded, thinking that Ye Chen was defeated, but Ye Chen appeared in the other direction of Rose. The sword clone soul skill can quickly release a clone that inherits half of one's strength. Now the clone can almost inherit 100% of one's strength. Before releasing the Fate Stranglehold earlier, Ye Chen released the sword clone soul skill. In order to confuse Rose, Ye Chen used this move without hesitation. The front and back pincer attack undoubtedly closed all the space, but what's the use if the pincer attack is a wrong target? And Ye Chen chose to use the sword clone to take this punch. Of course, he had his reasons. Only in this way, he could have enough time to switch his martial soul to the meteorite blade martial soul. The star meteor blade martial soul has only 2 soul skills, but they are all extreme soul skills, and the power is optimistic. The most important thing is that the star meteor head binding combo is a vicious soul skill. Facing the powerful Rose, it can play a better role. Dodged? Rose was shocked. She only saw Ye Chen disappear and reappear. She thought that Ye Chen dodged the Rose 100 Wounds sword. What kind of speed is this? She is obviously higher than him in soul power, and she asks herself that the power of soul skills is not much worse than Ye Chen. But such a powerful soul skill was resolved by Ye Chen again. While Rose was surprised, Ye Chen's figure disappeared again in front of her, and the star meteor teleportation array was released. In the periphery of the huge meteorite domain, Ye Chen can teleport completely at will. Although the number of teleportations is limited, currently only 3 times, Ye Chen has more than the star meteor teleportation array. The first soul ring of the star meteor blade, which is like a galaxy under his feet, lights up, and the million-year soul ring and the star meteor head binding combo are released at the same time. With his fast teleportation ability, he appeared on the left, right, and behind Rose, and used up the number of times of the star meteor teleportation array in just a moment, but the benefit was that he also broke Rose's 3 weaknesses in a moment. Rose didn't take it seriously at first, but when the first part of the star meteor head binding combo hit the ripple shield she had opened before, she was shocked. The energy of the ripple shield was actually madly dissipating under the influence of the star meteor head binding combo. With the third part of the star meteor combo falling, under the control of fate, Ye Chen instantly hit Rose's 3 weaknesses. He did not let the star meteor head binding combo automatically break the weaknesses, but chose to actively break them, which brought considerable results. Rose's ripple shield was only shattered in a moment. Although it did not completely dissipate, it would definitely not withstand Ye Chen's next attack. Helplessly, Rose had to first gather the ripple shield released by her 7th soul skill, Rose Complete Body, around her body. At the same time, she swung her sword again, this time slashing in the direction she predicted, but something surprising happened again. Ye Chen did not appear where she predicted. On the contrary, the 4th attack of the star meteoric head binding combo automatically broke through her ripple shield. Even if it was restrained, it could not escape the fate of dissipation. Bang! All 4 weaknesses were broken, and Qiang Gui was bombarded by energy. She didn't even have time to react, and suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and spit out a mouthful of blood from her throat. At the same time the chips covering her body kept exploding. In an instant, the chips on her arms and chest were blown to pieces, revealing a large area of fair skin. If this continued, she would not have any soul skills that could resist Ye Chen's attack. As long as Ye Chen kept attacking, she would be defeated. As one of the 9 guardians of the meteoric realm and a powerful peak Douluo, she naturally refused to give up. With a light red light in her eyes, Rose did not care whether she was exposed or not. She put away the rose edge, crossed her hands, raised them to her chest, and palms down. At the same time, the 9th soul ring on her body lit up. A person's strongest defense is attack. Since her defensive soul skills were vulnerable in front of Ye Chen, she simply gave up defense and used her strongest soul skills to decide the outcome with Ye Chen. Although Rose's 9th soul ring is still 100,000 years old and red, which is not as good as Ye Chen's million-year soul ring, in fact, her 100,000-year soul ring is 200,000 years old, which she obtained in the inner circle of the meteorite realm. At this time, the 9th soul ring is shining, and the light red halo quickly expands, forming a circle of red curtains surrounding her in the center. The powerful energy fluctuations surge wildly, and the surrounding air is violently distorted. The people of the Wuhan Hall who were watching the battle clearly saw that the ground of the entire battlefield was broken, and a large number of soil blocks rose up in response, and the dark yellow soil blocks were instantly rendered light red, surging violently, emitting infinite energy. Bibi Dong and Hulina changed their colors at the same time. Is this Rose's 9th soul skill? Such a powerful power, even compared with the full strength burst of a 100,000-year soul beast, this move is not inferior. The 9th soul ring of the red rose represents a skill called Rose Meteorite Strike. The soul power is unfolded, and with the help of the surrounding earth elements, spherical stones the size of meteorites are formed, causing ranged damage. Being in the meteorite realm is undoubtedly the best place for Rose Meteorite Strike to play. The huge meteorites have begun to gather in the air, and Rose's soul skill charging is also rapidly increasing. When she finishes charging, it is the moment when this terrifying 9th soul skill appears in the best occasion. Seeing that Rose finally released the strongest soul skill, Ye Chen did not slack off and switched to his Amaterasu soul martial soul again. The red light reappeared, the 8th soul ring of Amaterasu soul lit up, and the 8-sided Kyang Megatama was released. 8 huge black Kyang Megatama appeared out of thin air. Although they were not as grand as the Rose Meteorite Strike released by Rose, they were numerous and not inferior in momentum. You know, this is still a powerful soul skill that once killed Titan Giant Ape and Sky Blue Bull Python in seconds, and its power is equally terrifying. At the moment when the Rose Meteorite Strike was condensed, the 8 directions Kyang Megatama had been arranged into a cannonball formation of 1, 1, 1, lying between Ye Chen and the Rose Meteorite Strike. The next moment, the 2 most powerful soul skills of the 2 suddenly collided with each other, like a comet collision. Amidst the loud noise that made the entire meteorite realm tremble, in the air, a dazzling red light swept across the entire periphery of the meteorite realm, the earth was completely shattered, and countless deep pits appeared with a thump. The people of the Spirit Hall retreated again and again until they retreated to the outermost periphery of the meteorite realm, but they were still affected by the energy emitted after the collision of the 2 soul skills. In the end, Bibi Dong took action to protect them. But the red light produced was something that even Bibi Dong could not protect. At a command, everyone closed their eyes. In the periphery of the meteorite realm, the space was distorted, the underground magma erupted, the air was extremely dry, and even breathing was a very difficult thing. The silver-white robe Ye Chen was wearing suddenly disappeared, revealing his strong muscles. Similarly, Qiang Gui was not much better. Her complete body was completely shattered. Except for the important parts covered by a faint red, all other parts were exposed, revealing more fair skin. The 2 were shocked 100 meters away. Within this 100 meters, the flames spread, the air evaporated, and the temperature around them rose rapidly. No creature could survive, forming a real vacuum field. How could this be a battle for mortals? Even if the Soul Master who just became a god, the power of the soul skills released is not as strong as this, right? But even so, Ye Chen was not seriously injured and still had the opportunity to continue to launch an offensive. In contrast, Qiang Gui fell into a short dizzy state after releasing the 9th soul skill. Next, during the collision of the 2 soul skills, blood gushed out of Qiang Gui's mouth, and even blood flowed out of her nose and ears. She took a few steps back until the 7th Kyang Megatama completely disintegrated Qiang Gui's meteorite attack. When the 8th Kyang Megatama fell in front of her, she stabilized her body. I lost kneeling on the ground, Qiang Gui couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, even my 9th soul skill can't hurt Ye Chen. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the successor of the immortal God King, worthy of being the person supported by that woman. At the same time, the voice of the system came from Ye Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first test of the immortal God King's 9 tests. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chapter 105 Xingluo Trial. Without checking the system's rewards first, Ye Chen put away the last Kyang Megatama and came to Qiang Gui's eyes. Rose's overall strength is still quite strong. She can break 7 Kyang Megatama in an instant. If the last Kyang Megatama is broken, she may still have the possibility to fight with Ye Chen. Throughout the 9 years of Douluo continent, no one has ever been able to do this, so Ye Chen admires Rose from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Rose is still one of the guardians of the meteoric realm. As the successor of the immortal God King, Ye Chen will not kill Rose. The vast level of mental power is always scanning Rose's physical condition. After making sure that there was nothing serious, Ye Chen handed Qiang Gui a fairy grass, which could strengthen the body and quickly recover from physical injuries. There were countless fairy grasses like this in his June Snow Jade pendant, so he didn't feel bad. Thank you, I'm willing to accept the loss. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know. Sitting cross-legged on the ground and slowly absorbing the fairy grass, Qiang Gui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although she had nearly unlimited soul power in the meteorite realm, her 9th soul skill would have a backlash effect. Whether she could defeat Ye Chen this time, her result would not be much better. If Ye Chen wanted to kill her at this time, he could do it. But she was not attacked by the last Kyang Megatama, obviously Ye Chen showed mercy. Even if she still had the strength to fight again, there was no reason to continue to entangle. At this time, the people of the Spirit Hall also slowly approached. When they saw Ye Chen who was so calm and composed and Qiang Gui who was covered in injuries, they couldn't help but admire Ye Chen in their hearts. Defeated the peak Douluo without any damage. To be able to do this, I'm afraid his strength is close to the limit. Douluo, right? Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo and other Douluos bowed slightly to Ye Chen to show their respect. Bibi Dong and Hulina stood beside Ye Chen, one on the left and one on the right, very neatly. However, everyone who came here didn't speak. It seemed that in front of absolute strength, the momentum emanating from Ye Chen alone would force them to be extremely nervous and dare not speak. Why are you making it so weird? Ye Chen laughed out loud, and returned to his usual innocent look. Qiang Gui and I are just simply sparring, not a life and death duel. Everyone should laugh and talk. Otherwise, I will show you another black man carrying a coffin. Simply sparring. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. The periphery of the meteorite realm was blown to pieces. There was no intact ground, thin air and magma that could burst out at any time. Seeing that the periphery of the meteorite realm was almost shattered, you call this a simple exchange? But no one dared to say it in person even if they wanted to complain in their hearts. They admitted their weakness. Bibi Dong also smiled. Fortunately, we are not sparring outside the meteorite realm, otherwise the noise you two made could directly destroy a small city, right? Bibi Dong was not afraid of Ye Chen. After a long period of silence, she began to help Ye Chen out. Yes, fortunately I have been promoted to level 70, otherwise I can't withstand the huge energy generated. Hulina stuck out her tongue and agreed with Bibi Dong. In fact, she was not afraid of Ye Chen, and she had wanted to speak up a long time ago, but her teacher Bibi Dong was here, so she had to abide by the rules and respect the elders. Well, maybe it is the elders at present. Who knows what the relationship will be in the future? Hulina suddenly wanted to think of the intimate behavior between Ye Chen and her teacher in the meteoric realm, and her cheeks flushed. This complicated ethical relationship is too much of a headache. Ah, yes, even if Huohuaguan and I release the martial soul fusion skills, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand a blow in front of this huge soul skill. Licking dog number 1 Bone Douluo. That is not a soul skill of the same nature. But in front of this soul skill, it is true that we don't even have the opportunity to release the martial soul fusion skills. Licking dog number 2 Huohuaguan. Being able to defeat one of the guardians of the meteoric realm so easily, I believe that Elder Ye will soon be able to inherit the position of the undead god king, right? Licking dog number 3 Ghost Leopard Douluo. You are obviously younger than us, but your ability is dozens or even hundreds of times that of Yan and I combined. You are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Ye Chen. Licking dog number 4 Ziyu. Yan. The licker number 5 Yan remained silent, because he was the weakest among the group and had the most serious internal injuries just now. He was afraid that blood would spurt out as soon as he opened his mouth, so it was better to hold back and say nothing. Okay, don't show your face. Rose, who was still absorbing the fairy grass, rolled her eyes at everyone. She couldn't listen anymore. It's as if I'm weak. Didn't you see that Ye Chen also used almost all his strength? This senior Rose is also very powerful. Everyone was surprised and continued to flatter Rose. Of course they knew Rose's strength. On this Douluo continent, there are very few people who can withstand Ye Chen's attack and not die. Except for the legendary 3 extreme Douluos and a few peak Douluos, there should be no one else. So they also respect Rose in their hearts. Ye Chen smiled and ignored everyone. He just held Bibi Dong and Hulina's fair hands and asked Jiang Wei, since I have passed the first trial, should you open the meteoric realm and let me in? He still clearly remembered that Jiangwei was only the guardian of the outer periphery of the meteoric realm. The real meteoric realm could only be entered after he passed the first trial. Jiangwei nodded and said, "Of course you can. But don't blame me for not reminding you that the real meteoric realm is full of dangers. There are all kinds of creatures, and there are connected to the 10,000 worlds. In the 10,000 worlds, strong people from every world may appear, and the deeper you go, the more so. There are many beings who are as powerful as gods. I advise you to wait until your soul power level is raised to the level of titled Douluo before participating in the second trial. Of course, the second trial is also conditional. You can see if you have received any message similar to the one that intimidates the Seven Treasures Glazed sect." After that, Jiangwei absorbed the immortal grass, while gently waving his right hand. Not far behind everyone, the space suddenly twisted, and a black entrance similar to a vortex appeared, which was the entrance to the real meteorite realm. Ye Chen nodded and waited for the system's prompt. Sure enough, after Qiang Gui's words, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden mission, the final chapter of the Divine Code. Ding! The second chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code, the Star Luo Trial. Absorb and extract the Star Luo Empire's Star Meteoric Array. Chapter 106 Pope Token. The reward for the second chapter is, unlock the second soul ring of the host's second martial soul, the Star Luo Blade. Unlocking requirements are, draw the sword 10 billion times near the Star Luo Empire's Star Meteoric Array, and conquer the Star Luo Empire with strength. Ding! There are two ways to conquer. One is to destroy the Star Luo Empire, and the other is to intimidate the Star Luo Empire and convince everyone. Ding! The number of sword draws required for the final chapter of the Divine Code will not be consumed after the host completes the mission, and it does not conflict with the system mission. At that time, the host can use the number of sword draws to exchange for any required items. The content is almost the same as the Seven Treasures trial, but this time the destination is the Star Luo Empire. The entire Star Luo Empire. Ye Chen was surprised. He had only heard that the Xingluo Empire had no titled Douluo, but the people were extremely tough and united. Over the years, they relied on unity to share the same power with the Tiandu Empire on the continent. Last time, he only faced a sect, and he tried his best to spend several months to complete the Seven Treasures trial. How long would it take to face an empire this time? The most important thing is that according to Ning Fengzi, the current Xingluo Empire is probably secretly connected with the Tiandu Empire, and they are eager for him to leave Wuhan City and die in person. Now their chance has come, isn't it? But where is the Xingluo Empire's Starfall formation? Ye Chen couldn't help but ask in a low voice. There is no rush to intimidate the entire Xingluo Empire. It still needs to draw the sword 10 billion times, otherwise the task of drawing the sword can be completed first. Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this, her eyes full of worry. Is your next mission to go to the Xingluo Empire? Yes, and it is similar to the content of the Seven Treasures trial. Not only do you have to draw the sword 10 billion times, but you also need to intimidate the entire Xingluo Empire. Ye Chen did not hide anything and said it out. What? Intimidate the entire Xingluo Empire? Excuse me, even the Spirit Hall may not be able to do it, you alone. Huoguan interrupted. And everyone was shocked after hearing what Ye Chen said. Why don't you improve your strength to the titled Douluo first? Anyway, you have passed the first trial, so there is no rush for this moment. Yes, 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 when you become a titled Douluo, your strength will definitely increase significantly, and it will naturally not be a problem to face those bastards in the Xingluo Empire. You have been apart from His Holiness the Pope and the Saint for a long time, and this time it's hard. You can also take advantage of this time to go back to the Spirit Hall and have a good rest. Others advised. They were all worried about Ye Chen. Ghost Douluo even mentioned Bibi Dong and Hulina, trying to use the relationship between Ye Chen and the two girls to keep Ye Chen. No, I can't rest. But Ye Chen was not moved. It's not that he doesn't want to stay with the two girls. It's just that the situation in Douluo continent has changed, and he has become a thorn in the eyes of many forces. If he doesn't strengthen his strength as soon as possible, he will not only be in danger in the future, but he may also drag the entire Wuhan Hall down with him. How embarrassed is he? In the past, he helped Wuhan Hall for Hulina, and now with Bibi Dong, he should take the Wuhan Hall's affairs to heart. Ye Chen asked himself if he didn't want to drag Wuhan Hall down because of himself. The continent is turbulent. If I stand still, who knows which force will stab me or Wuhan Hall in the back in the next second. Ye Chen said calmly to everyone. Of course, he still has something to say. That is Tang San and Hao Shanzong. This person and this force may have a major impact on himself or Wuhan Hall in the future. If he relaxes his vigilance and neglects his cultivation at this time, Tang San will feel much more comfortable and can easily take down the dual god positions in the near future. Although Tang San is currently weak, don't forget that Tang San is also a time traveler. He can also be regarded as a cheat king. Since killing Xiao Wu, Tang San has always been resentful of Ye Chen. Who knows what kind of trouble he will make in the future. But the Xingluo Empire is not like the Kaibao Liulai sect. It is an empire that is on par with the Tiandu Empire. Although they don't have a titled Douluo, their unexpected unity has also allowed the Xingluo Empire to stabilize its position on the mainland. Even so, do you still want to go to the Xingluo Empire? Someone asked at this time. Of course, why not? Ye Chen said with a smile, you also said that there are no titled Douluo in the Xingluo Empire. What if they are united? If I can't beat them by then, they will definitely not be able to stop me. At worst, I can just run back. Ye Chen finished the sentence in a self-deprecating tone, but he was not afraid at all in his heart, and he never thought about running back. The reason why he said this was just to reassure the two girls, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina. Sure enough, after hearing what Ye Chen said, Hu Lina's frown relaxed a lot. Then you have to be careful about everything. If there is danger, don't be brave, otherwise I my teacher and I will be worried. Bibi Dong's pretty face flushed immediately after hearing this. This little girl, must she not save face for herself in front of so many people? What I want to say to Ye Chen, I'll say it, why bring her with me? Nana, you should practice more when you go back. It is decided that during the time when Ye Chen is in Xingluo Empire, you can go to Death Canyon to practice with Elder Yuegwen. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Hu Lina. But teacher, I have. Hu Lina has the soul furnace given by Ye Chen. Logically, she should stay in Wuhan Hall to practice for the next few months. But what but? Although the things in the soul furnace are good, if you don't have a good foundation, how can you know how to use them? Okay. Hu Lina finally compromised. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Chen again and said, I know that once you make a decision, no one can change it. Since you want to go, then go. The starfall array of Xingluo Empire should be in the capital. The specific location seems to be near the Zhu family of Xingluo Empire. They have been on good terms with the royal family of Xingluo Empire for generations, so you have to be more careful. Also, this is for you. Bibi Dong took out a red gold token from her space soul guide. It looked similar to the elder token that Ye Chen had obtained before, but this one looked more refined and noble. Pope's token. Everyone was shocked. The Pope's token was the highest powered token in the Spirit Hall. Seeing this token was like seeing the Pope himself. Anyone in the Spirit Hall except the Pope had to bow to the person holding the token. If Ye Chen could possess this token, he would be the most honorable person in the Spirit Hall except the Pope and the Great Priest. Be careful, I'll take care of everything. When handing Ye Chen the token, Bibi Dong said something softly in Ye Chen's ear. Although the voice was not loud, it filled Ye Chen's heart with warmth and gratitude. But he was going there not just for himself. Only when he became stronger could he better protect Bibi Dong and Hu Lina. In the final analysis, it was just a mutual fulfillment in love. Ye Chen also gently replied to Bibi Dong's ear, wait for me to come back. Chapter 107 I want to sleep with you. The matter of the meteoric realm has come to an end for the time being. After all, even Qiang Gui could not stay in the real meteoric realm for long, and Ye Chen could not be that strong, so he did not enter the real meteoric realm. Moreover, even if he entered with various soul skills, what would happen? If he did not complete the task of the second chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code, it would be a waste of time to go there. Ye Chen first returned to Wuhan City with the people of the Wuhan Hall, but he did not plan to stay for long. The next day he would go to Xingluo City, the capital of the Xingluo Empire. It was just a short stay in the Wuhan Hall for one night. As for Qiang Gui, she was willing to accept the loss and was willing to follow Ye Chen to leave the meteoric realm and go to the Xingluo Empire. But Ye Chen did not let Qiang Gui follow him, but let Qiang Gui stay in the Wuhan Hall and obey Bibi Dong's orders. Qiang Gui originally disagreed. After all, she lost to Ye Chen, not to Bibi Dong. She couldn't stand this grievance and clamored to compete with Bibi Dong to decide the winner. However, Ye Chen said that when he became the immortal God King, he would also bring Jiang Wei into the God realm. After hearing this, Jiang Wei no longer complained and immediately agreed. Late at night, Ye Chen did not rest. He carefully observed his martial soul under the light. Not long after, he took back the Amaterasu soul and released the Starfall Blade martial soul. Then not long after, he took back the Starfall Blade and released the Amaterasu soul. This cycle repeated dozens of times and could not stop for a long time. In the daytime battle with Jiang Wei, he clearly saw that when Jiang Wei released the Beast martial soul, she also released the Weapon martial soul. The two martial souls could be released together, which made Ye Chen very excited. Chen was somewhat shocked. There are not many people with twin martial souls on Douluo continent, but Ye Chen and Jiang Wei are not the only ones. Bibi Dong and Tang San also have twin martial souls. Let's not talk about Tang San for now. Ye Chen asked Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong is the same as himself. When releasing one martial soul, the other martial soul cannot be used. So the only person who has twin martial souls and can use them at the same time is Jiang Wei. According to Jiang Wei, she originally couldn't release two martial souls at the same time, but later, for some reason, she suddenly could. Although I don't know the reason, if this is true, Ye Chen felt that as long as he found a way, he might be able to do the same as Jiang Wei. When the four extreme soul skills are released at the same time, the power will be many times stronger than the current single extreme soul skill, and it is possible that it can be comparable to the divine skills. Ye Chen does not want to miss such a huge temptation. But how to release two martial souls at the same time? Ye Chen was in trouble. He had been groping in his room for nearly 2 hours, that is, 4 hours, and found nothing. Even the system that he always respected as his father did not have any prompts. If he had not seen Jiang Wei release two martial souls at the same time, Ye Chen really suspected that he was wasting time. Alas, when you don't have the ability, you want to grow more ability, but when you have the ability, you want everything. After all, the road of cultivation is a road of no return. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. Although he is now very powerful, there are few people in the entire Douluo continent who can do anything to him. But cultivation is like a drug. Once you get involved, you will become addicted. If you can't get what you want, you can't even sleep. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Ye Chen was stunned and decisively put away his martial soul. It was all because he was too obsessed with how to release two martial souls at the same time. Now someone has approached, but he didn't notice it. The spirit sensed it. Fortunately it was a familiar. The person he knew was Hulina, so Ye Chen relaxed his vigilance. But why did this little girl Hulina stay up late at night and come to see him? Ye Chen was puzzled, and he waved his right hand lightly, and the door opened. Hulina, who was only wearing pajamas, walked in. Then the door closed, and only Ye Chen and Hulina were in the room. It's so late, why don't you sleep? Ye Chen looked at Hulina with a flickering look. Now Hulina, who is more than 20 years old, has reached the peak level in terms of appearance and figure. Even if she is wearing loose pajamas, the convex parts are still convex, and the curved parts are not sunken at all. It really makes people feel itchy. I can't sleep. Hulina's cheeks turned red, and she walked towards Ye Chen step by step. You are leaving tomorrow, and I don't know when we will see each other again. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hulina spoke more and more quietly, and the second sentence was like a mosquito's hum. Without a strong mental power, you really can't hear this sentence. Ye Chen naturally heard it, but what should I do about this kind of thing? Waiting online, it's urgent. Forget it, no readers give opinions, Ye Chen can only make his own decision in the end. After hearing Hulina's words, even if Ye Chen is wooden, he can understand Hulina's intentions. He also blushed, nodded, and said, okay, I'm going to sleep anyway. In this case, you sleep on the bed, and I'll make do on the floor for one night. What is wooden? Who knows? Hulina said oh and walked towards the only bed in the room. But her expression has always been strange, as if she is very dissatisfied. The lights went out and everything was quiet. In this quiet night, stars fell like rain, flashing outside the house from time to time, and occasionally a few meteors streaked across, bringing a touch of beauty to this quiet night. Ye Chen looked out the window and found it difficult to fall asleep. Finally, after careful consideration, Ye Chen secretly climbed onto the bed and lay down next to Hulina. But what he didn't expect was that Hulina hadn't fallen asleep, and her big eyes were staring at him. Ye Chen was embarrassed, well, the floor is too hard, my waist is not good, and I'm not used to sleeping. What nonsense are you talking about? Would a soul Douluo be afraid of a hard floor? As soon as he said it, Ye Chen felt that the reason he found was too far-fetched. He stared at Hulina awkwardly, not knowing how to explain it next. However, Hulina was not angry. Instead, she stared at Ye Chen with a playful look. Is your waist not good? Then let me rub it for you. After saying that, Hulina's little hands were about to slide to Ye Chen's waist. But before reaching the destination, her hands were covered by a pair of warmer and more domineering palms. Ye Chen, Hulina was surprised, and at the same time she was looking forward to it. Could it be that this wooden man has come to his senses? Ye Chen did not answer Hulina, but told her his purpose with his actions. Holding Hulina's hands tightly and kissing her warm lips, in this quiet night, a creature's physiological reaction surged involuntarily. Chapter 108 Extra Facing Hulina, this little goblin, Ye Chen did not refuse. After knowing each other for nearly 10 years, this was the first time he knew Hulina so deeply. Originally, I thought Hulina would resist or even get angry, but she was unexpectedly calm. From this moment on, the two did not have much communication. But they never stopped communicating. The deep and shallow. The midnight bell struck the darkness, and the communication in the house was one after another. Hulina gently stroked Ye Chen's ear, "Take me." Then there was a violent attack. It lasted for 2 hours. But it was still unsatisfactory. However, Hulina seemed a little tired, and Ye Chen put away his offensive, took Hulina into his arms, and gently caressed her. Ye Chen. I don't know when, Hulina's eyes overflowed with tears, as if she felt guilty for surrendering early, and it seemed that she couldn't bear to be separated from Ye Chen again. You won't forget me, right? Hulina hugged Ye Chen tightly, and tears fell down her cheeks onto Ye Chen's chest, a little cold. Ye Chen was stunned when he heard this and said, "Silly girl, how could it be? You are my woman, for the rest of my life, how could I forget you?" Since the moment he decided to protect Hulina, Ye Chen has determined that Hulina is his woman. Really? Then even if my teacher and you won't forget me? Hulina asked again, but with obvious jealousy. At this moment, Ye Chen knew the purpose of Hulina's coming tonight. First, he was going to the Douluo Empire, and she must be reluctant to leave. Second, she must be jealous after seeing his intimate behavior with Bibi Dong. After all, in the past 9 years, only Hulina has been with Ye Chen. In these 9 years, Ye Chen's free time has almost all been given to Hulina. Now, after 9 years, there is suddenly one more person to share Ye Chen with Hulina. It is not easy for her to adapt at the first time. Of course not. Ye Chen shook his head decisively. People can be fickle, but they cannot be irresponsible. Even if there is Bibi Dong now, he can't get tired of the old and love the new, right? Hulina's position in his heart is still very important and unique, and no one can replace it. Oh, after hearing Ye Chen's answer, Hulina whimpered like a kitten, and then lay obediently in Ye Chen's arms, no longer speaking. After another half an hour, Hulina started to move again, not from time to time. Ye Chen was tickled. Ye Chen, are you asleep? No. You can sleep if you want. But Ye Chen was a little excited about going to the Douluo Empire. He was in a new environment, facing unknown dangers, and separated from his closest people. He had to consider many things, such as how to successfully conduct the Douluo trial, and how to escape once he was blacklisted by the Douluo Empire. He couldn't even get involved in the spirit hall, and so on. So he didn't fall asleep. What's wrong? Ye Chen laughed evilly and slapped Hulina's buttocks, which made Hulina blush. Rogue. Hulina subconsciously wanted to fight back. But suddenly she remembered her current situation. She had been devoured by the rogue, and had become the woman of this so-called rogue. She couldn't help but pinch Ye Chen's waist lightly as a punishment. However, the disaster brought to her by this punishment was something she never expected. Then there was another half an hour of violent storm, and Hulina fell into it again. In the end, even her body was limp and she spoke weakly. I mean, you are leaving tomorrow, don't you want to go to the teacher tonight? Half an hour later, Hulina collapsed under a wave of impact and finally said what she wanted to say half an hour ago. For her, since Ye Chen has her in his heart and she has been confirmed, she is satisfied. As for her teacher Bibi Dong, after all, she is the person closest to her. If she really wants to share Ye Chen with her, it is not a waste of money. Moreover, although she doesn't know what happened between Ye Chen and her teacher, when she saw the expectation in her teacher's eyes in the meteoric realm, it seems that she has been waiting for Ye Chen for a long time. Hulina has never seen Bibi Dong's eyes like that. If she can let her teacher have a happy life, she is willing to make concessions. You? Ye Chen was stunned. Do you really think so? He had actually been thinking about Bibi Dong. Compared to Hulina, Bibi Dong was actually the hardest. For the past 28 years, Bibi Dong had been waiting for him. So he not only had admiration for Bibi Dong, but also guilt. Now that he finally got to know Bibi Dong, he had to leave her again, and Ye Chen felt even more guilty. Of course. Hulina pouted and said unconvinced, she is my teacher, who has nurtured me since I was a child, so I naturally hope she can be happy. Over the years, this is the first time I have seen a teacher so attached to someone, and that person happens to be you. If it were you, I would be relieved to leave the teacher to you. But you? Ye Chen was a little entangled in his heart. If he left like this, would it be too unfair to Hulina? However, Hulina seemed to know what Ye Chen was thinking. While pushing Ye Chen out of bed, she pretended to complain that 2 hours was too long and she couldn't sleep. Soon, she chased Ye Chen away. At this point, Ye Chen had no choice but to go. He could only dress hurriedly, kissed Hulina on the forehead, and sneaked out of the room. Bibi Dong's bedroom was not far from Hulina's, and Ye Chen soon came to the door. The room was dark, and it seemed that Bibi Dong had already fallen asleep. But when he sneaked in quietly, Bibi Dong was sitting at the table in a purple pajamas. Under the moonlight, her fair skin was set off by the bright light. Ye Chen! Why are you here? The two looked at each other, and Bibi Dong was very surprised. Ye Chen wanted to explain, but if the explanation was useful, he would not have been chased out of the room by Hulina just now. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight tonight, he gave up explaining, walked straight forward, hugged Bibi Dong in his arms, and walked to the bed. Bibi Dong tried her best to suppress her inner excitement, and stopped Ye Chen in a very low voice, wait there is. But Ye Chen didn't care so much. If he was driven out by Bibi Dong again, he would have no place to sleep tonight. So he had to take Bibi Dong down no matter what. It doesn't matter what, Donger, I'm going to get you tonight. Ye Chen smiled wickedly, and his pace became faster and faster, without listening to Bibi Dong's reminder at all. But when he came to the bed, he was dumbfounded. A light red pajamas, the same fair skin, but the owner of the light red pajamas showed a playful smile. When was there someone on the bed? Or was it this hateful Rose? Ye Chen held Bibi Dong in his arms for a moment, without giving in. He looked at Jiang Wei angrily, why are you here? Oh! At this time, Bibi Dong's delicate face was completely covered with blush. She buried her head in Ye Chen's arms, unwilling to face such an embarrassing situation. She originally wanted to tell Ye Chen that there was someone in the room, but Ye Chen didn't even give her the chance to finish her words. Didn't this make Jiang Wei, who was originally in the bedroom, laugh? Didn't someone tell me to protect Bibi Dong and Hulina? Hulina is in your room, so I don't have to worry. As for Bibi Dong, I'm here to protect her, right? Jianwei looked directly at Ye Chen, without any hesitation. Fear, teasing. Hee. Ye Chen almost vomited blood when he heard this. I asked you to protect me, not to sleep with my woman at night. Where can there be such protection in this world? If Qiang Gui was a man, Ye Chen would definitely kill him immediately. Also, how did Qiang Gui know that Hulina was in her room? Are you spying on me? Ye Chen asked angrily again. Don't be ridiculous, my future God King, judging from the noise you two made, it shouldn't be difficult to get to this room, right? He was clearly doing something indescribable, and he didn't open the soul barrier. Who can he blame if he was heard? Fortunately, only Bibi Dong and Hulina live in the backyard of the Wuhan Hall. If there were other people, I don't know how many people's dreams would be disturbed tonight. Ye Chen felt guilty after hearing this, and reluctantly let go of his arms that were holding Bibi Dong, and looked at Jiang Wei with hatred. Don't think wrongly, I'm just passing by this time, do you understand? The idea of staying here was abandoned, and Hulina was still in his room, but he couldn't go back. After leaving Bibi Dong's room, he could still hear Jiang Wei's laughter coming from the room. Ye Chen really regretted bringing Jiang Wei to the spirit hall. But now that things have come to this, what can be done to save it? Sitting in the courtyard. Let time pass. When dawn was approaching, the backyard of the entire spirit hall was terribly quiet. Using spiritual perception to observe, Hulina, Bibi Dong, and Chiang Wei, the three girls, had fallen asleep. Ye Chen decided to leave without saying goodbye, and got up and left. P.S. The content has been deleted and modified, and the details may not be grasped well, so please bear with it. Notice: this is a work appreciation, not a chapter. Not a chapter. Not a chapter. I'll say it 3 times. So I don't use any water words. Please be gentle. The new chapter has been released. Maybe some of the previously blocked chapters were released later, which may cause the chapters to be disordered. Please check if there are any chapters that are disordered. If so, please leave a message and I will try to find the editor to resynchronize. Finally, thank you for your support. If you like this book, don't forget to comment and send tickets. Chapter 109 Dai Mubai and Mahung Jun. I want to go to a farther place to take a look, but I also want to stay with the person I like and stay in that land full of memories. I don't know if you have such contradictory thoughts. Ye Chen hesitated. There is no shortcut on the road of cultivation. Although he has a system, he is still just a mortal and cannot control everything. If he wants to protect everything he wants to protect in his heart, he must move forward with a heavy burden. Leaving Wuhan City and heading south, Ye Chen arrived at the capital of the Xingluo Empire, Xingluo City, in less than half a day, using the Star Meteor Teleportation Array Soul skill. This is a city-state that is rarely described in the original book, and it seems very mysterious. But in fact, it is similar to Tiandu City. Various brilliant streets and shops fill the entire city, and in the center of the city is the palace of the Xingluo Empire. The palace is particularly luxurious. Just as you enter the city gate, you can see the glittering golden roof and a golden statue, and no one knows who it is. And on the streets of Xingluo City, every 5 minutes, a team of soldiers from the Xingluo Empire will patrol, which is very strict. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Ye Chen did not walk directly on the street, but used spiritual perception to avoid those soldiers and took the small road. After roughly figuring out the location of the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire, he quietly rushed over. Until he was about to approach the Zhu family, Ye Chen finally noticed the star meteor array in the city of the Xingluo Empire. The reason why it is said to be inside the city. Because there are 2 star meteoric formations in Xingluo Empire. One is outside the city, similar to the one outside Tiandu City, and the other is inside the city. However, the second chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code requires that the sword be drawn near the star meteoric formation in the city. So the star meteoric formation outside the city is useless to Ye Chen. Bibi Dong once said that the star meteoric formation in Xingluo City is near the Zhu family, and what she said is biased. Ye Chen's spiritual perception actually found that the star meteoric formation in the city is actually inside the Zhu family, which made him feel cold in his heart. It is easy for him to get in, but if he wants to stay here for several months without being discovered, it is indeed a bit difficult. Is it necessary to hide his breath all the time? But when drawing the sword, the green light brought by the light feather gauze cannot be concealed, and it is easy to be noticed by others. Fuck me. System, can you change it to the star meteoric formation outside the city for me? Ye Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Ding! The host's request is too unreasonable and cannot be fulfilled. The system replied calmly. Reject if you want. What is unreasonable? Sure enough, the system is the system, without any human feelings, and it does not understand the pain in his heart at all. Ye Chen sighed and had to give up. He immediately observed the vicinity of the Zhu family, trying to find a breakthrough to get in. During this period, many people entered and exited the Zhu family. There were also some people Ye Chen had seen. For example, Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others. He was not surprised by the appearance of the first 3 people. After all, the 2 sisters Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing were originally from the Zhu family, and the relationship between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing was understandable. But I didn't expect that since after the Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun actually followed Dai Mubai to Xingluo City. Is this the legendary if you become rich, don't forget each other? But Dai Mubai has Zhu Zuqing, what do you have, a fat guy? Bai Chenxiang? Humph. Bai Chenxiang lives around the Sea God Island. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until you see Bai Chenxiang. 2 hours passed. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun walked out of the Zhu family's gate. They originally went in with a smile, but when they came out, Dai Muabai's face was very deep, as if he was stimulated by something, and Ma Hongzhen comforted him awkwardly. The two did not leave directly, but came to a more remote place and chatted. It happened to be not far in front of Ye Chen. This fate is really wonderful. However, with their cultivation, even if they used up all their soul power, they could not detect Ye Chen at all. Boss Dai, don't be angry. Didn't Zuking's father say that? He had no choice. Ma Hongzhen persuaded Dai Mubai with a flattering face. After the Soul Master competition, the Shrek 7 devils went their separate ways. No, Xiao Wu died, and they should be the Shrek 6 devils now. Tang San was taken away by Tang Hao to practice, Ning Rongrong returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Oscar went to the far north, and Zhu Zuking and Dai Mubai returned to the Xingluo Empire. Originally, the teachers of Shrek Academy wanted to take Ma Hongzhen to practice, but with Ma Hongzhen's innate dirty thoughts, he would definitely not want to practice so boringly. Even if his martial soul had been changed by Tang San's fairy grass. Later, after all kinds of negotiations, he let Dai Mubai bring him to the Xingluo Empire. This also indirectly proves a truth: dogs can't stop eating shit. He is Zuking's father, the patriarch of the Zhu family, how could he not make the decision? Dai Mubai became even more angry after hearing what Ma Hongzhen said, and he vented all the bad luck he had just had on Ma Hongzhen. You two, why did you stop me just now? I was kicked out before I even saw Zuking. Oh? Didn't Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking have feelings for each other for a long time? And Dai Mubai is the prince of the Xingluo Empire. How dare the patriarch of the Zhu family kick him out? Ye Chen, who was hiding in the dark, became interested and decided to continue listening. Ma Hongzhen curled his lips, what does this have to do with him? If Dai Mubai was not stopped, he might be beaten up by the guards of the Zhu family and thrown out, not to mention meeting Zhu Zuking, wouldn't it be even worse? Alas! Ma Hongzhen sighed and said, Boss Dai, to be honest, I know that you and Zuking have reached the most critical period, and you are only one step away from taking her down. However, judging from the current situation, Zuking must marry Davis, no matter how hard you try, you can't. What? Zhu Zuking is going to marry Davis? Isn't Davis very close to Zhu Ziyun? And it has long been officially announced by the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. Why is it Zhu Zuking now? Ye Chen was surprised. But when he thought of the familiar plot of NTR, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Is this something that children under 18 years old should know? What? Dai Mubai was extremely angry, and punched out, punching a hole in the wall behind Ma Hongzhen. Zuking is my woman, no one can take her away. Damn, if it wasn't for that Ye Chen, where would all these things come from? Let's go, drink. After that, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen prepared to leave. After hearing these two spirited young men mention his name, Ye Chen decided to follow them and find out what was going on. Why did he become the scapegoat for no reason? Chapter 110 About those things about NTR. In the most luxurious restaurant in Xingdu City, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen went to the second floor cursing. They originally wanted to book a private room on the third floor, but who knew that when people were unlucky, they would have bad luck in everything they did. The private rooms that few people could afford were actually all booked today. Damn, even the identity of the prince didn't work. Sitting down at the innermost table, Dai Mubai generously ordered all the signature dishes and fermented rice in the restaurant, and then gave the menu to Ma Hongzhen, asking him to order whatever he wanted. As a prince, he was not short of money, and he didn't care whether he could finish the food or not. Ye Chen used the disguise technique to slightly change his appearance, sat next to him, and ordered some dishes casually. It's not luxurious, but it's not plain, either. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, just enough to finish. As for the gold soul coins for payment, Bibi Dong gave him a lot yesterday, enough for him to eat and drink for hundreds of years. Are you kidding? The spirit hall is not short of money, okay? Over the years, under Bibi Dong's management, the spirit hall can be regarded as one of the most powerful forces in the entire continent. Even compared with the two empires, it can be crushed. If it weren't for Ye Chen's repeated instructions, Bibi Dong would even want to hand over the treasury of the spirit hall to him. When the food and wine were served, Dai Mubai drank a mouthful of strong liquor, his face was decadent, and he held Ma Hongzhen's shoulder with one hand, sighing, "Fatty, since the end of the Soul Master competition, only you and I have been close. There are some things I haven't even said to Xiao San, but today, alas. Mubai sighed, drank a few more glasses, and stopped talking abruptly. Ma Hongjun also drank 2 cups, nodded, and said, "Others say that I came to Douluo city with you because I was greedy for your money, but they don't know anything. The relationship between you and me as brothers cannot be measured by money, so Boss Dai, if you have something to say, just say it directly." The 2 brothers drank 1 cup after another and gradually nose. But it made Ye Chen beside him laugh. It is said that the truth comes out after drinking. Is the real situation really like this? Ma Hongjun is obviously greedy and vain, a complete hypocrite. During the time in Shrek Academy, no one knows how many girls he has harmed. This time, he followed Dai Mubai to Douluo city, probably for the purpose of harming more girls, so as to satisfy his inner evil desires. In his previous life, Ye Chen had seen many such people, who were submissive in society and talked a lot after drinking, but those drunken words were all flattery, and they wanted to please each other through drunkenness. After all, Dai Mubai had developed limbs and a simple mind, so he did not continue to investigate. After hearing what Ma Hongjun said, he immediately showed a touching look, "Fatty. I really did love you for nothing." "Hehe, so Boss Dai, what do you want to say?" Ma Hongjun smiled. However, Dai Mubai did not directly tell Ma Hongjun what he wanted to say, but began to talk about the past. "In the past, when we were in Shrek Academy, I was so carefree. You were only 6 years old at that time. I saw that you had a bright future at a glance, and I would help you a little. You know this, right?" "I know." Ma Hongjun nodded. In fact, a word of MMP flashed through his heart. "Help you NT head. At that time, I was scolded by you for everything I did, so how could I help you?" Dai Mubai smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Later, Xiao San also came to Shrek Academy. To be honest, I hated him at that time because he not only defeated me, but also made me, the boss of Shrek Academy, exist in name only. Every time at a critical moment, it was Xiao San who showed his leadership ability. He took away the halo I deserved, and even Zhu Qing looked at him with new eyes. It seems that in the end, the reason why Zhu Qing was with me was because she was looked down upon by Tang San. So I hate him, I wish I could kill him secretly. But then I figured it out. The reason why things happened to this point is not Xiao San's fault, but my fault. I blame myself for not being able to do it, and I blame myself for not being as good as Xiao San." "This you said this?" Ma Hongjun sighed with deep emotion. "In fact, I have this feeling. Since the 3rd brother came to Shrek Academy, the girls in the academy have more or less liked him. Zuking is not bad. Look at Oscar. He has been chasing Rong for several years, but it is not as good as the effect of the 3rd brother giving Rong a fairy grass. Zioao. Tisk." Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment after hearing Oscar's name, and then showed a disdainful look. "Do you think he is pitiful? He is an auxiliary spirit master. He wants to catch up with Rong. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. What future can an auxiliary spirit master have? Under the same level of spirit power, only the strong attack spirit master is the father. If Zuking hadn't come to Shrek Academy, I would have wanted to take Rong down long ago, and there would be no place for Zioao. He is not pitiful at all." Then he clinked glasses with Ma Hongjun, and both of them showed obscene smiles. Ma Hongjun also thought about taking Ning Rong down. After all, with such a beautiful face and such a background, how many people would not be moved? Just thinking about galloping on such a grassland makes one's blood boil. One of the must-have objects for late-night YY. But Xiao San's coming can be regarded as a fight for our Shrek Academy. After a long time, Dai Mubai returned to the topic and said, "He made us grow rapidly along the way, and everyone has been greatly improved. I was very grateful to him, but he should never insist on participating in the finals of the Soul Master competition." When Dai Mubai said this, his face changed instantly, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly changed from YY to horror. "Obviously, the gap between us and Wuhan Academy is so big, wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? We were defeated by Wuhan Academy and were disrupted by Ye Chen, and unexpectedly. It actually made Davis fall in love with Zhu Qing." Ma Hongjun finished the words for Dai Mubai. This is what happened. During the Soul Master competition, Ye Chen led Wuhan Academy to KO the Stardo Empire Royal Team 1, which was the team led by Davis. Didn't Zhu Ziyun's body suddenly leak out after Ye Chen's move? This matter soon spread to the imperial family of Douluo Empire. As Zhu Ziyun was the future crown princess, such a situation would have a bad influence, and the emperor of Xingluo Empire ordered to cancel Davis' engagement with Zhu Ziyun. Davis was very reluctant at first and wanted to go back to the palace to resist the order, but his subordinates told him that Zhu Ziyun's sister Zhu Zuqing would participate in the finals, so why not leave after watching it? With curiosity, Davis continued to watch, but found that Zhu Zuqing's growth over the years was even more terrifying than Zhu Ziyun, especially in terms of figure. Unknowingly, she had surpassed Zhu Ziyun. Inexplicable thoughts took root in his heart. If Daimyo Bai did not win the championship of the Soul Master competition this time, he could ask his father to order Zhu Zuqing to replace Zhu Ziyun as the crown princess. Even in the near future, Zhu Ziyun could enter the palace as a concubine. Why not? So, by some strange coincidence, Ye Chen defeated Shrek Academy again, which made Davis' evil idea grow gradually. Half a year after the Soul Master competition, he broke off the engagement with Zhu Ziyun and then gave Zhu Zuqing a new marriage. In fact, there are still many details. But the general story is like this. If Tang San refused to participate in the finals, how could Davis pay attention to it, Zhu Zuqing? He had never paid attention to the previous matches of Shrek Academy. Xiao San's unintentional act killed Xiao Wu, caused Zhu Qing and I to separate, caused the Shrek Seven Devils to exist in name only, and also caused Shrek Academy to fall into a slump. Daimyo Bai said bitterly, he followed his damn father and left, what about us? What can we do? And this Ye Chen, he is equally hateful, the murderer who killed Xiao Wu, the cause of all this shit. The two of them almost ruined all of our lives. Chapter 111 Under the Influence of Alcohol. Alas, in fact, it can't be blamed entirely on the third brother, after all, the third brother also wanted to prove our strength. Ma Hongjun didn't quite agree with Daimyo Bai's words. After all, it was Tang San who improved his martial soul, allowing him to PC openly later, and he was not restricted by time and place. He was somewhat grateful. As for what Daimyo Bai said at this time, it might be drunken talk, 3 parts resentment, 7 parts anger, 7 parts drunkenness, and 3 parts truth. Fatty. Daimyo Bai glanced at Ma Hongjun coldly, as if to say, I'm so miserable, can I still say a few bad things about the mistress after drinking? Just now I clearly said how good the friendship between brothers is, why do you change your face in the blink of an eye? Daimyo Bai also knew that he couldn't blame Tang San too much for this matter, but he was holding back his breath in his heart, and he hadn't vented it for a long time. Now, coupled with Zhu Zuqing being betrothed to his brother, it finally became the last straw that overwhelmed him, which made him completely angry. Even if Xiao San's fault can be ignored by us, it is because he once helped us sincerely. But that is Ye Chen. You can't say that you can't blame him, right? I, Daimyo Bai, swear to kill him with my own hands one day. After a long time, seeing that Ma Hongjun didn't say anything, Daimyo Bai understood Tang San's position in Ma Hongjun's mind, and could only take advantage of the wine to vent his anger on Ye Chen. When you are drunk, you always have to vent your unhappiness. Although Zhu Zuqing was betrothed to Davis, fundamentally speaking, there was only one person who was wrong, and that was Davis. If Davis hadn't had a lustful heart, how could this happen? However, Davis is the future emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Who dares to do anything to him? Even Daimyo Bai, a prince who thinks highly of himself, may be executed at any time in front of the future emperor. If you say bad things about Davis now and spread it to the royal family, you may not even survive tonight. It's better to find a soft persimmon to pinch, and say some bad things behind his back to vent the unhappiness in his heart. But Daimyo Bai never thought that Ye Chen was sitting next to him at this time, and he never thought that his words would bring an end to his future life. Has anyone told you that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want? Seeing this scene, Ye Chen frowned immediately, and the wine glass in his hand was crushed with force. With a bang, he wanted to kill. Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun were shocked and looked at Ye Chen, but Ye Chen had changed his appearance with the disguise technique at this time, so they didn't recognize him. Swish swish. After 2 spiritual perceptions, he looked like a waste without soul power. He must be the young master of a noble in the empire. After all, people who can come to this restaurant to consume are definitely not ordinary people. But no matter which noble he is, can his status be as high as that of a prince? Daimyo Bai did not use his soul power to evaporate the alcohol in his body. He still sneered in his drunkenness, whose family are you from? Do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Ma Hongzhen smiled obscenely, eager to try. Boss Dai, why do you say so much to him? Aren't you full of anger anyway? Isn't this a place to vent? The two smiled at each other again, stood up from the wine table, and approached Ye Chen step by step. However, at this time, there was a noisy sound from the third floor. Those who had booked the private room before finally showed up after eating and drinking, and were ready to go downstairs. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen were curious, so they naturally didn't care about Ye Chen anymore, but looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that this group of people was none other than the group of people from the Zhu family. But there was no Zhu family leader in Zhu Zuqing. The leader was Zhu Zuyun. Zhu Zuyun, why are you here? Dai Mubai was shocked. If Zhu Zuqing's figure was not more popular, he would have almost mistaken Zhu Zuyun for Zhu Zuqing. Then a sly smile appeared on his lips, and the lustful thoughts in his bones suddenly flooded into his mind. Seeing Dai Mubai like this, Ma Hongzhen understood and whispered to the side, Boss Dai, doesn't Davis want to rob Zuqing? Let him taste your power today and give Davis woman he. The two men are birds of a feather. Before meeting Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai was known as the little prince of the nightclub. As for Ma Hongzhen, needless to say, whether Tang San improved his martial spirit or not, he was still as greedy and lustful as ever. The butt is a little small, and the breasts are a little small. But the appearance is no different from Zuqing. Even if Davis investigates, we can completely say that we were drunk and touched the wrong person. Ma Hongzhen patted his fat belly, his eyes were full of peaks at Zhu Zuyun's body, and he was so excited that he almost drooled. You kid, you always have so many bad intentions. Haha, then take advantage of the drunkenness to have a shot, and when I'm done, I'll give you a good time too. Dai Mubai also looked over with a lewd smile, and in his heart he not only wanted to touch, but also wanted to get to know more deeply. Did you two really think I didn't hear it? The Zhu family went downstairs first, and the eyes on the second floor there were only Dai Mubai, Ma Hongzhen, someone unknown, and Zhu Zuyun who was called by Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuyun's face suddenly darkened. In the past, how could Dai Mubai dare to be so presumptuous? Even if he couldn't stand Davis and himself, he had to ask himself to call sister-in-law. Who would have thought that as soon as he saw the true face of Davis, the scumbag, he would immediately run into the drunk Dai Mubai. The royal family of Xingluo Empire is really a good place to produce garbage. Both brothers are so unbearable. And Dai Mubai is not afraid at all. At present, Zhu Zuyun has obviously severed any relationship with Davis. With his status as a prince and drunkenness, even if something happened to Zhu Zuyun today, who can redress her grievances? Zhu family? It's just an aristocrat who relies on the royal family for self-protection. Davis. You want to take Zhu Zuqing by force, right? Then wait until I taste Zhu Zuyun's body first. He laughed obscenely, exchanged glances with Ma Hongzhen, and then approached Zhu Zuyun blatantly. It is said that dumplings are more delicious than anything else, and my sister-in-law is more fun than anything else. I wonder how my sister-in-law feels? Fatty, go to the back and don't let her escape. Okay. Ma Hongzhen laughed obscenely, bypassed Ye Chen, and came directly behind Zhu Zuyun, while his greasy fat hands attacked her buttocks. During this period, Dai Mubai even used his soul power to release a soul power barrier. Although the effect was not very strong, it could at least block the sound. With the combination of himself and Ma Hongzhen, even if Zhu Zuyun would resist, she would never think of leaving here innocence. Chapter 112 Killing the second Shrek monster again. What are you still doing here? Why don't you get out of here? When he arrived in front of Zhu Zuyun, Dai Mubai unexpectedly found that Ye Chen was still here. He didn't expect that Ye Chen had not left even after his angry shouting. Do you want to have some fun too? Haha, although such a woman is really cheap, it is not something that people like you can enjoy. Dai Mubai laughed coldly. At the same time, Zhu Zuyun also noticed Ye Chen. She dodged Ma Hongzhen's dirty hands with a gloomy face, and at the same time, she was panicked and had to hide behind Ye Chen. She couldn't fight Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen by her own strength. She had to have someone to help her. Although Ye Chen in front of her didn't look like he had any strength, he might be able to help her delay for a while. When the soul barrier disappeared, let's see how Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen would do evil. Hehe, lift your butt again, it's really sexy. Ma Hongzhen continued to chase after him. Although Dai Mubai had agreed to let him have some fun, he could only rank behind Dai Mubai. So he didn't want to miss the first place in such a thing as touching. He made another dirty hand and touched Zhu Ziyun's butt directly. Daimyo Bai rushed in front of him. The two were very fast, and it seemed that they could no longer bear it. Wretched fellow! Zhu Ziyun gritted his teeth, but could not avoid it, and wanted to release his martial spirit to fight Amaterasu. But at this time, Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and he released the soul of Amaterasu with a wave of his hand, and attacked instantly. The next moment, with a shrill scream, a piece of his arm was cut off by the soul of Amaterasu. Daimyo Bai was covering his wound that was constantly bleeding and screaming. Boss Dai! Seeing this scene, Ma Hongjun sobered up instantly, retracted his hands that were about to touch Zhu Ziyun's buttocks, and instead locked his target on Ye Chen. You kid, you are really impatient to live. Hey! There was a slight roar in the air, and Ma Hongjun's right fist had already thrown out. His action seemed simple, but in fact it contained great soul power. Among the people present, even Daimyo Bai did not dare to resist his punch. Ye Chen's expression did not change, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, causing Ma Hongjun's punch to miss and almost hit Daimyo Bai. But in the next moment, in the horrified eyes of Daimyo Bai and Zhu Ziyun, the damn Amaterasu soul appeared again in the void behind Ma Hongjun and instantly stabbed into Ma Hongjun's back. Daimyo Bai did not even have time to remind Ma Hongjun. Ah! Ma Hongjun also screamed, and his head turned back subconsciously, just in time to see Ye Chen, who had just grasped the hilt of the Amaterasu soul sword again. Who are you? He opened his mouth in shock, but before he finished speaking, he saw Ye Chen's hand holding the sword slightly turned. In a moment, he felt that his heart was pierced, and then he fell to the ground motionless. Fatty! Daimyo Bai was furious when he saw Ma Hongjun fall. His unyielding character made him endure the pain of his left arm being cut, release his martial soul, and rush towards Ye Chen. Looking for death. But how could he be Ye Chen's opponent? Ye Chen just raised his foot and kicked, and an extremely terrifying force emerged. With his kick, the soul bone soul skill was activated, directly kicking Daimyo Bai, who had released his martial soul and had already transformed, to fly backwards. By the way, Daimyo Bai was kicked back to his original form. The originally cool and refreshing golden hair was also messy at this moment. What kind of powerful power is it? Can it forcibly beat back the martial soul that has been released by a soul master close to level 50? And he felt that his martial soul seemed to be on the verge of collapse. No matter how much he released it, the martial soul could no longer be released. Do you know who I am? In this Douluo city, if you dare to do this to me, you will definitely not live long. Daimyo Bai endured the pain and jumped from the ground. He rolled several times and yelled in pain. But he had just released the soul barrier, which blocked the outside world from receiving the sound here. No matter how much he yelled, no one could hear what happened here. And even if his soul barrier disappeared, there was still Ye Chen's more powerful soul barrier. So even if he screamed, no one would come to save him. Idiot! Ye Chen snorted coldly and slapped Daimyo Bai directly. Then do you know who I am? As soon as the voice fell, Ye Chen stabbed Ma Hongjun, whose heart was broken but still twitching on the ground, with a sword, piercing his chest and killing him with one sword. Only then did the twitching disappear. Fatty! Fatty! Daimyo Bai screamed again, but no one responded to him, because Ma Hongjun had become a cold corpse. This most loyal licker in his nightclub for many years completely left him. Who are you? How do I know who you are? Daimyo Bai finally showed a look of fear, but as a prince, he did not beg for mercy at all. Instead, he suppressed his fear and asked Ye Chen. All people in the Douluo Empire live under the dictatorship of the royal family and are extremely loyal to the royal family. If the person in front of him knows his identity and still acts like this, then he must not be from the Douluo Empire. But apart from the Douluo Empire, there are so many forces and so many masters on the continent. Who knows who this person is? Wait, the sword in your hand is. Daimyo Bai was surprised. He seemed to have seen this sword somewhere. The blood-red translucent long sword has a touch of pink on the sword. The martial spirit with such obvious characteristics, in this Douluo continent, I am afraid there is only. You are Ye Chen. You, how dare you come to the Douluo Empire? Are you really tired of living? Ah! Daimyo Bai shouted at the top of his lungs, staring at Ye Chen, trying to save his last dignity. But Ye Chen smiled slightly, and the soul of Amaterasu was pulled out of Ma Hongjun's body and sent into Daimyo Bai's chest. In the previous conversation, he still clearly remembered how much these two wretched brothers hated him. Rather than letting them live in such pain, he must not be able to bear it, so he might as well send them to hell early. Whoosh! After Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had no life response at all, Ye Chen took out the unique medicine powder he had asked from Qiang Gui from the Jun Nixu jade pendant and destroyed the bodies of the two. When you are in Xingluo city, you can't be cowardly. You still have to have the necessary means to deal with it. As for Zhu Zuyun, Ye Chen turned his head and looked at her coldly. Zhu Zuyun's face turned green and white, and she seemed very angry but also very frightened. But unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, she did not take action against Ye Chen, even though she had learned of Ye Chen's identity. Chapter 113, Xingluo City's Sword Drawing Plan. As early as when Ye Chen inserted the soul of Amaterasu into Ma Hongjun's back, Zhu Zuyun was sure that her gratitude was far greater than her anger. She had always felt that her lover Davis was the best among men, the future emperor of the Xingluo Empire, second only to one man and above 10,000 people, and no other man could be tolerated in her eyes. But since the end of the All-Continental Elite Soul Master competition, many things have happened that made her unbelievable. First, after she was indirectly flirted with by Ye Chen, her status in the royal family of the Xingluo Empire plummeted, and she was even divorced shortly after returning to the Xingluo Empire. At this time, she was as full of hatred for Ye Chen as the deceased Dai Mubai. If there was no Ye Chen, she would definitely still be the extremely favored future crown princess. She wished to return the humiliation she suffered to Ye Chen tenfold. But then, Davis never came to see her. Instead, he used his status as the prince to forcefully marry her sister. This was something she never expected, and it also gave her the opportunity to reacquaint herself with Davis, her so-called lover. Abandoning a person and marrying his sister, how absurd is this? Something that would only happen in a novel, but it happened to her so absurdly. Davis and Dai Mubai, both scumbags, looked extremely glorious on the surface, but in fact they were both philandering and wretched. If they were not members of the royal family, they would not be worthy of being called philandering, and could only be described as wretched, just like Ma Hongjun. Birds of a feather. If she used to think that Ye Chen had taken away everything from her future, then after this series of events, now Zhu Zuyun felt that it was fortunate that Ye Chen had allowed her to see Davis' true face clearly. Looking at Ye Chen, who was a few years younger than herself but a head taller than herself, Zhu Zuyun sighed in her heart. To be honest, although she has seen through Davis in her heart, she doesn't know how to face Ye Chen. With what kind of emotion? Anger? Or gratitude? But what's the use of gratitude? Zhu Zuyun sighed again. It's a pity that he is a member of the Spirit Hall and has long been on the blacklist of the Star Luo Empire. Born in the Star Luo Empire, how could she go the same way as Ye Chen? She even thought dejectedly, why was she born in this dirty place of the Star Luo Empire, why was an excellent and talented man born in the Spirit Hall? While Zhu Zuyun's thoughts were constantly running in her mind, Ye Chen moved. With a sharp look, he raised the soul of Amaterasu very casually, and in a domineering and arrogant way, Ye Chen put the soul of Amaterasu on Zhu Zuyun's neck. The meaning is self-evident. Since you have seen this, you can't leave alive. But Zhu Zuyun was stunned at first, but suddenly became nervous. Didn't Ye Chen come to save her, so he killed Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun? Why is he targeting her now? After all, Zhu Zuyun is too confident. She finally came to the conclusion that Ye Chen wanted to kill these two scumbags, and saving her was just a coincidence. If you kill me, it won't make any sense to you, right? Zhu Zuyun smiled bitterly and said. So what's the point of keeping you? Ye Chen also smiled, but it made people look very weird, as if there was a huge danger hidden in this smile. Kill Dai Mubai and get 500 Star Luo Empire deterrence, and deter Zhu Zuyun to get 100 Star Luo Empire deterrence. 600 deterrence is obtained, which is a big step towards the end of 5,000 deterrence. According to the system, it seems that there is no need to deter the entire Xingluo Empire. As long as the royal family is wiped out, the deterrence mission can be completed naturally. Ye Chen, I admit that I hated you before, but I know that the biggest mistake is not you, but me, Davis. Davis failed me and I trusted Davis wrongly. I never wanted to kill you. Looking at Ye Chen's evil smile, Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but get nervous. How about this? If you let me go, I will let you do the sword drawing mission in the Zhu family as you wish, and I will never report it to the royal family. Sword drawing mission? How could Zhu Zuyun know? Did the Xingluo Empire also plant a traitor in the Kaibao Liulai sect? Or did the Tiandu Empire sell the information to the Xingluo Empire? Ye Chen frowned when he heard this. If he thought about it this way, wouldn't everyone on the continent know that he was going to practice next to the Xingye formation? There are many royal soldiers and soul masters near the Zhu family's star formation. Although they may not threaten you, once you kill them, the royal family will immediately notice your arrival. At that time, it will be almost impossible for you to stay in the Zhu family safely. If I come forward, I guarantee that no one in the Zhu family can stop you, and you can stay there with confidence. Of course, if you don't trust me, you can kill me at any time. Zhu Zuyun explained again urgently. Because Ye Chen's sword was getting closer and closer to her throat, even her hair that touched the soul of Amaterasu was directly broken into 2 pieces. If Ye Chen's hand shook, she would be game over in the next second. A young girl, whose body has never been opened, died just like that. How can she justify the past 10 to 20 years? Dong dong dong. Just when Zhu Zuyun was about to cry anxiously, the ground on the second floor shook violently. From bottom to top, it seemed that many people wanted to rush to the second floor. Zhu Zuyun was shocked. Oh no, the royal family must have discovered something, and someone is coming. We can't run away now. The soul barrier released by Ye Chen can not only block sound, but also block other people's entry and exit and vision. It is estimated that someone suddenly discovered the abnormality on the second floor and reported it to the soldiers guarding the city. However, Ye Chen was not panicked at all. Can't run away? Are you referring to yourself? How could a group of weak chickens catch him? After saying that, he put away the soul of Amaterasu, gently lifted Zhu Zuyun, and walked towards the 3rd floor. This scared Zhu Zuyun, and his chest kept beating. What time is it? Are you the same person as Dai Mubai? You fart! Ye Chen shouted coldly, and as soon as he reached the 3rd floor, he used the meteorite teleportation array to completely disappear from the spot. When he appeared again, the two had already arrived in front of the Zhu family's gate. The speed was so fast that Zhu Zuyun didn't even start to blink, and he felt dizzy and nauseous. Admittedly, it is impossible to draw the sword beside the Zhu family's starfall formation without making a sound. And even if you kill those who come to obstruct you, there will be more people coming here to obstruct you. Before becoming a true title Douluo, you must not make too many enemies. After careful consideration, Ye Chen decided to agree to Zhu Zuyun's conditions, release her, and then let her take him into the Zhu family. And if Zhu Zuyun said anything false, her fate would be the same as Dai Mubai. Chapter 114 Marshal Zhu. You agree? Zhu Zuyun was overjoyed, and the fear in her eyes finally dissipated a lot. This time, she saved her life. She thought it was her wisdom that saved her, and she stood on the right team at the critical moment and did not become an enemy of Ye Chen. But in fact, Ye Chen had already planned this, and everything happened as he expected. Even if Zhu Zuyun did not say this plan in person, he would force Zhu Zuyun to do so. At most, he would kill Zhu Zuyun and replace another powerful person in the Zhu family to do so. Hiding his own aura and pretending to be a guard of Zhu Zuyun, he easily sneaked into the Zhu family. And because the Zhu family happened to be rotating guards recently because of the starfall formation, even the guards at the door were new, so they did not suspect Ye Chen. Going further inside, the overall layout of the Zhu family is very spacious, and the architecture is also very distinctive. Although it does not look very luxurious on the surface, it has a faint ancient charm, which is also a unique flavor. Ye Chen walked to the front and used his spiritual perception to spy on everything in the Zhu family. Sure enough, near the Starfall formation, there are many soul masters of levels 60 and 70, as well as countless ordinary soldiers. It is really 3 layers inside and outside. The 3 layers of ground surrounded the star meteoric formation. At this time, he discovered that there was a soul guide with hidden breath near the star meteoric formation, which led to his failure to find this group of people when he was outside the Zhu family. If we push forward, I am afraid that this is also the reason why he did not find the star meteoric formation when he first came here. You really underestimated me. Ye Chen sneered in his heart. With his current strength, even ordinary titled Douluo could not last more than a second under his hands. What about those cats and dogs near the star meteoric formation? The highest is just a chicken who has just learned to use the martial soul body. Do you really think that I can't find this place and can't kill these people? Walk slower. At this moment, Zhu Zuyun behind him suddenly said awkwardly, You are my personal bodyguard now, how can you walk in front of me? It makes me look like your maid. Hey! Ye Chen was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he and Zhu Zuyun had staggered a few steps. Zhu Zuyun's hands were twitching from time to time, and she seemed very nervous. She had obviously returned to her home, but she was more nervous than herself. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. I have been in Douluo continent for so many years, and I have never been low-key, nor have I been a servant or guard of anyone. If I really want to act like this now, I really don't know how to act. Zhu Zuyun caught up with Ye Chen in small steps, and continued to walk forward while teaching Ye Chen how to walk, how to salute, and how to maintain posture. My father doesn't know you're here yet, and I don't know what he thinks of you. If he hates you, you'll be exposed soon. So, no matter where you are in the mansion, you can't show Ye Chen's original appearance, unless there's no one around. The warm little hands kept sliding on Ye Chen's body. It was just a simple way to teach Ye Chen how to get used to the way a guard should be, but Zhu Zuyun's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He and Davis are really one in heaven and one in hell. Davis's mind is full of dirty things, but he is so determined. Even when he is so close, he doesn't have any thoughts. Even the sound of breathing is so even. Since we're back home, will you go with me to see my father, or wait for me outside? After a while of busy work, Ye Chen stood in an extremely awkward posture, which made Zhu Zuyun laugh. But as soon as she finished speaking, her laughter stopped again, and her face flushed immediately. I mean, to meet my father, you can also listen to his opinion of you, right? Good guy. As expected, people's mouths are not firm after they are out of danger. What do you mean to meet my father together? It seems that Ye Chen has something to do with me. Zhu Zuyun's heart is a little confused. Zhu Zuyun, you have to respect yourself. Ye Chen is a very scary person. If you say something wrong again, your life will be gone. Ye Chen nodded calmly and said, then let's go together. Then the two went to the main hall. In the main hall of the Zhu family. At this time, Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyun's father, Marshal Zhu, was like an ant on a hot pot, anxiously pacing around in the hall. He was wearing thick black armor, and the ground would shake slightly with every step he took. After hearing the news from the guard kneeling on the ground, his face changed and he shouted sternly, "What did you say? The royal family sent hundreds of people again." Yes, Marshal. The guard who reported the news to Marshal Zhu heard that Marshal Zhu was angry, and immediately bowed his forehead to the ground, not daring to raise his head. The royal family said that they have completely lost Ye Chen's whereabouts. In order to be on the safe side, they will continue to send troops to the mansion to guard the star meteoric formation. In addition, the prince also sent someone to deliver a message, hoping that you can decide the wedding date of the second lady as soon as possible. Fuck. Marshal Zhu was so angry that he trembled all over. Does the royal family really think that our Zhu family has completely become their running dogs? Go back and tell them to get out of here, otherwise I will kill one of them. Marshal Zhu was furious. What kind of things have he been involved in recently? Prince Davis broke off the engagement with his eldest daughter, and now he wants to marry his second daughter? The royal family, in the name of defending Ye Chen, increased the troops of the Zhu family, but in fact, they were supervising themselves and wanted to reduce their military power openly or secretly. The Zhu family had been loyal for so many years, relying on their strength to expand the family step by step. What's going on now? Because of Ye Chen, the Zhu family's business for so many years was destroyed? CTMD, the royal family did this, they are not ashamed, but how can the Zhu family raise their heads in Douluo city in the future? You have an abandoned eldest daughter? And a second daughter who has become a political tool? If it weren't for the royal family, what would your Zhu family be? This the guard was shocked when he heard it. Marshal, really, do you really want to say that? Fuck your mother, get out of here. Marshal Zhu shouted coldly and asked the guard to get out. This was at most his complaint, and he didn't dare to do anything to the royal family openly. Since Zhu Zuyun and Davis got engaged, the entire Zhu family has become a pawn of the royal family. If he hadn't been so blinded by his own greed and easily agreed to this marriage, there wouldn't have been so many troubles. In the end, it was his fault for believing in the royal family's chicken soup too much, thinking that as long as they united the entire empire and the Zhu family can grow bigger and stronger together. Chapter 115 This is my father? This is your father. The Douluo Empire, which seems to be very united on the surface, is actually just when the interests of each force were consistent, no one could harm anyone, and cooperation is conducive to common development. For development, all forces in the Douluo Empire are willing to unite. But when one force is in turmoil under the background of consistent interests, the balance of unity begins to waver slightly. Especially this time. As Marshal Zhu said, if you want to save the face of the royal family of the Douluo Empire, you can only sacrifice the Zhu family, and if you want to save the face of the Zhu family, you can only disobey the order. But how can the Zhu family have the strength to compete with the royal family? It can only be sacrificed. As the steward of the Zhu family and the patriarch of the Nether clan, when he thought of these, Marshal Zhu was angry all day long, but he could do nothing. Dad. At this time, Zhu Zuyun brought Ye Chen to the main hall. When Marshal Zhu saw that it was his daughter, he smiled and threw all his depression behind him. Seeing Zhu Zuyun's smiling face, Marshal Zhu was stunned again, thinking to himself, this girl was still sad when she went out, why is she like a different person when she came back? Could it be that she drank too much? Smelling the alcohol on Zhu Zuyun, Marshal Zhu asked, Yuner, are you drinking again? Since the royal family rearranged Davis, the most uncomfortable person is Zhu Zuyun, so she has been drinking all day long these days, and Marshal Zhu is not surprised. But in the past, she went to drink with a group of servants, but came back alone. Why is there one more person today? Marshal Zhu looked at Ye Chen, who deliberately concealed his breath and only showed a soul power of about level 20. Okay. Not much soul power. It must be a background board. Zhu Zuyun's cheeks flushed slightly, I just drank a little bit, Dad, I just saw a lot more royal soldiers in our house. Could it be that Ye Chen came to our Douluo city? In fact, it was not Zhu Zuyun who saw it, but Ye Chen's spirit sensed that hundreds of people suddenly came. Although these hundreds of people were not very strong, people had to suspect that the Zhu family and the royal family had made another deal. If this is true, Ye Chen's situation will become very embarrassing. Even if he can draw his sword here, he cannot show his true identity. Ye Chen clearly warned Zhu Zuyun that if her father really had ill intentions, he would not let the Zhu family go. You say those people. After hearing Zhu Zuyun, Dashui's face was gloomy again, but in front of his daughter, he was not angry, but said lightly, it's just a group of black people. Even if Ye Chen really came to this Star Luokeng, he could stop him from these people. Chen found that Ye Chen was looking at herself with a strange look, as if he was saying, isn't you going to take me to see your father's view of me? Ask quickly. She had to scold herself stupid and was forced to ask Zhu Dashui, isn't there a dad? Changjian, sheep's head, donkey head, horse head. Oh, but her words had not finished. Ye Chen played her fingers out of thin air, Zhu Zuyun's whole body fell down, and she screamed immediately. Ye Zhu Zuyun looked at Ye Chen angrily. Without thinking, it must be this guy who did it, but suddenly she thought that she couldn't and didn't dare to expose Ye Chen's identity. She hurriedly got up from the ground and said casually, Ye can also be beaten into a dog head. Do you want to die? Ye Chen sent a telepathic message with a strange look on his face. Didn't you ask me to ask? This way you can better know the result. Zhu Zuyun pretended to be innocent. Marshal Zhu didn't know what happened. He thought Zhu Zuyun was drunk and didn't use his soul power to force out the alcohol in his body. Instead, he was a little surprised and said, why should I beat him? He didn't do anything excessive to our family. He came here, and I can't wait to welcome him with both hands. It's just right for him to teach the royal family a lesson. Ah! Zhu Zuyun and Ye Chen were both stunned. Although the two of them had thought of almost all the results, they didn't expect such a result. Is this their father completely hostile to Ye Chen? How is it possible? And there is not only no hostility between the lines, but also a bit of welcome. This made Zhu Zuyun feel very embarrassed. No, Dad. She was puzzled, why hasn't he done anything excessive? Didn't you say before that it was because of him that our Zhu family became what it is now? And, during the Soul Master competition, it was him who did, he was very excessive. Zhu Dashui paused when he heard this, did I say that? Oh. It seems that he said this when Zhu Zuyun was extremely depressed after being rejected. But that was just a delaying tactic to comfort Zhu Zuyun. It's rare to see Zhu Zuyun in a good mood today. Zhu Dashui coughed twice and said with a smile, swords and swords have no eyes in the Soul Master competition. Isn't it normal to have some friction? Even if he did it on purpose, at least he helped you see Davis' true face, right? Besides, the Douluo continent respects strength. Ye Chen is so strong that he can be a little romantic. As long as he has no intention of our Zhu family, we don't need to make things difficult for him. When I was pursuing your mother, I also. Ahem. Zhu Dashui knew he had said something wrong and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you should know that being with Ye compared with Chen, the royal family is now the problem we need to face. If this continues, your sister will marry Davis within a month. Dad. Zhu Zuyun was completely speechless. That's not what Marshal Zhu said when she first returned to Douluo City. Why has her attitude changed completely now? But fortunately, she felt relieved after knowing that her father had no murderous intention towards Ye Chen. In this case, he and the Zhu family will not be hated by Ye Chen, and Ye Chen can safely draw his sword in the Zhu family, which is good for both parties. Just looking at Marshal Zhu and Ye Chen, there was something a little weird in their eyes, and I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, is this still my dad? This is obviously Ye Chen's dad, okay. I'm going to see Zuking, Dad. Zhu Zuyun sighed aggrievedly, and immediately wanted to take Ye Chen away. But Ye Chen said, go ahead, I have something to talk to the clan leader about. Chapter 116 The sky has no eyes, what else do you need from the sky? Yuner, you bodyguard. Ye Chen, you. Father and daughter Zhu Dashui and Zhu Zuyun showed surprised expressions almost at the same time. Dashui Zhu's expression suddenly changed when he heard that Zhu Zuyun called the guard Ye Chen. Very surprised. Are you Ye Chen? Marshal Zhu asked in surprise, I didn't expect you to dare to come to Xingluo City. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhu Zuyun panicked, Dad, didn't you say we don't need to have any issues with Ye Chen? She thought Dashui Zhu had fallen out again. He hurriedly protected Ye Chen. You must know that if Marshal Zhu takes action against Ye Chen, there will be a lot of things involved. Although it will affect Ye Chen's cultivation, the price paid may be the entire Zhu family. You kid, are you saying something stupid? Seeing Zhu Zuyun like this, Marshal Zhu smiled heartily and meaningfully, I mean, the royal family will not let him go. When did I say that I was going to take action against him? Okay, since Ye Chen has something to say to me, you should go find your sister Qing'er first. But Zhu Zuyun was hesitating, but when he saw that Ye Chen also smiled and had no intention of falling out with his father, he relaxed and said, okay, you two, take it easy, don't let the royal family get you wrong. As he spoke, he walked out and stared at the two of them from the corner of his eye. After Zhu Zuyun completely left, Marshal Zhu quickly covered the entire main hall of the Zhu family with a soul barrier. This kid actually dared to start preaching to me. Marshal Zhu sighed and motioned for Ye Chen to sit down and talk in detail. I originally thought he was an ordinary guard of Yuner, but I didn't expect that it was you who came in person. Marshal Zhu's eyes wandered over Ye Chen from time to time, trying to pry into Ye Chen's true strength, but the effect was mediocre. No matter how much he pried, he was still only around level 20 soul power. That's why you can avoid the experts from the Zhu family and the royal family and come here, right? But why is he involved with Yuner? Marshal Zhu was confused. You must have fallen in love with Yuner, right? Forget it, Ye Chen should not like Yunar's character. I guess it was just a coincidence. He still knows his daughter very well. The eldest daughter is lively and cheerful and loves to cause trouble, while the younger daughter is gloomy, introverted and has no independent opinion. Ye Chen didn't notice at all and sat directly on the stool closest to him. He listened to every word of the conversation between Marshal Zhu and Zhu Zuyun just now. If it was as Marshal Zhu said, then there was no need for him to pretend. On the contrary, he had something he wanted to talk to Marshal Zhu about. This is my place of cultivation, and it is where I must come, no matter who is blocking me. These words were not spoken directly. Ye Chen first probed Marshal Zhu's tone and said, Commander, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the royal family of the Douluo Empire. I'm not dissatisfied, but my anger has reached the extreme. Marshal Zhu knew that his position was all known to Ye Chen, so he simply didn't hide it and opened the skylight to speak openly. You kid don't want to threaten me with this, do you? Let me tell you, no need to threaten, no one will bother you even if you practice here, leave the royal family to me. Since the royal family wants to suppress the Zhu family can't just swallow their anger, right? There should always be something done to make the royal family unhappy. Ye Chen smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, compared with this, you and I can't stand the royal family of the Douluo Empire. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Commander, no matter how you looked at me before, but now I have a plan that can change the fate of your Zhu family. I wonder if you are willing to listen to it, Marshal. Oh. Marshal Zhu was a little interested and half convinced. Are you going to give me a big gift when we just met? Let me tell you. Ye Chen said, the Douluo Empire has always relied on unity to stand on the Douluo continent, and is as famous as the Tiandu Empire. But this so-called unity is just a group of weak forces joining together to keep warm. Once there is enough power to destroy the entire Douluo Empire, when danger arises, or when a certain force in the empire becomes dominant, this unity will completely disappear. Of course, it would be fine if this dominant force had a conscience, but what if it happens to want to do whatever it wants to do with its power? The sky has eyes, and all people are blessed. The sky has no eyes, so what else do you want the sky to do? You mean the royal family? Marshal Zhu was shocked. Ye Chen's words spoke to his heart. How unbearable the royal family of the Douluo Empire was back then. If it weren't for the Nether clan who helped the royal family gain a foothold, the royal family would be seriously it's nothing. There hasn't been a titled Douluo in hundreds of years. Have you ever seen such a weak royal family? But after the royal family has consolidated its position with the help of the Nether clan, it is now trying to make bad plans against the Nether clan. I didn't expect that Ye Chen, at such a young age, could see the situation of the Douluo Empire so clearly. He is really a dragon among men. It's a pity that my Nether clan is no longer the same as before. Even if we are dissatisfied with the royal family, we have no ability to compete with it. Zhu Dashui has always been straightforward. Since Ye Chen said so, he also said a little about his own views. What if I can help you? Ye Chen smiled faintly. You? Zhu Dashui was shocked and said after a long time, even though I have heard that you are gifted, the power of the empire is not something that you can compete with alone, and even if you and I work together, we may not be the opponent of the Douluo Empire royal family. What if it's not just you and me? Ye Chen smiled again. What do you mean? Ye Chen took out a golden plate from the June Snow Jade pendant and showed it to Marshal Zhu. It was the Pope's token that Bibi Dong had given him. Do you recognize this, Marshal? Pope's token? Marshal Zhu was getting more and more shocked. How could he not know this Pope's token? It can be said that all the soul masters on the Douluo continent know this Pope's token. Just like all the people in the empire know the Emperor's Jade Seal. It's just that the Pope's token is more intimidating to soul masters, and civilians are not very familiar with it. As a soul master, Marshal Zhu naturally knows the Pope's token. Where did you get it from? Marshal Zhu asked in surprise, but then he thought about it and felt stupid again. With Ye Chen's talent, the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall would definitely not treat him lightly. Giving him a Pope's token was unexpected and reasonable. If I have such a strong man under my command, and he is loyal, I am willing to give him the seal of command for safekeeping. How can you help me? Ye Chen said, all the soul masters of the Douluo Empire Wuhan branch hall can be deployed by you, and I can also help you until the Douluo Empire's royal family is overthrown, and the Nether clan and you take charge of the empire again. What are the conditions? Marshal Zhu does not think that pie will fall from the sky. The reason why Ye Chen said this must be conditional. Chapter 117 Zhu Dashui's Considerations. Ye Chen said, of course there are conditions. After the success, the Douluo Empire will demote the emperor to the king. From then on, there will be no Douluo Empire, but the Douluo Kingdom, and it will be affiliated with the Wuhan Hall, which is the future Wuhan Empire. Of course, there are differences when it comes to being affiliated. Now the fate of the Zhu family is completely in the hands of the royal family. They can do anything to the Zhu family at any time, and the Zhu family has no way to stop it. If the Zhu family and even the Douluo Kingdom in the future are affiliated with the Wuhan Hall, the Wuhan Hall will give you absolute freedom and make the Zhu family truly a big family in the Douluo Kingdom. In the near future, it is not impossible to even be among the top 3 sections. Demote the emperor to the king. Zhu Dashui was stunned. You are so arrogant. He was just angry at the attitude and behavior of the royal family towards the Zhu family. If it was simply to overthrow the royal family or change the core figures of the royal family, he could accept it. As for who will be the ruler of the Douluo Empire in the future, he doesn't care at all, and he doesn't have any ideas. However, if it is overthrown, the entire Douluo Empire will be reduced to a kingdom, which is very selfish. Although Ye Chen said that this would guarantee the status of the Zhu family in the future, what should other forces in the Douluo Empire say, and how should they think of the Zhu family? The Zhu family can't push other forces into the abyss and lose face for the future, right? Then what is the difference between doing this and being sanctioned by the royal family? It may even be cursed for thousands of years. The most important thing is that Marshal Zhu has never mentioned that what if the plan fails? Marshal Zhu disagreed, shook his head decisively, and said, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Marshal Zhu's reaction was already expected by him. If it were him in the past, he would not agree. But have you ever thought about it? Ye Chen said, what if it's not the Zhu family who is wrong, but the entire Soul Master world, the entire world? Hundreds of years of peace have made them forget the cruelty of war, the most precious wealth in their hearts, and they will do anything for the sake of profit. In order to suppress the Spirit Hall, those forces in the Xingluo Empire have made many obstacles, right? Treat them in their own way. It doesn't matter even if the Zhu family disagrees. In the near future, I, and even the entire Spirit Hall, will still unify the entire continent and eliminate those despicable sections. I used to wonder why those forces on the continent would target me. Why is it that the Spirit Hall that was scolded the most in the original book can accept me? Ye Chen couldn't think of the answer. But until then, when he saw the young Bibi Dong, he was relieved, and the doubts buried in his heart disappeared. People are different. If Bibi Dong in the original book is evil, then she just treats the world with her kindest side, but is abandoned by the world's intrigues. A good man was forced to become bad, and was cursed for all eternity. However, Tang San and those despicable forces have always claimed to be righteous, but they are extremely cold in their hearts. A group of bad guys pretended to be the army of justice, but were praised by generations. What is wrong with this world? It is so unfair. What is the use of this world? Use my power to break through the darkness of this world. This is Ye Chen's truest thought. You want to be an enemy of the entire continent? Zhu Dashui's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but have you ever thought about the consequences of failure? That would really be a hopeless situation. History is often written by the winner. If Ye Chen fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Forever? Haha, the worst case scenario is death. But if I were afraid of death, how could I come here? Ye Chen smiled with relief. Or, if he was afraid of death, then what was the meaning of his birth on this continent? If people are alive, they must have the value of living. In fact, there must be many people like Ye Chen who are full of despair for this world. But they either lack courage or strength, and live timidly on the continent, burying this despair deep in their hearts. Ye Chen is not like that. Whether he has a system or not, he will always take this path, at most it is a matter of whether it is smooth or not. Either take your destiny into your own hands, even if you die, you will be worthy of heaven and earth. Or sink and become a pawn of the royal family, Marshal, make your own choice. After saying that, Ye Chen handed over the Pope's order while looking at Marshal Zhu meaningfully. The meaning was self-evident. By accepting it, the two of them had reached an agreement. If you don't accept it, then just wait to be crushed by the Wuhan Hall's cavalry. Of course, he believed that Marshal Zhu would make the right choice. Because he could see through Marshal Zhu's eyes at this time, the eagerness to try could no longer be hidden. Sure enough. After a long period of careful consideration, Marshal Zhu took the Pope's order with a solemn face, sighed, and said, I hope you won't let me down. Marshal Zhu is one of the people who are submissive in Ye Chen's mind. Over the years, he has had enough of the so-called unity and the exploitation and oppression of the royal family. However, as the patriarch of the Nether clan, he chose to endure it again and again for the sake of the entire family. Even if he agrees with Ye Chen's idea now. In his heart, he just wants to seek a better future for his two daughters. It doesn't matter what the result is for himself, but he can't accept such a future for his two daughters. He can't let his daughters become victims of political struggles for their entire lives. This is his decision as a father. When seeing the extremely confident look in Ye Chen's eyes, for some reason, Marshal Zhu's desire to fight in his heart was suddenly awakened. But there is one thing I hope you can agree to. If we lose the war, please take my daughters to the Wuhan Hall. I don't want them to be hurt. Marshal Zhu requested. We won't lose. On the other side. After leaving the main hall, Zhu Zuyun went straight to Zhu Zuking's room. Because Zhu Zuking is now engaged to the royal Prince Davis, she has been under house arrest to prevent her from meeting Dai Mubai in private. After seeing Zhu Zuyun coming, Zhu Zuking, who was originally full of sorrow, suddenly became indifferent, what are you doing here? The relationship between the two sisters is not very good. The reasons are actually very complicated. But one of them is that the fate of the two people has completely changed not long ago. Zhu Zuqing replaced Zhu Zuyun's position. This made Zhu Zuyun very unhappy with her sister, thinking that Zhu Zuqing seduced Davis. And Zhu Zuqing also despised her sister's behavior, and she imagined herself to be so dirty. Chapter 118 Scumbag, everyone sees and kills him. Tisk, just for two stinky men, why do you and I sisters have to go to this extent? Zhu Zuyun ignored Zhu Zuqing's hostile eyes and sat in the room as if no one was around. She had no intention of leaving. I came here to tell you a good news and a bad news. I wonder which one you want to hear first. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything. Her sister had never been very kind to her before. What good news could come out of her mouth? It might be all bad news. It's all about Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuyun glanced at Zhu Zuqing with her peripheral vision, but didn't say it directly, deliberately teasing her sister. After going through so many things, she found that no matter how good a man is, he is not as good as her own sister. At least the fact that they are connected by blood cannot be changed. Moreover, where are there any good men in this world? Even if there are, they will not be in the Xingluo Empire. So she decided to come here today to completely expose the true face of Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what's wrong with him? Sure enough, as Zhu Zuyun expected, Zhu Zuqing stopped pretending to be deep after hearing Dai Mubai's name, and took the initiative to ask. During this period of time, she has been under house arrest, and she has heard from the guards in the mansion that Dai Mubai has come many times, but she has never seen him once. It is inevitable that she will miss him. The bad news is that the Dai Mubai you like is a dog that can't change its eating shit. Obviously you are in this predicament. He not only did not try to save you, but he spent all day drinking and partying, and today he even wanted to defile me. Such a scumbag, he is not worthy of you at all. When Zhu Zuyun thought that she was almost defiled by Dai Mubai, she was still a little scared. At the end of the conversation, she couldn't help but clench her delicate fists, and her eyes became sharper. Sister, you. Hearing the hateful tone hidden in Zhu Zuyun's words, Zhu Zuqing was stunned. She knew what kind of person Dai Mubai was. But Dai Mubai had expressed his determination to her before, saying that he would never touch other women again. Although he didn't stare at Dai Mubai every day, Dai Mubai was still very close to her at Shrek Academy. During those years in the hospital, he was a man of his words, at least in front of her. Now that Zhu Zuyun said this, she certainly didn't believe it at first. But she had never seen Zhu Zuyun show such a look. As a sister who grew up together, Zhu Zuqing believed that she could still read Zhu Zuyun's heart through her eyes. Zhu Zuyun didn't lie. So Dai Mubai's oath was really bullshit? This was something she never expected. For a moment, the word sister came out of her mouth, and she couldn't help but worry about Zhu Zuyun. I didn't expect him to be like this. Is there any misunderstanding? Zhu Zuqing whispered meow, looking very cute, but at the same time a little guilty. I'm sorry, sister, if there is a chance, I will definitely let that scumbag apologize to you. Between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuyun, Zhu Zuqing finally chose to stand on Zhu Zuyun's side, which was rare. Because she knew that even if there were more conflicts between her and Zhu Zuyun would not deliberately deceive her because of those conflicts. However, could there be any misunderstanding? For example, Dai Mubai mistook his sister for himself? Misunderstanding? He called my name and directed Ma Hongjun to do things to me. You don't even know that the dirty hand was almost successful. Where is the misunderstanding? Do you think he would mistake me for you? Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but get angry when she heard it. How could Zhu Zuqing still think there was a misunderstanding when it was so clear? It seems that Dai Mubai has brainwashed her a lot over the years. It's true that the bigger the breasts, the more brainless. If it weren't for Ye Chen, I would probably have fallen into the clutches of those two beasts. Zhu Zuyun said with regret. This Zhu Zuqing was shocked, but he clearly promised me. Don't you understand? He just wants to get your body. If he really succeeds, he might think about how to abandon you. Dai Mubai and Davis are actually the same kind of people, all of them are extremely dirty. Then how did my sister escape? And what about Ye Chen? He came to Xingluo City. The more Zhu Zuqing listened to her sister's tone, the angrier she felt. Zhu Zuyun described it vividly, and she listened as if she was there, being attacked from both sides by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Attack! Attack! Ugh! I really made a mistake with Dai Mubai. She was originally thinking about how to turn down this marriage and live with Dai Mubai. Now think about it, how stupid she must be. She would fall in love with such a scumbag. As long as she has a chance to get out, she will go and get justice for her sister in person. Zhu Zuyun nodded. When she mentioned Ye Chen, her mood became more stable. It was he who saved me in the restaurant and killed those two scumbags. This is the good news I want to tell you. Kill kill. Zhu Zuqing widened her eyes and grabbed Zhu Zuyun's right arm and held it in her arms, full of disbelief. What do you mean by kill? They are both dead. She only thought that Ye Chen was just helping her sister out, but she didn't expect Ye Chen to kill Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. She said he was a scumbag, but she still liked Dai Mubai in her heart. Even if she wanted to leave and break up, it would take some time. The relationship of being together for so many years made it difficult for her to accept it for a while. Zhu Zuqing's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears kept falling like raindrops, especially when she saw Zhu Zuyun nodded again. Her inner fragility was undoubtedly exposed at this moment. Zhu Zuyun took Zhu Zuqing into her arms, sighed, and said, "Cry if you want to, but I hope that after you cry, you can understand one fact. Such a scumbag is killed by everyone. It is not others who are wrong, but Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun themselves. But sister, I really liked him, very, very much woo woo woo." The tear glands seemed to collapse at this moment, and the tears could not stop flowing, and the crying became louder and louder. Her heart was soft, even after knowing the true face of Dai Mubai, she would still cry for such a scumbag. Chapter 119 The Reward of the First Trial. Zhu Zuyun took her sister into her arms distressedly. This was something she had never thought of before, but now it really happened. Only when she felt the same, she could understand the fragility of Zhu Zuqing's heart. Isn't Davis the same as Dai Mubai? These two scumbags are clearly the same kind of people, and they both bullied the Zhu family. Although one of them died and the other was still alive. But in Zhu Zuyun's heart, Davis was no different from being dead. She wished Davis could die immediately. What's the point of such a scum living? If Davis married someone else, or had an unclear relationship with Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Zuyun would not be so angry, but he chose to abandon her and accept her sister. Isn't this just being fond of the new and tired of the old? Isn't this just killing everyone? Forget him, Zuqing, he doesn't deserve you. Zhu Zuyun sighed and comforted Zhu Zuqing. But forgetting these two words is easy to say, but it is difficult to do. The affection over the past few years is like poison, which has long eroded Zhu Zuqing's internal organs. How could she forget it easily? Even if she really wanted to forget. Infected by Zhu Zuqing, for some reason, Zhu Zuyun also started crying. The two sisters were once as hostile as fire and water, but now they hugged each other and cried together, as if telling each other's tragic fate. After leaving the main hall, Ye Chen continued to disguise himself and decided to go directly to the Starfall formation. Zhu Dezhu agreed to his plan, and in exchange, Marshal Zhu gave Ye Chen the commander's order. With this commander's order, he could easily bypass the royal guards. As for Marshal Zhu himself, he took the Pope's order to the Wuhan branch hall of Xingluo City to discuss future plans with him. After all, if you want to overthrow the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, it will definitely be difficult without the help of the Wuhan hall. The more help you get, the less worries you will have. The closer you get to the Starfall formation, the fewer royal guards there are, but the stronger they are. When you are about to see the light emitted by the Starfall formation, there are only 3 soul masters above level 70 left guarding here. The 3 of them are also the leaders of the royal guards who came to the Zhu family this time, and they have absolute leadership. The 3 of them took a look at the command order in Ye Chen's hand and had to let Ye Chen in, but the middle-aged man in the lead frowned and whispered to another man beside him, "Report this matter to His Majesty. Since being ordered to guard here, no one has ever come to such a deep place. Even if this person has the command order of Marshal Zhu, he has to be on guard." Ye Chen smiled slightly and ignored the little movements of these people. Since they dared to come, he was not afraid of these. At most, he would kill these 3 people and find 3 more to pretend to be them. What's more, Marshal Zhu and Zhu Zuyun also said that they would help him solve these troubles. I believe these 2 people are not people who break their promises. Soon, he passed by the 3 of them leisurely and came to the star meteorite formation. Release the soul of Amaterasu, but did not start to draw the sword directly. Instead, the tip of the sword slightly touched in the air, and an invisible energy wave enveloped the entire star meteorite formation in Yechen. Although it cannot block the leakage of light, it can sense people who want to break into the energy shield. After the preparations were completed, Yechen began to practice. However, when he just drew the first sword, the system prompt sounded at this time. Ding! Because the host has not received the reward for the first trial, the second trial cannot be carried out. Ding! Please check the reward for the first trial. Yes, it seems that I did get the reward for the first trial after defeating Rose, but I was worried about Rose's injury at that time, so I forgot to collect it. Yechen slapped his forehead suddenly. It's all because there are too many things recently, and I even forgot the reward. System, check the reward for the first trial. Yechen said to the system. Ding! The rewards for the first trial have been received successfully. Reward 1, Soul Power level increased by 5 levels. Reward 2, increase the soul ring age of each soul ring of the host by 100,000 years. The soul ring age of a million-year soul ring cannot be increased any further. Reward 3, the secret of the twin martial souls. There are 3 rewards in total. The first reward can actually directly increase the soul power level. And it is a full 5 levels. God knows how excited Yechen was when he saw the first reward. If he wants to increase his soul power by 1 level now, he has to draw his sword 500 million times, and for level 5, it is 2.5 billion times. If there is no reward, it is estimated that even if he completes the second trial, he will not be able to increase to level 85. I didn't expect the reward for the first trial to be so generous. Without saying anything, he started to increase it immediately. Clang lang lang. 5 golden lights passed. Yechen's soul power level was directly increased to level 87. An invisible majesty burst out from him. If it weren't for the energy shield he just released, the nearby royal guards might have been shocked. But despite this, the 2 soul masters above level 70 who were closest to Yechen were still stunned and looked in Yechen's direction in disbelief. They saw the 5 golden lights clearly. Yechen had just entered for less than 2 minutes, but he was able to make such a big commotion. What happened inside? Brother, why don't we go in and take a look? One of the level 70 soul masters frowned and said. No. The middle-aged man in the lead shook his head. This kid has Marshal Zhu's order on him. If the 2 of us force our way in, we will inevitably be punished by Marshal Zhu. Now is a critical period, and we must not have any friction with the Zhu family. The 3rd brother has already reported it. When the 3rd brother comes back, we will hear what His Majesty says, and then we will make a decision. As the elite guards of the Douluo Empire's royal family, the 3 brothers naturally know the relationship between the royal family and the Zhu family. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they will not take the initiative to provoke the Zhu family, unless there is an order from His Majesty. But brother, those golden lights are so dazzling, could it be that his soul power has broken through? The second-ranked level 70 soul master asked again, is there a possibility that this kid is Yechen? Are you stupid? Yechen can look like this. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. It was obvious that he didn't know the existence of the disguise technique. You and I are at least level 70. Even if Yechen came, how could we not detect it? I guess this kid's soul power level is too low, so his soul power broke through faster. Mysterious confidence. But it makes sense. After all, the Tiandu Empire's royal family, whose overall strength is much stronger than the Douluo Empire, can't see through the disguise technique. How can the Douluo Empire's royal family see through it if Jian Rongxiu can hide for so many years? The 2 brothers stood there thoughtfully, their eyes always fixed on the direction where Yechen went in. Chapter 120 This is the twin martial soul. The second reward is that the age of all spirit rings will be increased by another 100,000 years. A million-year spirit ring age is already the maximum that Yechen can obtain now. It is limited and cannot be increased. Then there are the other 7 soul rings of Amaterasu's soul that can be increased. System, start to merge my soul ring age. With an order, 8 soul rings of Amaterasu's soul appeared at Yechen's feet. Except for the 8th soul ring, the other 7 soul rings were originally red with gold, and suddenly they were covered with a layer of light gold. Then the soul rings began to slowly absorb the gold, until an hour later, when the 2 level 70 soul masters outside the energy shield put down their suspicions, Yechen just completed the increase in the age of all his soul rings. All soul rings except the million-year soul ring are red with gold, and gold with red. Of course, the reason for such a huge change is not only because of the increase in the age of the soul rings, but also because these soul rings come from ancient soul beasts, which are far more powerful than the soul rings carried by the soul beasts on the mainland now, and the appearance they show is also different from them. As the age of the soul rings increases, this change in appearance will become more and more obvious. The spirit rings with the lowest age of 100,000 years are now 200,000 years, and the spirit rings with the original age of 200,000 years are now 300,000 years, and the same is true for the others. This means that my strength will enter a new stage again. After the upgrade, Ye Chen was overjoyed as he felt the huge increase in the spirit power in his body. Although the spirit rings with the age of 100,000 years and the spirit rings with the age of 200,000 years are both 100,000 year spirit rings, their power cannot be generalized. Although the spirit rings with the age of 200,000 years cannot reach twice the power of the spirit rings with the age of 100,000 years, they are at least 50% stronger than the latter. After all, the spirit rings come from spirit beasts, and only spirit beasts can obtain all the bonuses of the age. Human spirit masters can only inherit part of the abilities. But this is at least. If Ye Chen can improve his strength to the level of titled Douluo or even peak Douluo or extreme Douluo, the power will be multiplied several times. Double, triple, or even more. The higher the level of the spirit power of the spirit master, the greater the power of the spirit ring that can be exerted. After the soul ring age is upgraded, there is only one last reward left. Ye Chen thought to himself, the secret of the twin martial souls, what exactly does this secret refer to? With curiosity, he began to check the third reward. It was a very dim light ball, and even if he checked it, he couldn't touch it at all. However, when Ye Chen placed his right hand in it, a faint golden color began to emerge from the light ball, and then quickly flowed into his right hand, right arm, and the whole body. There was no special feeling, nor did he feel the abnormal increase of soul power in his body. It seemed that except for the golden light entering his body, it was no different from usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the secret of the twin martial souls. Ding! The secret of the twin martial souls, the host can release his two martial souls at the same time, and the soul rings and soul skills can be released at the same time. But the system prompt that came with it made Ye Chen know that things were far from that simple. Sure enough, the expected thing happened. When the grey light disappeared, the golden light emerged and covered the whole body, and the system prompt ended. Ye Chen felt that his two martial souls began to tremble slightly. The released Amaterasu soul kept vibrating in his hands, showing unusual excitement. Although the star meteor blade had not been released yet, it seemed to convey Ye Chen's urgent desire to come out. Swish! Holding the Amaterasu soul in his right hand, his left hand just slightly condensed the soul power in his body, and in just a moment, the star meteor blade appeared in Ye Chen's left hand. This can I also release two martial souls at the same time? Ye Chen was a little excited. Looking at the star meteor blade in his left hand, and then looking at the Amaterasu soul in his right hand, the next moment, his hands almost swung forward at the same time, and two light waves of different colors emerged, splitting two deep pits in the ground not far ahead. The Amaterasu soul is a deep red light close to black, and the star meteor blade is also a deep blue light close to the universe. The two lights are so dazzling even in the daytime. Moreover, at this time, Ye Chen also found that he could not only release two martial souls at the same time, but also release the soul skills on the two martial souls at the same time. This means that he can release the ultimate soul skills on the Amaterasu soul while releasing the ultimate soul skills on the falling star blade. If one ultimate soul skill can be undefeated against anyone, then two ultimate soul skills can really kill gods and Buddhas. I never thought that the problem that I had been thinking about for a few days without any results was now solved by a reward from the system. This reward from the system is even stronger than Rose's ability. After all, Rose can only release two martial souls at the same time, but she cannot use the soul skills on the second martial soul. You are really my good system, Father. Ye Chen was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Then if I can release two martial souls at the same time, I wonder if this is possible. Next, Ye Chen wanted to verify that the two martial souls drew the sword together. If this is possible, then wouldn't his sword drawing speed be twice as fast? Ding! The host's second martial soul is the meteoric blade. The meteoric blade does not conform to the sword drawing system. Do you want to change the appearance of the martial soul? Change the meteoric blade to the meteoric sword. This change will not affect any function of the host's second martial soul except for the appearance. Change the blade to a sword. Ye Chen read it silently, since there is no other impact except the appearance, then change it. Anyway, he has become accustomed to the sword-type martial soul of the Amaterasu soul. Compared with the blade, he still prefers to use a sword. After the order was given, the meteoric blade left Ye Chen's left hand and floated in the air. The deep blue light surrounding the meteoric blade began to spread continuously until it formed a spherical space with a diameter of more than several meters. This spherical space was more like a corner of the universe, with countless miniature stars and stars filling it, and the meteoric blade floating in the center of this spherical space. Next, the meteoric blade began to stretch continuously, and the original crescent-shaped structure began to become straight, as if it was straightened, and it kept making creaking sounds. If it weren't for the fact that it was a god-level martial soul, Ye Chen was really afraid that it would suddenly break. 10 minutes later, the appearance of the meteoric blade changed completely. No, it should be called the meteoric sword now. It was almost the same length and width as the Amaterasu soul, the only difference might be that the sword body of the Amaterasu soul was translucent red, while the sword body of the meteoric sword was endless stars on one side and the deep depths of the universe on the other. Chapter 121 1000 times in 1 second. Shua Shua. After 2 light sounds, a transparent scabbard appeared on both sides of Ye Chen's waist. This was given by the system after the twin martial souls were released at the same time. Even if the martial souls are released but not used, the 2 martial souls can accompany the host for a long time. It is precisely because of this that sword drawing has become formalized. In the future, it will no longer be drawing a sword out of thin air, but rather drawing it from the scabbard and then putting it back in the scabbard. Swoosh swoosh. Putting away the 2 martial souls at the same time, and then pulling out the 2 martial souls at the same time, one side is as deep as the starry sky, and the other side is as fierce as hell. Ye Chen tried to draw the sword at the same time. Sure enough, as expected, this method is feasible. Although the speed of drawing the sword with the left hand is not as fast as the right hand, and it affects the speed of drawing the sword with the right hand, fortunately the overall speed is greatly increased. In just 1 second, the number of times the sword is drawn is as high as more than 700 times. This is just the beginning. With the increase of King Yuli Usha, 800 times per second is not a difficult task for him. Of course, his current soul power level has been increased by 5 levels. When he draws the sword with all his strength, he should be able to approach the speed of 1000 times per second. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. If he continues like this, the day of completing the second trial will come sooner. At the same time, seeing that the light beside the star meteoric formation is getting more and more dazzling, and even full of fantasy, the 2 level 70 soul masters guarding the star meteoric formation are shocked again. Brother, what's the matter with this light? It can't be that this kid released it. I have never seen the star meteoric formation emit such light. The second-ranked level 70 soul master exclaimed. In addition to emitting light blue light, the star meteoric formation does not emit red light and dark blue light. It is really getting more and more suspicious. Strange, why can such a big commotion happen when the soul power level is not that high? The middle-aged man in the lead frowned and said, "Come on, second brother, let's go in and take a look." The strange light kept pouring out, which easily aroused suspicion. This is exactly what Ye Chen was worried about. Especially since these 2 people are soul masters above level 70, their sensitivity is far beyond that of ordinary people. But just as the 2 were about to approach the energy shield set up by Ye Chen, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "What are you 2 doing?" The 2 guards looked back and saw that it was Marshal Zhu who was scolding them, and behind Marshal Zhu were the 2 sisters Zhu Ziyun and Zhu Zuqing, as well as many guards of the Zhu family. What a big scene! And Marshal Zhu's sharp eyes made the 2 royal guards startled. What is Marshal Zhu going to do? I never come to the vicinity of the star meteoric formation on weekdays, but I didn't expect him to come today and bring so many people with him. Marshal, there are unusual movements near the star meteoric formation. We are following orders and are going to investigate. The middle-aged man in the lead bowed to Marshal Zhu with a fake smile. Although the royal family never meant to stop the Zhu family, it was obvious that since the royal family was guarding the star meteoric formation, the underlying meaning was that people from the Zhu family were not allowed to come here. So even though Marshal Zhu looked very angry now, the head of the royal guards did not show a look of fear. On the contrary, if Marshal Zhu wanted to stop him, he would have an excuse to report Marshal Zhu to the royal family. "Marshal, why did you bring so many people here? His Majesty has ordered us to guard the star meteoric formation. Isn't it not good for you to do this?" Another soul master said with a smile. Haha, has His Majesty told you that this is the Zhu family, not the royal family? Marshal Zhu smiled coldly, and he was intimidating without anger. With the Pope's order given to him by Ye Chen, Marshal Zhu has reached an agreement with the Xingluo City Wuhan Branch Hall. All members of the Spirit Hall of the Xingluo Empire will gather within 3 days. As long as he gives an order, the Spirit Hall can point the sword at the imperial family of the empire. Since he will tear his face with the imperial family sooner or later, he does not need to be polite to the royal family, especially since the 2 people in front of him are just minions. This. The 2 royal guards were stunned. After listening to Zhu Dashui's words, even a fool could hear that Zhu Dashui was deliberately making things difficult for them. Marshal, do you know the importance of the star meteoric formation to Ye Chen? Once Ye Chen comes to the star meteoric formation, it will have a multiple impact on the empire. You know this. We are all doing our duty for the empire, why do you have to make things difficult for us? Moreover, we are following the orders of the emperor. Marshal, I advise you to think twice before you act. Oh. Zhu Dashui walked forward step by step, scaring the 2 royal guards so much that they dared not look up. Am I not following the orders of the emperor? A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard that the Marshal Ye Chen entered the meteoric array, and we sent people to attack him. Is that wrong? What is it Ye Chen who entered the meteoric array? But why does he have your order? Then is the Marshal going to arrest Ye Chen with us? The 2 guards were stunned again. At this time, Zhu Ziyun behind Marshal Zhu was also stunned. Dad, why are you? Zhu Ziyun originally wanted to ask her father why he exposed Ye Chen's identity like this. It was clearly agreed. But now. But she only said half of her words, and saw Marshal Zhu waving his hand to her, and then continued to hear, however, Ye Chen is so powerful that I am not his opponent. Not only did he escape, but none of the guards sent by the royal family to reinforce the Zhu family survived. This Marshal, what you said. The 2 royal guards were originally thinking whether there was a misunderstanding and they had wronged Marshal Zhu, but before they could be happy for long, Marshal Zhu's next words shocked them. Marshal Zhu, do you know that you are committing a crime? It is a crime of the empire. If you kill us, you will bear the wrath of His Majesty. Come here. Do it. Marshal Zhu smiled evilly and ignored the 2 royal guards. Instead, at his command, many Zhu family soldiers behind him began to pounce on the 2 royal guards and the guards outside. For a while, the Zhu family soldiers and the royal guards fought in a group. But after all, this is the Zhu family. Marshal Zhu has many elite soldiers and soul masters under his command. With constant screams, the number of royal guards has been greatly reduced. In just 5 minutes, the royal guards sent by the Xingluo Empire royal family were only the 2 soul masters in front of them who were over level 70. And you too, just consider it as being loyal to His Majesty. Marshal Zhu shouted coldly, wanting to personally kill the last 2 people. But at this moment, 2 rays of light suddenly flew out from the horizon, one deep red and one azure blue, and pierced through the bodies of the 2 level 70 soul masters in just a moment. Chapter 122 Ready to go. Following closely was Ye Chen, whose whole body was surrounded by 2 kinds of light. Not long after he started to draw his sword, he noticed the noise outside. What he didn't expect was that Marshal Zhu was so anxious that he attacked the royal family at this time, much faster than he expected. Half of his body was red and the other half was deep blue. The light that wrapped around Ye Chen's body was like a flame, surging in the air. Ye Chen's eyes were cold, and his face was cold as he stared at the corpses on the ground outside. The cold breath emanated, and in just a moment, everyone in the Zhu family was shocked and attracted. This kid, has his strength improved again? Marshal Zhu was amazed. It had only been a while since they last met, but Ye Chen was like a different person now, giving people a sense of oppression that only an extreme Douluo could bring. Even he couldn't help but feel the fear in his heart under such an aura. Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth. Ye Chen. Ye Chen was still in a disguise at this time, and she didn't recognize him at first, but based on his strength and the Amaterasu soul emitting a strong red light, she guessed it roughly. It's just. Has Ye Chen become so outstanding in just over half a year? The cultivation that is beyond her reach. The courage and strength to kill a level 70 soul master with one sword. Zhu Ziyun saw Zhu Zuqing's somewhat blurred eyes, and couldn't help but put her hands on her shoulders. The death of that scumbag Dai Mubai was what he deserved, and Ye Chen couldn't be blamed. She thought Zhu Zuqing hated Ye Chen in her heart at this time. All the royal guards who came to Zhu's house were killed. Except for the level 70 soul master who left Zhu's house early to report the news, there was no one alive. Ye Chen stepped on the blood-stained ground and walked towards the Zhu family step by step. Every step he took would splash countless blood flowers in the blood. The soldiers under Marshal Zhu did not know the relationship between Ye Chen and his commander. They thought that Ye Chen was going to attack them at this time, and they all stepped back a few steps, which made Marshal Zhu somewhat embarrassed. A bunch of little bastards, since they are all our own people, what's so scary? Marshal Zhu sighed helplessly as he looked at his unpromising subordinates, and then greeted Ye Chen with a smile on his face. The Spirit Hall said that they will be assembled within 3 days. When do you think it is more appropriate for us to take action? While speaking, he took out the Pope's order from his arms and returned it to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen also returned the order to Marshal Zhu. It's nothing to be afraid of saying that he is one of his own people. In fact, Marshal Zhu is also very afraid of Ye Chen in his heart. After all, people's hearts are complicated. Before you can see through a person's heart, no one can tell whether he is an enemy or a friend. It's just that now because of the interests, they look like friends. Ye Chen nodded lightly. Originally I thought about taking action after the Douluo Empire completed the sword drawing. Since you have killed all these people, I believe that the royal family is not a fool. Even if they will not take action against you openly, they will secretly gather the whole country's strength to target you. It's better to take the initiative than to be passive. Take action on the day your little daughter gets married. Hey! Everyone was stunned. The wedding date has not been set yet. Especially Marshal Zhu. He originally agreed to Ye Chen's conditions, just because he didn't want Zhu Zuqing to marry Davis when. Wouldn't it be too late to take action at that time? Doesn't it take 3 days for the Wuhan Hall to complete the assembly? Then you tell the royal family that the wedding will be held in 3 days. If they can defeat us for 3 days, our chances of winning will be infinitely close to 100%. Ye Chen explained, don't worry, Marshal, I'm here and I won't let your little daughter lose her innocence like this. 3 days. Marshal Zhu seemed to be thinking about it, and nodded after a while, saying, 3 days is 3 days. But Ye Chen, the future of our Zhu family depends on you alone. If something unexpected happens, don't forget what you promised me. Let Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing go to the Spirit Hall? Ye Chen smiled slightly, of course. But he didn't think the rebellion would fail. The Crown Prince's palace of the Douluo Empire. Davis sat on his throne, which symbolized his status as a crown prince, with a frown on his face. As a crown prince, he attended the temporary meeting of the royal family just now. In just 3 hours today, Daimyo Bai disappeared out of thin air, a mysterious man suddenly appeared in the Zhu family's starfall formation, and Marshal Zhu went to the Spirit Hall. These 3 things happened almost at the same time. He couldn't calm down. At the meeting just now, his father, the emperor of the Douluo Empire, actually thought that these things were just trivial matters. After all, as a crown prince, he was more favored by his father. Love, Daimyo Bai, as a prince, is second. Daimyo Bai disappeared, so he disappeared. Maybe he went somewhere to fool around. Even if he died, it would not have much impact on the empire. As for the person who appeared near the Zhu family's starfall array, His Majesty thought it was just an ordinary servant of the Zhu family, otherwise he would not have snooped on it. He only had a soul power of more than 20 levels. It is easier to explain that Marshal Zhu went to the Spirit Hall. As a soul master, every soul master has been to the Spirit Hall. What's so surprising about this? But Davis thought otherwise. Things must not be that simple. It seems that my father is still old and blurry. Can't he detect the Zhu family's obvious intention of rebellion? Or is he reluctant to attack the Zhu family? Davis smiled coldly in his heart, but with the Zhu family, Ye Chen, and the people in the Douluo Empire's Spirit Hall, do they really think they can subvert the Douluo Empire? I'm going to marry Zhu Zuqing. Not long after, a guard came in and reported to Davis, Your Highness, Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haoshan sect, has arrived. Haha, let him in. Davis smiled coldly. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to use it. The Haoshan sect has received a lot of support from the Douluo Empire over the years, and now it is time for the Douluo Empire to need them. Of course, this is also the magic weapon that Davis recognizes in his heart. Even if the Wuhan Hall, the Zhu family and Ye Chen attack the royal family at the same time, how many of them are titled Douluo? In the Douluo continent, only titled Douluo are the real strong ones. He doesn't believe that Ye Chen alone can fight against so many titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect. 3 days later. The Xingluo Empire royal family only received the wedding date of Marshal Zhu 2 days ago. The time was a bit rushed. Originally, the emperor of the Xingluo Empire did not want to hold this wedding so early, but Davis was very determined. He was eager to marry Zhu Zuqing as soon as possible and kill Ye Chen. So the emperor agreed later. On this day, many masters of the empire and disciples of the Haoshan sect were hidden in the festive palace, just waiting for Ye Chen and the Zhu family to come to the door and die. Chapter 123 The Fight in the Haoshan Sect. The Xingluo City Palace. The elite of the royal family and the sole masters of the Haoshan sect were waiting for the moment when Zhu Zuqing sat in the wedding sedan and entered the palace. Let the wedding sedan go, and kill everyone else. This was Davis' death order, and Tang Xiao had to accept it. The reason was simple, either to help the royal family, or to wait for the royal family to reveal the hidden place and let the iron cavalry of the Wuhan Hall trample the Haoshan sect. For the sake of the sect, Tang Xiao had no choice but to do this. Boom boom. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the palace, the sound of vehicles moving came from the gate of the palace, so majestic that just by listening to the sound, one could feel the solemnity of this wedding. Tang Xiao was hiding in the dark, and beside him were several elders of the Haoshan sect, all of whom were also titled Douluo. Elders, for the sake of the sect, we must kill Ye Chen here today. Tang Xiao reminded in a low voice. The elders looked serious and nodded. In fact, when they were in the meteoric realm, they wanted to kill Ye Chen, but Ye Chen was surrounded by Bibi Dong and so many titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. If they took action by force, they might not be able to defeat him. They have been waiting for an opportunity for Ye Chen to be alone. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came so easily. Ye Chen dared to come to the Xingluo Empire alone, to the place that was secretly supported by the Haoshan sect for many years. Isn't he looking for death? As for those who came to help Ye Chen, the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall branch? The Zhu family? How much strength can these people have combined? Leave these people to the royal family will handle it. The only thing in the eyes of the Haoshan sect is Ye Chen. Wow wow! As the gate of the palace was opened, what surprised everyone in the Haoshan sect was that the first person to come in was not the wedding procession, but Ye Chen on horseback. That's right, it was Ye Chen who didn't use disguise. Anyone who saw him could recognize Ye Chen at a glance. He entered the Xingluo Empire palace openly without being stopped by the palace guards, and even showed a confident smile on his face that made everyone feel disgusted. And just behind Ye Chen, there were hundreds of golden-clad people who didn't look like ordinary people, followed by the mighty wedding procession. Master, what should we do now? Seeing this scene, one of the elders of the Haoshan sect frowned. Although His Royal Highness the Crown Prince didn't tell us when to take action, we can't just let Ye Chen in like this, right? Yes, he went in so openly, doesn't it seem that we are afraid of him? Another elder agreed. Tang Xiao also frowned. He didn't expect Ye Chen to be so presumptuous. Even if he didn't know that the Haoshan sect was nearby, he wouldn't dare to expose himself in front of the Xingluo Empire royal family, right? Moreover, with Ye Chen's strength, how could he not find the Haoshan sect? Is he pretending? Or is he deliberately provoking the Haoshan sect to take action? Does he think he has the confidence to defeat so many titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect? Wait a little longer, wait until the second daughter of the Zhu family enters the palace. Tang Xiao thought for a moment and said to several elders under him. After all, today is not only the purpose of killing Ye Chen, but also to ensure that Davis can successfully marry Zhu Zuqing. But as soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, a figure behind him flew out. Master, if you don't kill him now, when will you? As long as he dies, the threat of the Spirit Hall to our sect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, this bastard had seriously injured your brother. You can bear this, but I can't. After saying this, the soul rings on his body suddenly appeared, a total of 9, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 a relatively ordinary configuration, and rushed towards Ye Chen. Stupid, can you beat him? Tang Xiao couldn't help but curse, but the one who just rushed out was the second elder of Haoshan sect, and he couldn't just watch him die. All of you come. With a loud shout, Tang Xiao followed the second elder of Haoshan sect and flew out. At the same time, all the disciples of Haoshan sect who were hiding in the dark went out. From this, it can be seen that Tang Xiao is different from Tang Hao. Tang Hao is willing to sacrifice the entire sect for one person, but Tang Xiao is willing to sacrifice himself for his sect. Compared with Tang Hao, Tang Xiao is indeed more suitable to be the sect master. Haoshan's true body. The second elder of Haoshan sect, who rushed out first, smashed Ye Chen with a hammer without saying a word. The horse under Ye Chen's crotch was smashed into pieces on the spot, and blood was gushing out, but Ye Chen on the horse disappeared without a trace under the hammer, and only the red light kept flashing on the spot. Damn, is it fake? The second elder of Haoshan sect was stunned for a moment, and instantly knew that he had been tricked. No fool would believe that Ye Chen, who could cause unrest in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, would die so easily. He used his spirit to sense, and indeed sensed Ye Chen's breath near the wedding sedan a few hundred meters away. So what he smashed down just now might just be a clone of Ye Chen's soul skill. Could it be in that wedding sedan? Frowning and staring at the distance, the second elder of Haoshan sect walked towards there step by step. All the black-clothed soul masters who stopped him died tragically under his Haoshan hammer. Since it has come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless. I can't keep anyone who can threaten the safety of Haoshan sect. If you want to hate you, then hate Ye Chen. The second elder of Haoshan sect was a titled Douluo after all. He quickly killed all the black-clothed soul masters who stopped him, and came to the wedding sedan. He smashed it with another hammer, and the whole wedding sedan exploded with a bang. But what shocked him was that there was no one inside. Obviously, Ye Chen's breath came from here, but where was he? Tang Huang, be careful behind you. Just as he was puzzled, Tang Xiao's voice came from behind him. Tang Huang, the second elder of Haoshan sect, turned his head and looked, but suddenly found that Ye Chen appeared behind him at some point. Puff! A slight sound of tearing the air was heard. Tang Huang's head fell to the ground, his eyes were as big as copper bells. He may not have figured out at the moment of his death, how could a mere soul Douluo have such a strong strength? Even when he saw Ye Chen last time, he could still fully sense Ye Chen's breath. Now it's like fighting with ghosts and gods, and he was defeated in just an instant. Ye Chen shook his sword lightly, kicked Tang Huang's head far away, and then turned to Tang Xiao and the others of Haoshan sect as if nothing had happened. He knew that he would have a battle with Haoshan sect in the end. Whether it was the relationship between Wuhan Hall and Haoshan sect, or the conflict between himself and Tang San, this battle was inevitable. And the people of Haoshan sect also stared at Ye Chen cautiously. The two sides confronted each other. Let the two sides fight in a group. Chapter 124 1 on 5. But most of the people were ordinary people, and no one dared to approach them. On the thousands-meter-long corridor of the Imperial Palace, in the most central position, the two sides tacitly avoided the confrontation between Ye Chen and Haoshan sect. The battle between soul masters is not worthy of participation by others. Ye Chen. Tang Xiao frowned, and after seeing Tang Huang's head, he couldn't help but be extremely angry. You are so brave. Zhu Zuqing, where is the crown princess? Do you know that today is the big day of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? How can you be so presumptuous? Crown Princess. Ye Chen shook the sword in his hand. If you can survive under this sword, the Crown Princess will be handed over to you. Otherwise, I only know Zhu Zuqing, but I don't know if there is any Crown Princess in Xingluo Kingdom. The soul masters of the Wuhan Hall and the Zhu family soldiers led by Marshal Zhu just rushed in from the gate of the palace. They looked at Ye Chen, nodded in understanding, and rushed deeper. Thus, tens of thousands of people attacked the palace of Xingluo Empire. 3 days ago, Marshal Zhu had negotiated with Ye Chen that he would be responsible for attacking the royal family, while Ye Chen would be responsible for fighting against Haoshan sect. In fact, Marshal Zhu was worried about Ye Chen, but after all, the power of the royal family should not be underestimated. If he divided his energy to if he shared the burden with Ye Chen, he might not be sure that he could capture the palace. Moreover, Ye Chen always emphasized that he was enough alone. If Marshal Zhu brought people to support him, it would drag him down. Marshal Zhu had to agree in the end. When the people of Haoshan sect saw Marshal Zhu leading his troops to march straight in, more than a dozen soul masters of level 40 or 50 wanted to stop him, but they were cut into 2 pieces by the Amaterasu soul thrown by Ye Chen. Simple and straightforward. They were not opponents of the same level at all. They could only die unwillingly under Ye Chen. You all retreat first, let me and the elders fight him. Tang Xiao was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could do nothing. Even he could not stop Ye Chen's slaughter. Only by working together with the elders could there be a chance. Unexpectedly, the second elder Tang Huang was killed first because of his rashness. After a moment of hesitation, all the titled Douluo of Haoshan sect decided to take action first. They went straight through the fighting area and came to the area 100 meters in front of Ye Chen, which was the area reserved for them to fight to the death. It was obvious that in this battle, one side would be completely annihilated. However, the people of Haoshan sect were still very vigilant. They did not act rashly like the second elder Tang Huang, but stood in the air and looked at Ye Chen coldly. This was a multi-on-one battle, but on the surface it seemed so evenly matched. Ye Chen did not act rashly either. Seeing that the enemy had swarmed in, but had not yet taken action, a sneer appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Rather than testing each other's strength, it would be better to use the strongest soul skills to decide the outcome, which was more in line with his usual style. What? Aren't you going to kill me? Now you are still not taking action, are you afraid? Ye Chen spat fiercely and deliberately provoked. Humph, a criminal who wants to ruin the marriage of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, do you think we are afraid? Tang Xiao tiptoed slightly, flew in front of everyone, and asked angrily. As soon as the voice fell, he whispered to the elders behind him, act according to the original plan later, I will fill the position of the second elder. As the leader of Haoshan sect, how could Tang Xiao be just a reckless man? Moreover, the current situation affects the survival of Haoshan sect in the future, and there is no room for carelessness. No matter how Ye Chen provoked, everyone in Haoshan sect just said nothing. However, their figures quickly pulled apart in mid-air, and soon surrounded Ye Chen. At the same time, Tang Xiao nodded lightly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and when his eyes opened again, the martial soul Haoshan hammer appeared in his right hand. Haoshan True Body. After Tang Xiao released his martial soul, the other elders of Haoshan sect also released their martial souls in the next moment, and directly released their martial soul true bodies. 5 dark golden Haoshan hammers appeared in their hands. It can be said that the battle between masters is always a race against time. Not long after Ye Chen finished speaking, everyone in the Haoshan sect directly released their 7th soul skills. Titled Douluo. If you want to fight, at least use your martial soul to support the scene. Ye Chen was also not panicked. He flew into the air in just a moment and released the 7th soul skill of his first martial soul. Instantly, his hair and pupils were dyed blood red, and a huge and violent aura emanated from his body, directly wrapping up everyone in the Haoshan sect. Even the momentum was much greater than that of these titled Douluo. After all, his soul power level is not yet level 90. Only his soul rings and soul skills are much stronger than ours. If we attack at the same time, we have a chance to find his window period. Moreover, once he uses his strongest soul skill, it will also put a huge burden on him. So, you must avoid his strongest soul skill. Then it will be time for us to show our strength. Tang Xiao tried his best to introduce Ye Chen's shortcomings that he saw in the meteorite realm to several elders. They were not sure of winning, so they could only look for opportunities from Ye Chen's flaws. But what they didn't know was that Ye Chen's strength at this time had increased again. His soul power level reached level 87. Not only was he close to the titled Douluo, but he could also release his 2 martial souls at the same time. He is no longer the same person as before. Even if he faces so many titled Douluos, he has the absolute strength to crush them. Do it! After the introduction, Tang Xiao suddenly shouted coldly, and the dark golden Haoshan hammer flew out of his hand, and at the same time, it turned into a huge phantom in the air, smashing towards Ye Chen with a mighty force. Soon, the other 4 elders did the same. A total of 5 huge Haoshan hammers were superimposed together, and they quickly smashed towards Ye Chen from 5 directions. According to their thinking, Ye Chen had no chance to release his soul skills at this time. And a mere soul Douluo, no matter how powerful his soul rings and soul skills are, if he cannot release his soul rings and soul skills, he will only be a waste. Hat! Ye Chen sneered. Limit, slash in the air. The red gold light of the million-year soul ring under his feet lit up, and the soul of Amaterasu was covered with red gold for a while, and quickly returned to his hands. In an instant, he blocked 5 huge dark golden Haoshan hammers. This is the passive blocking release effect of slash in the air, which can resist attacks 100%, and there is no need to use soul power to release it actively. What? He dodged it. Everyone in Haoshan sect was shocked. 5 title Douluo's 7th soul skills attacked at the same time, and they were dodged just like that? I'm afraid even the top Douluo can't do it. But before they could think about it, The next moment, Ye Chen disappeared from the spot and appeared in the sky higher up. His cold eyes looked down at everyone, and several sharp sword chi whistled away. Chapter 125 Destroy Haoshan Part 1. The second effect of the extreme, slashing with swords in the air can release a sword energy to attack the target. And the speed of these sword energies is extremely fast, much faster than the speed of the combined Haoshan hammer released by the group of people from the Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao was shocked and hurriedly shouted to several elders of the Haoshan sect, "Get out of the way quickly, this soul skill is so powerful that we can't block it head on." Just kidding. Ye Chen used this soul skill to kill the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python in seconds. Tang Xiao remembered it clearly. With Tang Xiao's reminder, several elders of the Haoshan sect did not dare to be arrogant and retreated to the surroundings. Even if they could not retreat, they would cross the Haoshan hammer above their heads and release life-saving soul skills to resist these sword energies. Swish! A sound of clothes breaking was heard, and one of the elders had no time to withdraw and had to resist the sword energy released by Ye Chen. In just a moment, his right arm and right leg were cut off. If his body had not been hunched, at least half of his body would have been cut off. Ah! The elder cried out in pain and fell directly from mid-air, and his clear sky hammer martial spirit was broken into two parts, with the hammer handle and hammer body separated. Puff puff! A large amount of blood spurted out of his body, and the wound, mouth and forehead were all covered with red blood. Fifth Elder. The people of the Clear Sky sect immediately surrounded him, but the fifth elder's serious injury was difficult to treat, and his martial spirit was shattered. At most, they could only input soul power to him and reduce his pain, but they could not change the fact that he was about to die. Ye Chen, you are so cruel, it is really a heinous crime. Tang Xiao stared at Ye Chen in mid-air viciously. He couldn't bear the anger of killing the second elder of Haoshan sect in one move and seriously injuring the fifth elder of Haoshan sect with another move. Third elder, you heal the fifth elder here, and the others and I will go to meet Ye Chen again. He has released his strongest soul skill, and he will definitely be weak next. Tang Xiao ordered. In fact, the fifth elder's death is approaching, and there is not much difference between saving him and not saving him, but in order not to disappoint the elders, he let the third elder stay temporarily. Immediately, Tang Xiao and the other two elders flew high again, leaving only the third elder and the dying fifth elder on the ground. Humph, I am guilty of a heinous crime? If it is Haoshan sect that has the upper hand this time, I am afraid my end will not be much better, right? It's ridiculous. Seeing that the people of Haoshan sect rushed over again without knowing whether to live or die, Ye Chen showed no mercy. Sword slash! Then, he appeared behind an elder and slashed his back fiercely with a sword. Puff! With almost no defense, a huge wound appeared on the back of the fourth elder of Haoshan sect, and a blood-red flame faintly burst out, and blood gushed out instantly. Not bad. After the first soul ring is upgraded to 300,000 years, even the first soul skill can cause damage to the titled Douluo. Ye Chen raised the soul of Amaterasu lightly and nodded with satisfaction. Behind him was a phantom of himself more than 30 meters high, holding the soul of Amaterasu in his hand and the meteoric sword on his back. Unlike the original body, the phantom's meteoric sword does not need to be released. If he releases the meteoric sword, the phantom behind him will directly draw the sword from behind. Damn it! Ye Chen, how can you still have such a powerful means of attack? Tang Xiao looked at another elder who was in trouble, turned his head and looked at Ye Chen in shock. He had a vague feeling in his heart. The elder hit by Ye Chen was trembling and could fall at any time. Another elder went over to support him, and he was able to maintain his flight. Less than 5 minutes after the fight started, Ye Chen had the upper hand with his powerful strength. Several titled Douluo of Haoshan sect died or were injured. Now, only Tang Xiao was left with a free hand. You dare to come here openly, do you really think I'm stupid? Ye Chen waved his hand casually, then looked at Tang Xiao, the leader of Haoshan sect, and said provocatively, you guys are worthy of being one of the top 3 sects? None of you can fight. You. Hearing Ye Chen's arrogant words, Tang Xiao roared, don't be complacent. If you hadn't sneaked up on me first, how could I have let you stand alive until now? I want to see if you can still say such words after you enter a weak state, I will make you pay the price. For the strongest sect among the top 3 sects, as the leader, Tang Xiao's face turned green when he heard such words. Price? Today you should pay the price for your arrogance and mistakes. Ye Chen looked at Tang Xiao coldly and asked, tell me, the Haoshan sect dared to do this? Are the two hypocrites Tang Hao and Tang San behind the scenes? Ye Chen didn't believe that for a mere Xingluo Empire, the Haoshan sect dared to be so presumptuous and treat him like this, not even afraid of offending the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for Tang San, Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang, the three bastards, the Haoshan sect would probably still be in a closed state. It's just that Yu Xiaogang is dead, and the Haoshan sect still dares to do this. It must be related to Tang San and Tang Hao. But the leader of the Haoshan sect did not answer Ye Chen's question, but asked back, "What if you think you know? Do you think you can leave here alive today? Haha. Who gave you the confidence to make you think that your Haoshan sect is okay?" Ye Chen sneered, and he raised his left hand, and the Xingyun sword spirit was released, and whether you say it or not, none of you will leave here alive today. Star Meteor Head Binding Combo. Buzz. The shadow behind Ye Chen suddenly pulled out the Star Meteor sword, which was enlarged dozens of times and shone with a cosmic light, and slashed directly at Tang Xiao and the two elders behind him. In an instant, the surrounding space became distorted, and all the people present in the Haoshan sect were surrounded by countless flying swords, and these flying swords were constantly and automatically looking for their weaknesses. The four elders of the Haoshan sect who were originally injured were instantly broken by the Star Meteor Head Binding Combo, and their entire bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a pool of blood in the air and spilling onto the ground. Damn it! Fourth elder! You actually killed another elder of our sect. You are simply courting death. I want to avenge the second elder and the fourth elder. Tang Xiao's eyes were instantly blinded by hatred. He didn't know what it meant to be surrounded by the Star Meteoric Head Binding Combo. He only saw the clear sky hammer in his hand suddenly emit a golden light, and several phantoms appeared, smashing towards Ye Chen together. Chapter 126 Destroy Clear Sky Part 2. Thunder Roaring Sky. Tang Xiao's ninth soul skill was released at the same time, smashing towards Ye Chen with great power. This is his strongest attack soul skill. Although he didn't know why Ye Chen was still so powerful after releasing the extreme, slashing sword in the air, he had to fight hard. Otherwise, on the ground, with the death of the 5 elders of the Clear Sky sect, the last elder also flew into the sky. The 2 elders stood side by side with Tang Xiao, and both released their 9th soul skills at the same time. For a moment, the sky was covered with bright golden light, illuminating the entire 1,000-meter-long corridor at the entrance of the palace. The 2 sides who were fighting each other stopped fighting and looked at the sky in shock. Ordinary people like them may not have the opportunity to see the 9th soul skill of the titled Douluo in their lifetime, but today they can see the 3 titled Douluo release it at the same time. Is Ye Chen dead now? Even if he is a genius that has never appeared on the continent, his soul power level has not reached level 90. How can he resist the strongest soul skills of the 3 great masters of the Haoshan sect? With such a powerful power, I am afraid that even gods are no more than this, right? They thought so in their hearts. Marshal Zhu, who led the Wuhan Hall and the Zhu family army to attack the palace, also saw the abnormality at the entrance of the palace. Soon, a subordinate asked, "Marshal, should we go to support Ye Chen? If something happens to him, we will definitely lose." The subordinate did not dare to finish. Marshal Zhu shook his head and said, "Keep attacking. At this time, all we can do is trust him." After all, although the Zhu family army and the Spirit Hall seem to be 2 forces, the royal family of the Xingluo Empire is still the royal family, and there are countless royal guards, especially when the 2 sides are fighting in the palace. If he is distracted at this time, not to mention Ye Chen, even Marshal Zhu himself will have to be involved. Planning this matter with Ye Chen is a desperate move. No matter how much he appreciates Ye Chen in his heart, he can't joke with his daughter and family. Charge! Marshal Zhu shouted coldly, leading the Zhu family army to charge towards the palace again. In the palace hall, the emperor of Xingluo Empire was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, walking around non-stop. Davis, didn't I say? Only arrest Ye Chen, only arrest Ye Chen, why do you have to make such a fuss with the Zhu family? Ah? Are you blaming me for cancelling your marriage with Zhu Ziyun? He had never intended to target the Zhu family, but he didn't expect that his son would do so many things secretly, even inviting Haoshan sect to the palace privately, and he, as the emperor, was unaware of it. If it weren't for Davis being his son and the crown prince of Xingluo Empire, he would have executed Davis long ago. Father! Davis waved his hand after hearing this and said, "What are you afraid of? With Haoshan sect around, what waves can Ye Chen stir up?" And the Zhu family, they rebelled first, why should we be kind to them? You are still old, after this matter is over, I will send you to the back mountain to recuperate. Davis showed a cold smile, as if he felt that as long as Haoshan sect was around, Ye Chen and the Zhu family would not survive today. Moreover, he must also take down the 2 daughters of the Zhu family. Don't even think about it. Unless you kill me, the throne of this empire, Before the Emperor of Xingluo Empire finished speaking, Davis smiled again, come on, send His Majesty back to the palace, he is tired. Humph, who will win and who will lose in today's plan, let's see to the end. The battle is coming to an end. Ye Chen faced the last 3 titled Douluo of Haoshan sect, and released his 2 martial spirits at the same time. While he has not entered a weak state, he must get rid of all the people in Haoshan sect. Now that his strength has been improved again, his peak state has been improved to 2 hours, and in these 2 hours, he has the strength of a limit Douluo. Of course, the premise is that all the limit soul skills cannot be released. Otherwise, his martial spirit cannot be used again. Darkness Invasion. Baptism of Light. Dragon Roar. God-slaying Field. 10,000 Sword Shadow Killing Formation. Armor-breaking Attack. The terrible attacks were almost simultaneously unleashed on the last 3 titled Douluos of the Clear Sky sect. Even though these 3 titled Douluos possessed the top-level spirit Clear Sky Hammer and released their own defensive spirit skills, they could not withstand the bombardment of the spirit skills at this time. He actually has such a strong strength. Has he grown up again? After struggling to resist the attack, Tang Xiao's pupils widened, and he was indescribably shocked. Now he understood a fact. With Ye Chen's extraordinary cultivation and huge soul power, the entire Haoshan sect might not be able to stop him. Falling Cherry Blossom Slash. Afterwards, Ye Chen released his martial soul skill, which was also a soul skill that was almost as powerful as the ultimate soul skill. In some cases, the power of Falling Cherry Blossom Slash was even greater. A huge cherry tree appeared around the last 3 people of Haoshan sect. The other 2 elders were smashed to pieces by Falling Cherry Blossom Slash in just an instant, and they had no chance to hold on to the end. Only Tang Xiao was left struggling to support. Damn it, I can't teleport here, and I can't condense soul power to release soul skills. Tang Xiao, who was in Falling Cherry Blossom Slash, became more and more terrified. It's not over yet. Ye Chen suddenly sneered, and the shadow behind him held the Starfall sword in his hand. Extreme Starfall Teleportation Array. Boom! A sound like space cracking suddenly sounded, and the shadow suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already behind Tang Xiao. With the last blow of the Falling Cherry Blossom Jinghua Slash, Tang Xiao's body was completely pierced, and his internal organs fell to the ground. Then, Tang Xiao's body exploded. Boom! The bright gold in the sky completely disappeared, replaced by deep red, as if it was purgatory. Ye Chen kicked Tang Xiao's head open in midair and killed him again. However, this time he was specifically looking for disciples of the Haoshan sect, and the soldiers of the Xingluo Empire royal family were a handy thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the deterrence of the Haoshan sect plus 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the deterrence of the Xingluo Empire plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the deterrence of the Haoshan sect plus 5. Until the last disciple of the Haoshan sect was pierced by the soul of Amaterasu, Ye Chen's deterrence in the Haoshan sect just reached 5,000. Unexpectedly, although he drew his sword in the Xingluo Empire, the first to be deterred was the Haoshan sect. This was beyond his expectations, but it also saved him a lot of trouble. Next, as long as he deterred the entire Xingluo Empire, he could complete the 2 chapters of the final chapter of the Divine Code at the same time, and why not do it? Ye Chen was like a killing god, killing wherever he went, and no one could stop him. In less than 10 minutes, he met with Marshal Zhu, and split the door of the palace hall with a sword, and took Davis's head directly. Chapter 127, Super Harvest, will become a title. How is this possible? Where is Tang Xiao? Where is Haoshan sect? Why don't you come and protect the emperor? Come on, come on! Davis opened his eyes in horror. No matter how he shouted, no one dared to rush to him. You're kidding. Now Ye Chen's killing intent was prevailing, even Marshal Zhu didn't dare to breathe, who else dared to stop him? Ye Chen looked around coldly and found that there was only Davis in the whole hall. As for the original emperor of the Xingluo Empire, he didn't know where he went. But fortunately, his deterrence in the Douluo Empire has reached 4,900 points, and killing Davis should be enough. Go to hell. The soul of Amaterasu in his hand penetrated Davis' body and pierced the dragon throne for a long time before the corpse calmed down. For people like the Douluo Empire and the Haoshan sect, there is no need to show mercy. Once you soften your heart, you may be the one who dies in the end. Although Ye Chen was unwilling to kill innocent people, he was not a toy that could be abused by others. Everyone stood aside and dared not say a word. After a long while, the royal guards of the Douluo Empire threw down their weapons, knelt on the ground and shouted to surrender. They knew that the Douluo Empire was doomed. If Ye Chen had not come, they might still be able to fight against the Zhu family army led by Marshal Zhu, but because of Ye Chen's appearance, this inner possibility became completely impossible. You know, within just a few minutes since Ye Chen came here, thousands of ordinary soldiers died under his sword. How could they possibly defeat such a monster? We surrender, please let us go, Lord Killer God. We will be loyal to you. Lord Killer God, please let us go. We are completely unaware of what the royal family has done. Lord Killer God, I have old people and young children. If it weren't for our livelihood, we would not want to serve such a royal family. I hope Lord Killer God will be generous and give us another chance. The voices of begging for mercy kept ringing, and the royal guards who were still fighting outside the house also heard such voices. One by one, they began to put down their weapons, kneel on the ground, and gave up resistance. Since the people of the Douluo Empire royal family died or escaped, they had no reason to fight anymore. Humph! Ye Chen smiled coldly, ignoring these ordinary people without soul power, but turned his head to Marshal Zhu and said, I have done what I promised you, and I hope you will not break your promise to me, otherwise. After threatening Marshal Zhu coldly, Ye Chen left here directly. This made Marshal Zhu completely incomprehensible. He would not break his promise to Ye Chen. But it was Ye Chen. Things had come to this point, what else was more important for him? Wouldn't he come to witness the birth of the Douluo kingdom? What a strange and ruthless man! After Ye Chen left, Marshal Zhu looked at these royal lackeys who were still chanting Lord Killer and frowned, saying, Come on, arrest all these people. All the royal confidants will be killed without mercy, and the others will be investigated for their pasts, and all those who are guilty will be convicted according to the law. The royal family person can no longer be used. As for other people, it is reasonable to decide whether to continue to employ them based on their character. Marshal Zhu's approach is understandable. After leaving the Douluo palace, Ye Chen returned to the star meteoric formation in the Zhu family. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 5,000 deterrents in the Douluo Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the star meteoric formation of the Douluo Empire. Ding! The host can freely shuttle between the star meteoric formation of the Zhu family in the Douluo Empire and the meteoric realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 5,000 deterrents in the Haoshan sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the star meteoric formation of the Haoshan sect. Ding! The host can freely shuttle between the star meteoric formation of the Haoshan sect and the meteoric realm. This is the deterrence mission of the final chapter of the Divine Code, which can unlock the star meteoric formation and strengthen the second soul skill on the first soul ring of the star meteoric sword, the star meteoric teleportation formation. This was the case when he completed the 7 Treasures trial deterrence mission in the past. It goes without saying that he can be teleported to the meteoric realm. That means that now he can directly reach the meteoric realm through the star meteoric array of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, the Haoshan sect, or the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. As for the enhancement of the star meteoric teleportation array, in the past, he could teleport the distance of the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, but now he can teleport the distance of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect plus the Haoshan sect plus the Star Luo Empire. This is equivalent to being able to teleport 1/5 of the distance of the Douluo continent. For example, Ye Chen can now use the star meteoric teleportation array to return to the Spirit Hall, or even reach the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, the Heaven Do City. Of course, this is the theory, but in fact it is still a little different. The requirements for long-distance teleportation are very high. Because Ye Chen has not yet deterred the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. Unless the deterrence of the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire reaches 5,000, it is easy to fail to teleport to these two places, which will result in ineffective teleportation and even fall into the turbulence of time and space, with disastrous consequences. So these two places cannot be teleported at present. The farthest distance you want to go to, and it must be a safe place, may only be the Haoshan sect. After all, the deterrence of the Haoshan sect is now exactly 5,000, and it is just in the area where the star meteoric teleportation array can teleport. For other places, due to the restrictions of the final chapter of the Divine Code, you can only teleport to the border of the Xingluo Empire at most, and even the Kaibao Liulai sect cannot reach it. It makes sense. If the star meteoric teleportation array is really as strong as it is in theory, then Ye Chen would not be a soul master, just become a god directly. No, even gods may not have such a powerful teleportation skill. Not bad. After completing the sword drawing in the Xingluo Empire, I can teleport directly to the Haoshan sect to draw the sword. In this way, I should be able to be promoted to the title Douluo. Ye Chen secretly calculated in his heart. His current soul power level is as high as level 87, which is only 3 levels away from the title Douluo level 90. Whether it is the reward given by the final chapter of the Divine Code or the number of sword drawing after completing the task, it can actually increase his soul power level to level 90, or even higher. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. He immediately released his 2 martial souls and began to draw the sword. Whoosh whoosh. The speed of drawing the sword is nearly 1,000 times per second, nearly 60,000 times per minute, nearly 3.6 million times per hour, and about 36 million times per day. At this speed, within a month, Ye Chen can complete the sword drawing task of the Xingluo Empire's Starfall formation and be promoted to the title Douluo. Chapter 128 God-level martial soul, God-killing power. 2 months later. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, it was already the spring of the next year. This was also the 10th year that Ye Chen had come to Douluo continent. Near the Starfall formation of the Haoshan sect, 2 dazzling rays of light shot straight into the sky. The voice of the system finally rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 1 billion times. Congratulations to the host for completing the sword drawing mission of the 3rd chapter of the final chapter of the Divine Code. Ding! The host can get the 3rd soul ring of the Starfall sword as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Haoshan trial. Ding! Because the host has caused the content of the 2 chapters of the final chapter of the Divine Code in succession, a hidden reward will be obtained. Please check it automatically. After nearly 2 months, Ye Chen completed the sword drawing missions in the Zhu family and the Haoshan sect respectively. Since he had completed the deterrence mission first, the 2nd and 3rd chapters of the final chapter of the Divine Code were also completed directly. Not only did he unlock 2 more soul rings of the Falling Star sword, but he had already accumulated 2 billion sword draws, which was enough for him to upgrade his cultivation to level 4. Moreover, it seemed that he had also unlocked a hidden reward. Check the hidden reward, and exchange all the sword draws for soul power level. Ye Chen, who was well prepared, said after hearing this. He had been working diligently for the past 2 months. After Zhu's sword draw, he did not stop at all and came to Haoshan sect to continue drawing swords, waiting for this day to come. Titled Douluo. The pinnacle that countless soul masters on Douluo continent dream of reaching. Ding! Checking the rewards received by the host. Ding! Giving the host the ultimate soul skill God-killing power. Ding! Strengthening the quality of the host's martial soul. When the quality of the host's martial soul meets the conditions of a god-level martial soul, it will automatically advance to the next level of martial soul. The system's voices rang again in a series. After hearing this voice, Ye Chen smiled. He was finally about to become a titled Douluo. After completing the task of drawing the sword 2 billion times, he had 2 billion times of drawing the sword, which was enough to raise his soul power level to level 91. And the reward for advancing the martial soul. Could it be that the soul of Amaterasu can also be advanced to a god-level martial soul? What level should the next level of the Falling Star sword, which was originally a god-level martial soul, be? Boom! As the power of the system was released, all the martial souls on Ye Chen's body appeared. The first one was naturally the soul of Amaterasu. The second one was the Falling Star sword. The soul of Amaterasu was only a top-level martial soul, and it could not be compared with the Falling Star sword. But it didn't matter. In this Douluo continent, top-level martial souls were enough, and this time the system's reward might be able to advance the soul of Amaterasu to a god-level martial soul. Boom! With the help of the invisible energy of the system, Ye Chen's martial soul was advancing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul of Amaterasu became sharper and more lustrous, with an invisible edge blooming all the time. The meteoric sword, which was originally a god-level martial soul, was also changing at this time. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The body of the meteoric sword became deeper and more mysterious, as if the real universe could be seen through this sword. About half an hour later, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The host's first martial soul has been strengthened and successfully upgraded. The top martial soul Amaterasu has been upgraded to the god-killing sword. Ding! The host's second martial soul has been strengthened and failed to be upgraded. The god-level martial soul meteoric sword has been strengthened by 50%. Ding! Start to give the host the ultimate soul skill god-killing power. The system's voice sounded again. Wow! The soul of Amaterasu and the meteoric sword know, now it should be one of the soul rings of the two god-level martial souls, the god-killing sword and the meteoric sword, that is lit up. It's just a pity that the advancement of the meteoric sword failed and did not become a higher level martial soul. The 8th soul ring of the god-killing sword, a red gold light. The first soul ring of the falling star sword, a blue-black light. Under the activation of the system, the two soul rings actually showed a trace of sacred light. Ding! The power of killing the gods has been given. 2 minutes later, the system's voice sounded. Wow! The effects of the 2 million-year soul rings that gave the power of killing the gods appeared in Ye Chen's mind. God-killing sword's 8th soul ring, millions of years. Soul skill 1, extreme, slashing with swords in the air. This soul skill is under the effect of the extreme power. I won't describe the extreme power that already existed. God-killing power, when my power meets certain conditions, the god-killing power can allow me to release god-level power before I become a god. Soul skill 2, extreme, 8 directions Kyang Megatama. After releasing the 8 directions Kyang Megatama, the power doubles again, and the number of death avoidances +1. Side effect, within 3 hours, I will not be able to use the god-killing sword martial spirit again. God-killing power, completely activates the god-level attributes of the god-killing sword, allowing me to fully exert my power. Side effect, 1 year within 1 year I will no longer be able to use the god-killing sword martial soul. Starfall sword first soul ring, 1 million years. Soul skill 1, extreme starfall head binding combo, release this soul skill. God-killing power, when I am your power. Soul skill 2, extreme starfall teleportation array. Side effect, within 3 hours. God-killing power, after the first teleportation, the speed will be increased by 100%. Side effect, the martial soul cannot be released again within 1 year. Hiss. After reading the description of the soul skills on the 2 soul rings, Ye Chen felt a toothache. The god-killing power is really powerful. Now you can make yourself burst out with power that is no less than that of a god, but the problem is that the price you pay is too high, and you can't use the martial soul again within a year. Ask a soul master, what is he without a martial soul? But it's normal to think about it. Now he is just an 87th level soul master, and he is still far behind in all aspects. Wanting to have power no less than that of a god right now is going against the rules. So it is normal to pay such a price. But there is good news. Since both of my martial souls have been upgraded to god-level martial souls, their power has been greatly enhanced. After forcibly exerting the power to the limit, the side effect is only that I can no longer use the martial soul within 3 hours. Ye Chen thought. The side effect of not being able to continue using the martial soul within 3 hours? Compared with the previous day, this side effect can be ignored. If I raise my soul power level to above level 90 next, this side effect should be smaller. Ye Chen thought again. System, raise my soul power level to level 91. Then Ye Chen gave the order. Chapter 129 Title Douluo, Tiandu Ambition. Ding! Soul power level begins to increase. The voice of the system. Wow! A powerful force surged out of Ye Chen's body. In just over 10 minutes, his soul power level has soared to level 90. It did not rise to level 91 as expected. After all, the god-killing sword did not have the 9th soul ring, so it could not break through directly. So when exchanging the soul power level, it was actually only exchanged for the 3rd level, and there were 500 million sword draws left. This is the breakthrough rule of soul masters. Ye Chen had no choice but to consume 100 million sword draws to exchange for a 100,000 year soul ring as his 9th soul ring. As for the soul skills, they are pretty good. God-killing sword's 9th soul ring, 100,000 years. Soul skill 1, God-killing unique, auxiliary soul skill. Effect: after releasing the God-killing unique soul skill, it will enter the God-killing mode, abandon all defensive soul skills, and completely transform them into its own offensive ability, greatly improving the offensive ability. Soul skill 2, God-killing Sky Slash, the ultimate soul skill of the God-killing sword. Effect: consume a large amount of soul power and cause the strongest attack to the target. After this soul skill is released, all soul ring attack soul skills of the God-killing sword are automatically released, but there will be a short period of time when the martial soul cannot be used again. During this period, all soul ring soul skills are invalid. Yes, these are two extremely powerful soul skills again. It's a pity that the soul ring age of this 9th soul ring is only 100,000 years, which makes the power of these two soul skills not yet increased to the extreme. Ye Chen looked at the two soul skills on the 9th soul ring of the God-killing sword and sighed sincerely. The 9th soul ring soul skill of the God-killing sword can be said to have abandoned the essence of the shield sword, abandoned defense, and only focused on attack. Especially in the God-killing mode, the power of God-killing Heaven Slash can be maximized. It can even automatically release all offensive soul skills. Then in the offensive soul skills of the God-killing sword, the two extreme soul skills included will also be automatically released. In terms of power, God-killing Heaven Slash is stronger than the extreme soul skills. But at the same time, the price paid is also obvious. That is, the negative effects of the original extreme soul skills after release also exist on God-killing Heaven Slash. Once released, the God-killing sword martial soul will enter a state of no use for 3 hours. Maybe after the 9th soul ring reaches 1,000,000 years, such a problem can be completely eliminated, or after the 100th level. But no matter what, it is not something that can be solved immediately now. Ye Chen sighed helplessly and looked at his Starfall sword martial soul again. In fact, he had a feeling that although the Starfall sword martial soul and the God-killing sword martial soul were both God-level martial souls, it was very likely that the Starfall sword martial soul was more powerful. Putting aside the mysterious appearance, just holding it gently with your hand, you can feel a cold touch, which is something that the God-killing sword martial spirit can't do at all. Of course, it is also possible that the God-killing sword has been with me for 10 years, and I have long been accustomed to it. The Falling Star sword was only obtained last year, so I am not used to it. After completing the tasks of the 2nd and 3rd chapters of the final chapter of the Divine Code, the 2nd and 3rd soul rings of the Falling Star sword are unlocked at the same time. The system defaults to a 100,000 year soul ring. So these two soul rings are of 100,000 year quality. However, although they are all 100,000 year soul rings, the 100,000 year soul ring on the Falling Star sword is not red, but a light blue, with a little grey, nebula-like gauze cover, which is a bit like the first soul ring of the Falling Star sword. A little mysterious. The second soul ring of the Meteoric sword, 100,000 years. The first soul skill, Meteoric God Slash. Use the power of the Meteoric to launch a powerful attack, and make the enemy's soul suffer from the power of the Meteoric within 5 minutes. The second soul skill, Meteoric Evolution. The body will be blessed by the power of the Meteoric, and the attack, defense, and speed will be comprehensively improved. It will be effective within 5 minutes. The third soul ring of the Meteoric sword, 100,000 years. The first soul skill, Meteoric Tombstone. Randomly summon the dead souls of the Meteoric sword, and drive the dead souls to fight with themselves. The dead souls include but are not limited to the ancient creatures that died under the Meteoric sword. The second soul skill, Meteoric Insight. Lock on all the next actions of the target, and have a high probability of insight into the target's next action. Wow, 4 powerful soul skills again, and these 4 soul skills are not affected by the power of the limit. In terms of actual combat effect, it is estimated that they are better than most of the soul skills of the God-killing sword. Ye Chen sighed in his heart. The Meteoric sword can be said to be a martial soul that focuses on attack. Except for the Starfall teleportation array, the other soul skills are more or less offensive. With these soul skills, you can kill and rob, and you can do anything. Ha ha ha, good news, good news. The old guy Ditian finally agreed. As long as the old guy takes action, is there anyone on this continent who can stop him? Even Ye Chen will never be the opponent of this legendary beast god. Yu Xiaogang has finally done something after so many years, and his death is not in vain. The Tiandu City Palace. Almost all the sects of the Tiandu Empire gathered here, and Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, was also here. Maybe only the Haoshan sect was not here. After all, the Haoshan sect had been destroyed by Ye Chen. It is said that Ye Chen was so cruel that even those ordinary disciples who did not participate in the mission to kill him and stayed in the sect did not survive and were killed by him. It is the first time in hundreds of years that the Tiandu Empire has had such a relatively complete meeting scale. Yu Yuanzhen and Emperor Shuiye sat in the center of the meeting hall. Compared with the heavy atmosphere last time, they were much more relaxed this time. Each of them had a smile on their face, feeling indescribably relaxed and happy. Last year, Ye Chen's ultimate attack destroyed all their confidence. It was just a coincidence that at that time they heard from Yu Xiaogang that there was a beast god Ditian in the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. Beast god god. What is this concept? An existence that can be called a god must have the ability to destroy the world, right? If he takes action, what Ye Chen, what Wu Hun Hall? All have to go die. And as long as they have the help of Ditian, they think that the mountain pressing on their hearts will finally be gone. But they don't know that the beast god Ditian has only cultivated for more than 600,000 years, which is not enough to become a god. Otherwise, Ditian would have been promoted to the god realm long ago, so how could he still be on Douluo continent? The reason why he is called the beast god is largely because he is only the strongest soul beast on Douluo continent. What's more, during the time when they have not seen Ye Chen for a long time, Ye Chen now not only possesses the power of the limit, but also the power of killing gods. Your Majesty, I have always been curious, shouldn't a being as strong as the beast god be very arrogant and look down on us humans? Why is Ditian willing to help us? Chapter 130 Differences of Opinion, Each Side. Shuiye was stunned for a moment, and then showed a cold smile. As long as he has wisdom, Ditian is actually no different from humans. I gave him great benefits, and under such benefits, who can refuse? What benefits? He is already a beast god, what else does Ditian need? Everyone looked at Emperor Shuiye's confidence and was shocked. And when they heard about the great benefits, they were actually a little panicked. After all, the most essential identity of the beast god Ditian is a soul beast. How can soul beasts be compared with real humans? How can they be on an equal footing with humans? Humans are the masters of this continent. And soul beasts are far more powerful than humans. If the so-called great benefits mentioned by Shuiye are too outrageous, even if they defeat Ye Chen and the Spirit Hall, then Ditian will become a new trouble. It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. Is the benefit so important? The important thing is that Lord Beast God is willing to help us. Yu Yuanzhen sat next to Emperor Shuiye and snorted coldly. As long as he can defeat Ye Chen and the Spirit Hall, what's wrong with giving him the territory of the Xingluo Empire? Anyway, we don't get along with the Xingluo Empire, and now it has been seized by the Zhu family. Even if we don't give it to Ditian, we will need to spend a lot of manpower and financial resources to take it back, but our primary target is Ye Chen and the Spirit Hall. Doing so is tantamount to wasting time and seeking death. What do you mean? In the meeting hall, a slightly delicate voice sounded. It was a woman who didn't look very old. It was hard to imagine which new leader of which force this was. She dared to refute Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, one of the top 3 sects, in public. In order to kill Ye Chen, you actually colluded with soul beasts to destroy the Spirit Hall? Moreover, you actually gave the entire territory of the Xingluo Empire to soul beasts? If soul beasts appear there, what will happen to the humans who originally lived in the Xingluo Empire? They will be slaughtered by soul beasts. For the so-called balance of the continent, you are willing to sacrifice so many ordinary people. Isn't this too cruel? And even if you do it, will the continent really be balanced in the future? Allow Ditian to develop soul beasts in the territory of the Xingluo Empire, and then continue to expand northward and swallow up the entire Tiandu Empire? What kind of balance is this? Instead of this, it is better to surrender to the Spirit Hall, and the continent can truly be peaceful. After listening to the girl's words, everyone looked over and felt that there was some truth in it, and was speechless for a while. Yes. If you cooperate with Ditian, even if you can achieve your goal, the danger you will face next is not low. If you are not of the same kind, your heart must be different. They would not believe that Ditian agreed so easily. Maybe, as the girl said, there was a bigger conspiracy. Instead of this, wouldn't it be better to surrender to the spirit hall, or even join the spirit hall, and live in submission? At least you can protect yourself. Yu Yuanzhen looked at the girl and couldn't help but laugh in anger. You are the girl named Huo Wu from Shuo Academy, right? What qualifications do you have to speak here? If it weren't for the sudden illness of the Dean of Shuo Academy, do you know who you are? You are not even worthy of entering the palace of the Tiandu Empire. Someone actually dared to refute him in public. How could Yu Yuanzhen bear it and started to scold directly? After seeing that everyone was led astray by Huo Wu and showed an indecisive expression, he explained. Emperor Tian has agreed that the Soul Beast army will attack first. Even if he has evil intentions, we can wait for him and Ye Chen to be defeated and then reap the benefits. Isn't Ye Chen very strong? Why don't we trust him this time? Believe that he can seriously injure Emperor Tian, and then we will catch them all in one fell swoop. Everyone, don't think that you can get out of the quagmire by surrendering to the Spirit Hall. Think about the Xingluo Empire, which was destroyed by aliens and reduced to a kingdom. Think about the Haoshan sect, which was destroyed. Which of these things is not related to the Spirit Hall and Ye Chen? Killing Ye Chen with your own hands should be the most important thing for you and me right now. Yu Yuanzhen became more and more excited. Especially when Ye Chen's name was mentioned, the anger in his heart seemed to be materialized, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. His son Yu Xiaogang, although he had been abandoned for many years, was still his son. He would make Ye Chen pay him back 100-fold for killing his son. Haha. Huo Wu laughed coldly. Isn't it normal for those scumbags in the royal family of Xingluo Empire to be destroyed? How did they treat the Zhu family? And the Haoshan sect had the idea of getting rid of Ye Chen long ago. Is it the best outcome to let Ye Chen be killed by those people? At least I know that Ye Chen never thought of hurting anyone, and you step by step. Shut up! Emperor Shuiye shouted angrily, stopping Huo Wu from continuing to speak. What do you know as a little girl? For the sake of the Dean of Blazing Academy, I will not bother with you for the time being, but if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will immediately execute you. Huo Wu wanted to say something else. What about the most democratic Tiandu Empire? She didn't listen to any opposing opinions at all. This Shuiye Emperor directly asked her what she knew. What didn't she know? If Ye Chen hadn't given her the immortal grass to heal her wounds during the Soul Master competition that year, she would have died in the Soul Master competition. Even a mediocre Soul Master like her, Ye Chen was willing to save her, so what reason did Ye Chen have to be an enemy of the entire continent? Isn't it all because of the people in front of him? Seeing the angry eyes of these people in front of her, Huo Wu opened her mouth and wanted to prove Ye Chen's innocence again, but was stopped by Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, who was sitting next to her. Ning Fengzi was originally the closest person to Emperor Shuiye, but due to various reasons, the relationship became a little distant, which allowed Yu Yuanzhen to take the opportunity to take the position. Little girl, you'd better not get involved in these things. If you have time, you might as well go to my Kai Bao Liulai sect to sit down. It's quiet there and conducive to self-cultivation. Yu Huo Wu stared at Ning Fengzi in surprise. She originally thought that Ning Fengzi and the royal family of the Tiandu Empire were in the same boat, but after seeing Ning Fengzi's private admonishing eyes, she seemed to understand something and never spoke again. The meeting was held for 2 days in total. The main content of the first day was to tell the evil deeds of Ye Chen and the Spirit Hall. The main content of the second day was the statement of each sect. Most of the sects and forces succumbed to the tyranny of the Tiandu Empire and had to agree. A small number of sects felt that everything could be discussed and chose to wait and see. Huo Wu represented the Blazing Fire Academy and Ning Fengzi represented the Kai Bao Liulai sect. These two forces directly refused. Chapter 131 God Becoming Mission, Tiandu is Coming. Haoshan Sect. Just after breaking through level 90, Ye Chen checked whether the influence of the limit power and the power of killing gods on himself had been reduced. After all, according to the system, the higher the level of his soul power, the less influence and restrictions he would receive. Looking at the soul skill panel again. It was clearly displayed on it. The host's current soul power level is level 90. After releasing the power of killing gods, the time when the martial soul cannot be used is reduced to 36 hours. After releasing the limit power, the time when the martial soul cannot be used is reduced to 2 hours. Sure enough, it was the same as he had guessed before. As his soul power level gets higher and higher, the the side effects of his use of the limit power and the power of killing gods will become smaller and smaller. Especially the power of killing gods. Originally, the martial soul cannot be used for a year after being released once, but now it is only 36 hours, less than 2 days. This is a huge change, and it is also something worth being happy about. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to titled Douluo. New tasks are being generated. Ding! New tasks are generated successfully. Ding! God becoming tasks are generated. The host draws the sword 80 billion times and can obtain the following 3 rewards. Reward 1, the host can obtain 3 god rings. Reward 2, increase the age of the host's soul rings and soul bones to 1 million years. Reward 3, grant the host 3 god level domains. At this time, the system's voice rang. After almost a year, the new task was finally released. But the content? Wow! Draw the sword 80 billion times, are you kidding me? Can I get a mortgage? Ye Chen said wow after seeing the number of times the sword was drawn in this task. With a soul power level of 90, his sword drawing speed is much faster than before, and the soul of Amaterasu has been upgraded to the god-killing sword. As a god-level martial soul, it should be more useful than before. With multiple factors, he should be able to draw the sword 1200 times per second now. I thought that after all the hard work, I could finally improve my soul power level. However, the improvement in the speed of sword drawing does not mean that the number of sword drawing required by the system sword drawing task is fixed. The 80 billion sword drawing times required this time, if drawn 1200 times per second, is 12,000 times per minute, 720,000 times per hour, and 7.2 million times per day. It takes a full 11,111 days. About 3 years. Isn't this a bit too long? With these 80 billion sword drawing times alone, Ye Chen can actually completely improve his soul power level to level 100, and there is still a lot of surplus. But if he accepts this task, it means that he can only be promoted to level 100 after at least 3 years. It's really too long. But the rewards are also very generous. Jing's Zhengxiang's law was verified again. After seeing the contents of these 3 rewards, Ye Chen's saliva almost flowed down. Reward 3 magic rings. You know, he is already very powerful after fusing 2 million-year soul rings. How powerful would he be if he fuses 3 more god rings? And all the soul rings and soul bones on his body are upgraded to the million-year level. This reward is also very tempting. I really want to see if my soul bones and soul rings can be upgraded to the god level after they are all upgraded to a million years. Ye Chen thought. Douluo continent is just the starting point. His growth cannot be limited to here. There is also the future God realm, and even more mysterious places, he wants to see them. And if you look at the long term, the requirements of this God becoming mission seem to be acceptable. Wuhan Hall, your death date has arrived today, so go to the underworld with Ye Chen to report. At this moment, a harsh voice came into Ye Chen's mind. Before he left the spirit hall, he deliberately set up a warning barrier, which was a rare item rewarded by the system. It could detect abnormal soul power fluctuations, no matter how far away it was. Even if he was in the Haoshan sect, he could use the warning barrier to capture all potential threats near the spirit hall. These old guys really have a good plan. They dare not come to me, but actually set their target on the spirit hall. Ye Chen knew what happened with a little perception, and finally he spit out 2 words lightly, looking for death. Boom! The next moment, the Starfall sword was launched, the Starfall teleportation array was released, and Ye Chen disappeared on the spot. Spirit Hall. What should I do? What should I do? Your Holiness, the front of the Spirit Hall has been blocked by those people from the Heaven Do Empire. Although those people are not strong enough to be feared, according to the guards, the Star Do Great Forest does not seem to be peaceful either. A large number of 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts are rushing out from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. Their target seems to be the entire Spirit City. In this way, we are attacked from both sides. Even if we can fight, we are not suitable for a long battle. If it drags on like this, it will only become more and more disadvantageous to us. Ghost Douluo was so anxious that he hesitated. 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts are secondary. Even if they slaughter the Spirit City, the impact on our Spirit Hall will not be too great. But I always feel that something seems to have awakened in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. Just now, my right eyelid twitched violently. I am afraid that there are more than 10,000-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest. Zhu Douluo frowned and added. Are you saying that there are still 100,000-year soul beasts? But haven't the two 100,000-year soul beasts we know about been killed by Ye Chen? You said we already know it, what if there is something we don't know? What we don't know? At this time, the guards at the bottom of the spirit hall, and even the deacons and elders at the middle and high levels, were in great panic because the Heaven Do Empire led 1,000,000 troops to attack the city and was attacked by a large number of soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest. After all, no matter how strong the spirit hall is, it is only strong because of the large number of titled Douluo and geniuses like Bibi Dong and Ye Chen. But people are not gods, who can defeat heaven. Facing 1,000,000 troops and countless soul beasts, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and soul masters of the spirit hall are not enough. Just consuming them can kill all of them. Your Holiness, why don't you give up the people of the spirit city and the spirit hall here? How about we fight to the death with the beasts of the Heaven Do Empire head-on? Although they have 1,000,000 troops, most of them are just ordinary people, and they may not be able to resist our spirit hall. Then we can capture the Heaven Do city and rebuild the spirit hall. In an extremely urgent situation, Zhu Douluo Yuguan stepped forward and expressed his opinion. Chapter 132 Confrontation. Do you know what the meaning of the existence of the spirit hall is? When the enemy came, Bibi Dong was not panicked at all, but said coldly, don't give up every child who has the potential to become a soul master on the Douluo continent, awaken their spirits, and let them join the spirit hall. This is a mutually beneficial thing for us. Then do you know how many children in the spirit city want to awaken their spirits this year? 492. If we just leave like this, what does it matter if we win? What survives is ourselves, but what we lose is the eternal dignity and nobility of the spirit hall, and even the future of the spirit hall. Give orders to let Qianjun Douluo and Zhonglong Douluo lead 20,000 soul masters to resist the beasts coming out of the Xingda Great Forest, and make sure that no soul beast enters the spirit city. Others, follow me to meet these old guys from the Tiandu Empire. At the command, Qianjun Douluo and Zhonglong Douluo did not dare to refute and took the order. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo sighed helplessly and followed Bibi Dong. For some reason, since Bibi Dong and Ye Chen recognized each other, they always felt that Bibi Dong's heart became softer and softer, and she even cared about the life and death of ordinary people. Yes. Everyone followed Bibi Dong to fight. Has the news of Ye Chen's training in Haoshan sect spread to Tiandu Empire so quickly? I don't know if he is training smoothly in Haoshan sect. Will he be plotted against by this group of people like the Wuhan Hall? Hu Lina followed her teacher, but she was always worried about Ye Chen. It was okay in the spirit hall, with so many people fighting side by side, but Ye Chen was always alone. She felt sorry for Ye Chen from the bottom of her heart. She always hoped that one day she could face all the difficulties with him. Nana, don't worry, with Ye Chen's strength, he will definitely be fine. At this time, a young man in his early 20s comforted her. Yan. In the golden generation of the spirit hall, he is a young soul master who is known as the genius of the spirit hall together with Xiaoyu. He has a top-level beast spirit with top-level fire and earth attributes, and his innate soul power level is level 9. After more than half a year of training, he finally broke through level 60. Beside him is his brother Xiaoyu, and behind them are the young generation of the spirit hall. Yes, Saint, every time no matter how worried we are about him, he will easily resolve the difficulties. Instead of worrying about him, our situation is more embarrassing. I don't know what the outcome of this battle will be. Will we not? Don't look at me like that. I will not back down, even if I die. The people of the Tiandu Empire are really too hateful. At first, they wanted to kill Ye Chen, but they were defeated. Now they turn around and target the spirit hall. They are like bugs and come to kill our spirit hall. Humph, they are just a bunch of bullies. Today, let them know that the spirit hall is not a soft persimmon. The dozen disciples behind Yan were very angry, but they all had firm eyes and vowed to live and die with the spirit hall. I am very pleased that you think so, but... Hu Lina looked at the people who had been friends with her since childhood and smiled slightly. How can we say we lose before we fight? We will not die, and we will definitely be able to defeat these garbage, right? Saint, you... Everyone was stunned, wondering where Hu Lina got her confidence from. Is it because her soul power has broken through again? But Hu Lina shook her head and smiled. It's not about my strength. Although we are not as strong as Ye Chen, we are also human beings with ideals and pursuits. As long as we work hard, we will always gain something. At least, we should fight with the courage to believe in ourselves. It's Ye Chen, no wonder Hu Lina has such a high level of awareness. After all, she is Ye Chen's woman. Yan sighed inwardly, alas, I am not destined to be with you. Wuhan City is located in the north of the city. The Tiandu Empire army has arrived at the city, and it is said that there are millions of people. Your Highness, no, Bibi Dong, are you taking the initiative to surrender? Ha ha ha. If you really come to surrender, we can consider it. At the forefront of the million-strong army, Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, took the lead and launched the attack. But it seemed that this was not enough to satisfy him, and he immediately added, why don't you bring your precious apprentice to join our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Tisk tisk, a peerless beauty, and not bad strength, hee hee. Ye Chen was like a mountain, weighing on the hearts of the people in the Tiandu Empire for a full 6 months. Now that Ye Chen is gone, this mountain has finally disappeared temporarily. So Yu Yuanzhen naturally vented his resentment towards the spirit hall. Especially when he heard that Ye Chen had a very good relationship with the two women, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina. Hee hee. Isn't the best revenge NTR? Who wouldn't want it? Damn, these people are righteous on the surface, but why are they so dirty in their hearts? A man can be killed but not humiliated, let's fight them. Ah! Swear to live and die with the spirit hall. When the younger generation of the spirit hall heard the enemy say this, many of them were furious and their eyes were red. Bibi Dong is the pope of the spirit hall. Who has dared to speak to her like this in all these years? Is he worthy of being the patriarch of a mere Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Yu Yuanzhen, you are just like your tragically dead son, you know? Both pathetic and hateful. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Yuanzhen with pity, and then looked at the people around him indifferently. Emperor Shui Yat, Shui Beng and the leaders of some small sects, including the 4 small sects under the command of the Haoshan sect that had been destroyed, and Shui King He. No, it was Qian Rongxue who was disguised as Shui King He. I came here for only one purpose, that is to tell you. If you leave now, you can still live a few more months. If you wait it will be too late. You are so arrogant, ha 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 ha. Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but laugh when he heard Bibi Dong say this. Bibi Dong, don't you understand the current situation? In front of you is the million-strong army of the Tiandu Empire, and behind you is the countless soul beasts of Lord Beast God. Do you think the Spirit Hall still has a chance? After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand, and the soul masters behind him directly launched an attack. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Today I will completely eradicate the Spirit Hall and benefit the people of the world. Go! Boom! The battle was about to start. The sound of the million-strong army charging was like thunder and lightning, shaking the earth. Buzz! But at the same time, at this moment, on a tall building in Wuhan City, suddenly an extremely sharp, blood-red sword intent rose into the sky. Chapter 133 God-killing slashing with a sword in the air. Wow! It was already night. The sky was originally covered with dark clouds tonight, and the moon was not visible at all. But at this time, the terrifying sword intent had directly dispersed the dark clouds, and the sky became bright for a while. The sword intent rushed away the dark clouds, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Buzz buzz! Then the air within a few miles became distorted, and the surroundings were abnormally dry and hot. In the last gust, a strong wind whistled in a certain direction. When everyone felt this sword intent, they only felt that a blood-red sword rose into the sky in their minds. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Is this a sword in the air? The faces of the people from the Tiandu Empire suddenly changed, and they all said in shock. Most of them had seen Ye Chen use this move, so they were not unfamiliar with it. It's just that this time, the sword slash in the air was more powerful than the one Ye used before. No, it was much more powerful. It's simply not in the same order of magnitude. It can no longer be summarized by the simple word spiritual skill. It's understandable to say that it is a divine skill. After seeing this scene, Bibi Dong smiled. I told you a long time ago that you could live a few more months if you left just now. Now it's too late. Did someone become a god? How is it possible? Who can become a god so quickly in just a few hundred years? Everyone on the Tiandu Empire side was so surprised that they forgot remembering the mission at this moment. He stood there in a daze, and no longer headed towards Wuhan City. It can't be that Ye Chen has become a god. Someone in the group raised such doubts. But soon someone questioned him again. Ye Chen, that little brat, is only a few years old, not even 20 years old. Even if he is excellent, how could he become a god before 20 years old? In the era of Douluo continent, the existence of gods has never been heard of. The highest level of soul power is only the 3 legendary extreme Douluos. But those 3 extreme Douluos have also released their soul skills. Anyone who has seen their true strength knows that even the 3 of them cannot release such powerful soul skills in front of them. So they naturally thought that the existence that can release such soul skills is a god, not Ye Chen. But what they can't figure out is why this move looks so much like the flying sword slash that Ye Chen once released. The powerful sword intent directly split a deep trench several tens of meters wide between Wuhan City and the Tiandu Empire, isolating ordinary people from the idea of attacking Wuhan City. Quickly retreat. There may be a god-level existence in Wuhan City. At this time, the leader of a small sect turned around and fled without saying a word. How could there be a god? Those who have become gods have long gone to the god realm. Those who have just become gods are only a little stronger than the extreme Douluo. What are you afraid of? Seeing that other people also had the intention to retreat, Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but cursed, "A bunch of cowards, no wonder you are just a small sect, are cowards like you qualified to be the sect leader? Oh? So do you think you are qualified?" But at this moment, accompanied by the endless sword intent, a cold voice sounded. Plop plop plop. The sect leaders of the small sects who wanted to escape were harvested by the messy sword intent and bled directly on the spot. At the same time, under the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation, many soldiers of the Tiandu Empire were cut to pieces without any struggle. In just a moment, thousands of Tiandu soldiers fell here. Puff! Yu Yuanzhen and Emperor Shuiye were not much better. Although they were not seriously injured, they spit out blood after falling to the ground. Their faces turned pale, their breath was chaotic, and their eyes were full of horror. Both sides had not really started fighting, and the other party only relied on 2 soul skills to directly shake them all into this bear-like state. How can they fight? They are not on the same level at all. Ordinary people are vulnerable in their eyes, but they are also vulnerable in the eyes of this mysterious man. Is it really a god? Why is there a god in the Wuhan Hall? Yu Yuanzhen muttered to himself, and his tone contained horror and unwillingness. Why? Why? Ye Chen is obviously training in Haoshan sect, and he can't come back in a short time. I thought our chance to turn things around had come. But I didn't expect that the spirit hall was as hard as steel. The opportunity was right in front of us, but it was like a trap, letting us jump into it step by step. Ye Chen? Qian Daoliu? Who is it, who is blocking us? Why is it like this? Yu Yuanzhen screamed madly. It was so frustrating. He felt that he had planned it very carefully. With the help of the power of the Tiandu Empire, he used all the sects that could be used. And he encouraged the beast god Emperor Tian to come out of the mountain, and took advantage of the gap when Ye Chen was training elsewhere, and decided to attack the spirit hall. This plan had been decided 3 months ago. He waited and waited. Finally, this opportunity came. Then everyone led their troops to Wuhan City with high spirits, thinking that they could be proud of themselves, avenge their son Yu Xiaogang, and consolidate the position of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the entire Douluo continent. But he didn't expect that fate would play a joke on him again. There is such a powerful existence in Wuhan City. This is simply like a stomachache that was finally cured, but ended up with hemorrhoids. How can I fight this? God wants to kill me, God wants to kill me. I have been scheming for so long, but in the end, this is the end. God, why are you teasing me like this? Yu Yuanzhen, who claims to be smarter than Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, wailed unwillingly. No. Finally, his expression changed, and a sneer appeared on his face. Even if I can't capture Wuhan City, even if I will die here today, can you, a god, really stop a million-strong army? Moreover, can a god like you fight against the legendary one? Beast God Emperor Tian, a battle between gods, ha 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 ha, even if I die, I will make this world chaotic. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yu Yuanzhen was like a madman, talking nonsense. He cursed Ye Chen and Wuhan Hall to die a bad death. As if this would make him feel more happy. But when he came to his senses, he found that Emperor Shuiye was looking at Shui Qinghe in horror. That look of fear, as if something terrible had happened. Chapter 134 Qianrongxiu Part 1. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth, and he was slowly approaching Emperor Xue Yat. At some point, he had an extremely sharp sword in his hand. From the sword, Yu Yuanzhen could see Ziying his own shadow. It looked so miserable. Your Highness, what are you going to do? We should unite to face the enemy. Do you want to do this here? You are already Your Highness, the future emperor is definitely yours, right? Why do you have to do this here? Yu Yuanzhen thought Xue Qinghe was going to rebel, and his heart was shocked. He really couldn't see through Xue Qinghe's mind. If he really wanted to rebel, it would be too bad to choose the right time. Even if he killed Emperor Xue Ya here, what would happen? Would the spirit hall let him go? It was really stupid. But Xue Qinghe was the prince after all, and the situation was tense now, and he couldn't make trouble in his nest. Yu Yuanzhen persuaded Xue Qinghe kindly while slowly approaching Emperor Xue Yat. He had to protect Emperor Xue Yat, because the millions of troops behind him only obeyed Emperor Xue Yat. Humph! But Xue Qinghe didn't care about these. No, it was Qianrongxiu. Having been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for so many years, she knew the character of Emperor Xue Ya very well. As Bibi Dong said, he looked bright and beautiful on the outside, but his heart was actually filthy. He thought all day about how to expand the Tiandu Empire to the entire Douluo continent. There was nothing wrong with this idea. But the mistake was that Emperor Xue Yi's idea was related to Ye Chen. She knew what Ye Chen meant to her. Without Ye Chen, she would never have been born in this world. Although she had never seen Ye Chen, she must repay his kindness. Let's help him get rid of those who wanted to kill him today. Swish! Rays of golden light emanated from Qianrongxiu's body, and in the light, Xue Qinghe's appearance became increasingly dim. At the same time, a beautiful face and a beautiful body emerged from the light. Behind her, a shadow of an angel with 3 pairs of wings suddenly appeared, with cold eyes and a huge long sword full of golden light in his hand. Haha! Yu Yuanzhen, look at me again, who am I? After returning to her original appearance, Qianrongxiu felt indescribably relaxed. Facing Yu Yuanzhen, who had the strength of a titled Douluo, she was not afraid, but laughed coldly. Those people in the Tiandu Empire are really stupid. I have been lurking for so many years. No one can detect it. You are. Yu Yuanzhen and Emperor Xue Ya were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Facing a beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in front of them, they thought hard for a long time, but couldn't remember where they had seen such a person before. Today is the first time they met. So who would know who she is? Wait. Your martial soul. However, when Yu Yuanzhen saw the martial soul shadow behind Qianrongxiu, he seemed to remember something. Chief Yu, do you know her? Is she really not King He? Emperor Xue Ya was puzzled, and took advantage of this gap to hide behind Yu Yuanzhen. In his heart, he was full of curiosity about Qianrongxiu's life experience. Is there a possibility? Is Xue Qinghe disguised as a man for several years, but she is still Xue Qinghe, but I have always ignored the gender of my son? Is there actually an extra daughter? How could it be? Yu Yuanzhen shook his head and sighed, Your Majesty, look at her martial soul. The martial souls of the direct descendants of the imperial family are all swan martial souls. Even if they mutate again, they can't be like this now. Forgive me for being so bold, the real Prince Qinghe is probably dead, and this woman in front of you is likely to be the murderer who killed him. Who is she? Only Douluo in the entire Douluo continent can possess such a martial soul. The 6-winged angel martial soul is the legendary god-level martial soul. The martial soul of this woman in front of me is exactly the same as Douluo's martial soul. She must have something to do with Douluo. Yu Yuanzhen frowned and said in a trembling voice, I didn't expect this woman to have been hiding in the Tiandu Empire for so long, and we didn't notice it. Douluo? Then isn't she also a member of the Wuhan Hall? The more Emperor Xue Ya listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Chief Yu, are you her opponent? Otherwise, should we withdraw our troops quickly? Just kidding. The sects that came with the Tiandu Empire died or fled, and the only ones left were ordinary soldiers of the Tiandu Empire and direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. If Yu Yuanzhen was not a match for the woman in front of him, then there was really no need to fight this battle. After all, the woman in front of him was standing right in front of him, and she could take his life at any time. Compared to the masters of the Wuhan Hall on the top of Wuhan City, it was obvious that the woman in front of him posed a greater threat to him. Your Majesty, don't panic. A gleam of light flashed in Yu Yuanzhen's eyes. Her soul power level is only over 70, she can't be my opponent at all. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen released his martial soul and directly opened his martial soul true body. His body was covered with blue dragon scales, and he stared at Qian Rongxiu fiercely. It's okay if I can't kill Ye Chen, and it's okay if I can't destroy the spirit hall, but getting rid of you is an easy thing. Before you die, tell us your name, so that you won't have another chance in the future. Bang! The right arm suddenly blasted out, and the right fist attacked Qian Rongxiu. But Qian Rongxiu has a soul power of more than 70 levels after all. Although she is not Yu Yuanzhen's opponent, she will not be so easily defeated. After avoiding this attack without any danger, Qian Rongxiu's eyes were covered with bright gold, holding the angel sword in hand, and those who intended to approach all her Tiandu's soldiers were killed by her sword. You are not worthy of knowing my name. She shouted coldly, and the sword turned sharply, passing Yu Yuanzhen to take the head of Emperor Shuiye. As long as Emperor Shuiye can be killed, this million-strong army will be leaderless and will be defeated. She actually wanted to do this just now, but Yu Yuanzhen happened to find out, exposing her thoughts and letting these people notice it. Yellow-haired boy, do you think you are Ye Chen? With a soul power of more than 70 levels, you also want to fight me? Yu Yuanzhen rushed up again and fought with Qian Rongxiu. He didn't believe this today. Are all soul masters of more than 70 levels in the world called Ye Chen? Or are all soul masters of more than 70 levels in the world as powerful as Ye Chen? If they can't take down Ye Chen, at least let the spirit hall lose something. Looking at this woman's spirit, she must have some relationship with the top leaders of the spirit hall? Even with Ye Chen. As long as he can kill her, then his trip will be worthwhile. Chapter 135 Qian Rongxiu Part 2. Uncle, leave this little girl to us. I will never let the people from the spirit hall who killed Xiao Gang go. At this time, a female voice sounded. And in a short time, figures kept emerging, and the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family rushed up. It was Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng and others. Lu Erlong was a soul Douluo of more than 80 levels, and Yu Tianheng was a soul king of more than 50 levels. However, everyone's strength cannot be directly judged by the soul power level. It is rumored that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has a strong body and can fight 1 against 100, and they also have the blessing of their top martial souls. Lu Erlong of more than 80 levels can even fight with ordinary titled Douluo. Even Yu Tianheng, who has a relatively low soul power level, is much stronger than an ordinary soul king. These people rushed out, and they all seemed to want to meet Qian Rongxiu. But they may have forgotten a very important thing. That is, although Qian Rongxiu's martial soul is not a top beast martial soul, it is a god-level martial soul. If we compare martial souls alone, the martial souls of all the people present are not as good as Qian Rongxiu. Fortunately, no one tried to break the law and chose to take the initiative to fight Qian Rongxiu 1v1. This is their wise choice. Seeing this woman, even if she has been hiding herself, Lu Erlong's body can't help but tremble. More than 10 years ago, I heard that the Pope of the Spirit Hall had a daughter named Qian Rongxiu, but Qian Rongxiu and the Pope of the Spirit Hall did not have a good relationship. She left the Spirit Hall early and has no news for so many years. If my guess is correct, you are Qian Rongxiu, right? What was said is only one aspect, and there is also what was seen. The same martial soul as Qian Douluo, the six-winged angel martial soul, just like what my uncle Yu Yuanzhen said just now, the woman in front of me is definitely related to Qian Douluo. Judging from these 2 points, Lu Erlong recognized Qian Rongxiu's identity at the first time. Of course, she was also the first person to recognize Qian Rongxiu's identity. When everyone heard it, they immediately felt that there was some truth, and even Yu Yuanzhen was shocked for a moment. You are Bibi Dong's daughter Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu smiled coldly and did not reply. Everyone in the world thinks that she must be related to Qian Douluo and is Bibi Dong's daughter. That is just the ignorance of the world. Her true identity will always be only one, that is, the incarnation of the angel god, and has nothing to do with anyone. Lu Erlong's figure flashed and came to Yu Tianheng. The two looked at each other. Lu Erlong made a gesture to the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family behind him, and the formation of dozens of soul saints changed immediately. The formation tightened and turned into a circle, surrounding Qian Rongxiu in the center. And everyone released their martial souls, and countless blue little dinosaur-like human bodies filled the entire battlefield for a while. Except that Lu Erlong's martial soul was slightly different. Because Lu Erlong's martial soul is the fire dragon martial soul that mutated from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex. Her entire body surface is fiery red, like a raging female dinosaur. Qian Rongxiu was surrounded in the center, frowning, and her cold eyes swept the whole scene. The next moment, she directly released her martial soul true body. Compared with the martial soul transformations of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family that looked very domineering and ugly, her martial soul true body looked more gentle and full of coldness. It was like a scene from Beauty and the Beast. The golden dress covered her feet, and her angel-like delicate face could not find any flaws. The scattered golden hair hung from her back to her waist, like a golden statue that could only be viewed from a distance. But every strand of hair looked so soft, and the whole person seemed to be the most beautiful in the world. Her beauty not only comes from herself, but also forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding environment. The golden light spreads out, and many people can't help but look at her. Even Lu Erlong, who thinks that he is not inferior to anyone in his youth, feels ashamed of himself. Some soul masters of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family have blurred their eyes. At this moment, they are all shocked by Qian Rongxiu's appearance. They have lived in Douluo continent for decades and have never seen such a beautiful woman. The most important thing is that the cold and noble angelic aura on her always makes people want to get close to her and play with her. A pair of cold and flashing big eyes scanned the group of people from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family who surrounded her, as if everything around her was centered on her. Qian Rongxiu is now like the dawn in the dark, noble and noble. Most of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family masters focused their attention on Qian Rongxiu's beautiful face, but Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng stared at the spirit ring under Qian Rongxiu's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. There are 7 soul rings in total, and they are all the best soul ring configurations. No wonder he has the courage to assassinate Emperor Shui yet at this time. According to the overall strength of the Tiandu Empire, the royal family has no real title Douluo, only a nominal Douluo Dugubo, but Dugubo has never been involved in anything and can be ignored. What about the Haoshan sect? It was destroyed. The Kaibao Liulai sect is unwilling to associate with the Tiandu Empire. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family has only one title Douluo. There are very few people who can threaten Qian Rongxiu's life. Qian Rongxiu's cold eyes showed a hint of gold, and she looked at Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng quietly. You also know my identity, so today, let's make a break here. As soon as the voice fell, her eyes suddenly lit up, and the night that was gradually getting dark seemed like daytime, and the sacred breath like the sun was released majestically, and the air in front of her had already appeared layers of golden ripples, materializing. Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng could never have imagined that in such a situation, Qian Rongxiu not only did not retreat, but decided to fight head-on, with no intention of running away. However, no matter how strong the god-level martial soul is, how strong can it be? As long as she is not Ye Chen and does not have the ability of Ye Chen, she will never be able to defeat so many people. Rather than saying that such courage is admirable, it is better to say that it is stupid. The same soul ring burst out, and Lu Erlong said in a deep voice, Tianheng, you take people to block Qian Rongxiu's movement, and I will confront her head-on. Don't let her escape. The two have known each other for many years, and Yu Tianheng naturally understood what she meant. At a command, he and all the soul saints of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family took action together, and quickly turned to completely seal all the spaces where Qian Rongxiu could escape. Lu Erlong shouted, Red Dragon's true body. As soon as the voice came out, she had already taken off, her whole body covered with dragon scales, and a pair of huge red wings grew out, flying high into the sky, blocking Qian Rongxiu's last chance to escape from high altitude. Chapter 136 Qian Rongxiu's Strength. The huge red fire dragon that quickly expanded to 5 meters in length swept over Qian Rongxiu's head, and Lu Erlong turned into a phantom and shot straight down. Yu Tianheng and the others were not idle either, they also took off, stepped on the wind and moved forward, quickly narrowing the encirclement, and everyone went up and down. Although Lu Erlong was fast, the soul skill released by Yu Tianheng's hand had already flown out first while moving forward. The light blue lightning was amplified in the air by the auxiliary soul master, and each blue lightning looked so dazzling. Yu Tianheng and the huge lightning that flew out seemed to be connected by something, pulling his body at a speed that was not inferior to Lu Erlong, who released his martial soul in a short time. Qian Rongxiu showed a trace of disdain in her eyes. Facing the charge of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, she shook her right arm, and the angel sword in her hand flew up. At the moment she flew towards the soul saint closest to her, she also moved. A god-level martial soul is a god-level martial soul. The speed that burst out instantly was completely disproportionate to her body, and it rushed straight to Lu Erlong in the air. As for the lightning and thunder flying towards her and Yu Tianheng and others, they simply ignored it. Lu Erlong clearly felt that when Qian Rongxiu pounced on her, everything around her became solemn. The dazzling golden light made it difficult for her to open her eyes. Her body felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead. Her speed, which was originally as fast as a flash of light, suddenly dropped due to her advantage in soul power level. At the same time, the space in front of her seemed to be slightly distorted. Domain? This is the power of the domain. Lu Erlong immediately recognized that this was not a soul skill. Her guess was correct. As the incarnation of the angel god, the angel domain was one of the abilities that Qian Rongxiu mastered. Among the countless soul masters on the continent, there are no more than 20 soul masters who can truly possess the power of the domain. Among these 20 people, there are even fewer who can always have a strong domain. Lu Erlong has undoubtedly won the jackpot. Qian Rongxiu's angel domain is different from ordinary domains. In this domain, it can use the sacred light to melt the opponent's soul power and perception ability, making it fall into a weak state of powerlessness. Lu Erlong's soul power level was originally much higher than Qian Rongxiu's, and her biggest advantage was speed. However, when the angel domain fell on her, her most advantageous speed was completely offset. Qian Rongxiu was not as good-looking and conceited as she looked on the surface. Her angel control domain was only concentrated on Lu Erlong, and in an instant, it reduced Lu Erlong's soul power by half. The phantom became clear, and Lu Erlong's appearance as a fire dragon rarely appeared. It was a dinosaur face that was hard to describe as weird, very hideous, and ugly. After all, it was a beast martial soul, and it didn't matter if it was strong, but it could only be described as ugly if it was weak. Especially in front of Lu Erlong, in sharp contrast to her, was Qian Rongxiu, the incarnation of the angel god. Lu Erlong's pair of golden eyes were already showing horror at this time. Qian Rongxiu swung her right fist, and Lu Erlong could clearly feel that all the space in the surrounding air was solidified in this punch. Under normal circumstances, she would have no problem dodging a soul master like Qian Rongxiu who was over level 70. However, this sudden reduction in speed brought her great trouble. Even with his strength as a soul master at level 80, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from it. But she didn't dare to let her body collide with the punch head-on. She was afraid that only the idiot Tang Hao from Haoshan sect could bear the punch that contained so much soul power. Without hesitation, the fourth soul ring on her body flashed and shone, and her martial soul was suddenly covered by a fiery red light, making her whole body more illusory in an instant. If she was full of phantoms before, then at this moment, her body had become almost transparent. Qian Rongxiu's golden eyes revealed a bit of disdainful mockery. Just when Lu Erlong released her fourth soul ring soul skill, suddenly, the angel field that originally controlled Lu Erlong's speed disappeared instantly. What's more terrifying is that Lu Erlong's fourth soul skill also mentioned speed. Lu Erlong had been trying to break free from the restrictions of the angel field on herself. Her speed suddenly changed so drastically that she had no chance to react at all. She almost accelerated and hit Qian Rongxiu's punch. Bang! A strong sound of airflow explosion sounded in the air, and the illusory dragon shadow flew backwards without any suspense, and was directly blasted back to the ground on the side of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. You know, after Lu Erlong used her martial soul, her physical defense increased exponentially, and the fourth soul skill made her body tangible and intangible. But even in this case, Qian Rongxiu's seemingly weak punch still blasted her body away. You can imagine what kind of power was contained in that punch just now. As one of the top soul masters of the same level, Qian Rongxiu's strength is not as strong as Ye Chen, but it is already above most level 70 soul masters, even level 80 soul Douluos. On the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family side, Yu Tianheng's attack did not fall on Qian Rongxiu. He saw Lu Erlong being blasted away in a face-to-face encounter, and immediately gave up the original battle plan. Actively retracted the soul skill, and dared not put soul power on the angel sword that Qian Rongxiu shot out. What a joke! His aunt was fighting with someone, and he was fighting with a sword, and it seemed that he couldn't win. But at this moment, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came from in front of him. Yu Tianheng's reaction was not slow. His body, which was originally rushing forward, stopped with all his strength, and stepped heavily on the ground under his feet. His body also took off into the air with the reaction force of his soul power. Boom! The ground just now suddenly shattered, and a bottomless sword pit was formed in an instant. The air suddenly became psychedelic, and a huge sword with a length of more than 4 meters suddenly fell from the sky, and the place where Yu Tianheng was originally standing was completely destroyed. You know, Yu Tianheng's cultivation is not even as good as Qian Rongxiu's. If he is a little slower, his life will be in danger. The giant sword full of sacred aura, with extremely dazzling golden light rising into the sky. The soul skills released by Qian Rongxiu did not stop there. Several golden lights were emitted. The other members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were not so lucky. The angel sword took away the lives of 2 people in the blink of an eye. Although the lives of the others were not in danger, they were all seriously injured and flew backwards. The encirclement collapsed in an instant. Everyone's face changed. What's the matter? Is she also gifted like Ye Chen? Yu Tianheng was full of swear words and looked at Qian Rongxiu with fear. Everything around suddenly turned into a platinum world. Including Yu Yu and Zhen, everyone in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family felt that their bodies became slow in an instant, at least slowing down by more than 20%. Field, it's the angel field again. Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng's faces had changed terribly at this time. This was the first time they understood Qian Rongxiu's strength, but judging from her momentum and the soul skills she released, her strength was even higher than Soul Douluo. This angel domain is even more abnormal. No matter how many levels of the opponent's soul power are, they will be affected by this domain. Thinking of the last person who made everyone feel so scared, I am afraid that it was only Ye Chen. Is Qian Rongxiu really as strong as Ye Chen? But today, all the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are here, including the clan leader Yu Yu and Zhen. Will Qian Rongxiu be as lucky as Ye Chen? Will anyone come to help her? Seeing the anxious eyes of Bibi Dong and others on the top of Wuhan City, Yu Yu and Zhen couldn't help but have a murderous intention in his heart. Maybe the god killing and slashing in the air was just a wide-range support soul skill, and the person who released the soul skill was not nearby, otherwise the people in Wuhan City would not be worried to this extent. And after some consideration, Yu Yu and Zhen finally regained his sanity and was no longer so crazy. As long as Emperor Shuiye is not dead, the Tiandu Empire has 1,000,000 troops. Living among these 1,000,000 troops, no one can do anything to him. Then I will meet you, Qian Rongxiu. Chapter 137 Qian Rongxiu vs Yu Yu and Zhen Part 1. Take back the angel sword that was originally attacking the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This sword is not an ordinary sword. Although it is not a martial soul, after the martial soul is released, Qian Rongxiu will have this sword in her hand. This sword will also be at her disposal. Maybe this is the charm of the god-level martial soul. There is nothing that the god-level martial soul cannot do, except what you can't think of. For example, Ye Chen's meteorite blade can also automatically change its appearance, and you can choose the appearance you like. Facing the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Qian Rongxiu was not panicked at all. She just gritted her silver teeth and looked at them coldly. I don't know when the Emperor Shuiye of the Tiandu Empire took advantage of the war to escape. If you want to find him, you must first get rid of these people in front of you. Whoosh! The angel sword made a series of sword chants, stabbing the ground to help Qian Rongxiu's body bounce up instantly. An angel deified, what does it look like to really fly? It is more appropriate to call her a true angel god now. Although she does not have the flying soul skill yet, under the effect of the angel field and the angel sword, she jumps towards this side as if it is light as a feather. In terms of strength, even Lu Erlong, whose soul power level is more than 80, may not be her opponent, but Lu Erlong is the strongest person in this group except Yu Yu and Zhen. The others are only about 60 or 70 levels, and there are even more than 50 levels. Those people are not a threat to her. If she wants to quickly resolve this battle, she must find a breakthrough from Lu Erlong. Of course, the premise is that Yu Yu and Zhen cannot join this battle, otherwise the battle will become tricky. You were born with the help of Ye Chen, and in return, the Tiandu Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will pose a threat to Ye Chen in the future. If possible, I hope you can fight against those forces with me. This is the first sentence Qian Rongxiu understood after she came to Douluo continent, and it was also told to her by Bibi Dong. Although she had never met Ye Chen, for some reason, Qian Rongxiu always felt that she and Ye Chen seemed to have known each other for a long time. Was it an illusion, or had they really met in a distant place? But no matter what, the strange feeling in her heart made her agree to Bibi Dong's request. And after hearing what Bibi Dong said, she took the initiative to ask Ying to go to Tiandu Empire to lurk. Over the years, in addition to helping the Spirit Hall to obtain intelligence, she has been keeping a close eye on the Tiandu Empire and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. In her heart, anyone who threatens Ye Chen's safety is equivalent to threatening her, and must be strangled. When the real dragon is angry, the sound shakes the sky. And just as Qian Rongxiu was about to approach Lu Erlong, Yu Yuanzhen suddenly shouted. A color different from the blue he usually released suddenly emerged from around him. It was a dazzling red lightning. Almost in an instant, he had already soared into the air, and the moment he just soared into the air, his mouth opened instantly. At this moment, the 9 soul rings on Yu Yuanzhen's body lit up almost at the same time, rendering the red and blue flames on his body particularly magnificent. Standing face to face, with arms slightly open, Yu Yuanzhen and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other, and the 9 soul rings on his body instantly condensed into a huge red lightning, and flew out with thunder. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and suddenly, the world seemed to have turned into red and blue, and everything around seemed to be completely quiet at this moment. Yu Yuanzhen's body disappeared at the moment when the red and blue light was formed, and the huge lightning had also flown into the air, turning into a huge halo with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even Qian Rongxiu, who was soaring in the air, had already stopped in the air. Holding the angel sword tightly and about to hit Lu Erlong, Qian Rongxiu could no longer move. The 9th soul skill of the titled Douluo suddenly appeared in Qian Rongxiu's mind, and the attack that was originally very confident fell in an instant. The biggest difference between titled Douluo and other soul masters is not the difference in soul power level, but the 9th soul skill of titled Douluo is much stronger than that of low-level soul masters. How powerful can the 9th soul skill performed by titled Douluo be? And Yu Yuanzhen's 9th soul ring is not an ordinary soul ring. It has a soul ring age of 99,999 years, which is infinitely close to 100,000 years, and has 2 soul skills. Although Qian Rongxiu's strength and martial soul also surprised everyone. But can Qian Rongxiu, who doesn't even have level 80 soul power, really resist the 9th soul skill of title Douluo? Don't struggle anymore. My 9th soul skill has a paralysis effect. Even if your angel field reduces my speed, what's the use if you can't move? Yu Yuanzhen's conceited voice fell from the red and blue light. The next moment, the light suddenly converged, and Qian Rongxiu had a layer of red and blue halo on her body, and was fixed in that narrow range. Moreover, the red lightning brought by the angry true dragon split into 9 during the galloping process, all of which struck Qian Rongxiu. What is strange is that the range of Qian Rongxiu's paralysis is still in the air, which shows how powerful the soul skill formed by the sound shock to the 9 heavens is. It is a bit like the bipolar static field jointly performed by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. However, Yu Yuanzhen's 9th soul skill is not so outrageous. His sound shock to the 9 heavens can only bully low-level soul masters at most. At the same level, opponents cannot be paralyzed for so long. It's just because Qian Rongxiu's soul power level is too low. More importantly, the power of this 9th soul skill is a big secret of Yu Yuanzhen after fusing the True Dragon 9 crowns. In the current Douluo continent, there are very few soul masters who can forcibly improve the age of their soul rings, and even fewer soul masters who can improve the age of their soul rings to the 9th soul ring. The skill with red and blue double rings shining in front of him is the 2nd soul skill of Yu Yuanzhen after fusing the 9th soul ring of the True Dragon 9 crowns, the sound of 9 heavens. It is also a new soul skill that he risked to kill Ye Chen. It can combine its own huge soul power with the power of thunder to form a group paralysis effect on range targets. Although Qian Rongxiu is strong, facing such a titled Douluo with super control, even if she can fight many alone, she can only be temporarily controlled. Of course, in order to exert this ability, Yu Yuanzhen has also invested all his energy. When his soul power can no longer support it, the paralysis effect will naturally be lifted. Therefore, it is necessary to take Qian Rongxiu down in one fell swoop before she wakes up. The angry True Dragon 9 lightning bolts are his strongest attacking soul skill, and no one can resist this move of his. It's just a pity that in order to kill such a soul master of more than 70 levels, he has to use his 9th soul ring. It's really a waste. 9 red lightning bolts came from the sky. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and tried to dodge. She was very unwilling in her heart. She was only one step away from defeating 1,000,000 troops without damage, but now the first lightning bolt hit. Qian Rongxiu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Then came the second, the third. After enduring 5 lightning bolts, blood had already overflowed from the corners of her mouth, and her body was so weak that she couldn't resist the 6th one. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen smiled coldly, "Let you die for Ye Chen first." He was confident. But just when the 6th lightning was about to fall on Qian Rongxiu. Chapter 138 Qian Rongxiu vs Yu Yuanzhen Part 2, Obsession. A more dazzling red light enveloped Qian Rongxiu's body, and countless short flying swords surrounded her, easily blocking the 6th lightning of the angry true dragon. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and full of disbelief. If the 6th lightning did not kill Qian Rongxiu and seriously injured her, everyone could still accept it. But the 6th lightning struck the protective shield formed by the flying swords, but nothing happened, and even the surface of the shield was not broken. Qian Rongxiu's soul skill? How could it be possible? How could a soul saint who was less than level 80 have the strength to resist the 9th soul skill of the titled Douluo? Who is it? Yu Yuanzhen was also shocked when he saw this. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu was about to die, such a thing suddenly happened. He naturally couldn't believe that it was Qian Rongxiu who blocked it. Someone must have secretly released soul skills nearby. But when he used his mental power to sense it, there was nothing unusual. We can't let her leave here alive, come on. The person who helped Qian Rongxiu did not show up, but it made Yu Yuanzhen panic. He must keep enough soul power to face the unknown danger. As for Qian Rongxiu, now that she is in this state, the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family can deal with her. After saying that, Yu Yuanzhen withdrew a few positions and let Lu Erlong and Yu Tianheng and others behind him attack. Unfortunately, most of the people who came from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were just some soul saints. With their strength, they were not enough to break the defense, let alone hurt Qian Rongxiu. Of course, even if it was Yu Yuanzhen, it would be the same. Just kidding. Can you break the invincible fate favor? The strongest physical defense soul skill under God. Bang 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 bang. 3 explosions sounded in succession, and the last 3 attacks of the angry true dragon were also blocked by the fate's favor. But the invincible time of the fate's favor was about to pass. Ye Chen, who disguised himself as an ordinary soldier and mixed into the Tiandu army, knew that he couldn't go on like this. As soon as he arrived, he saw Qian Rongxiu being hit by Yu Yuanzhen's 9th soul skill. Now Qian Rongxiu was seriously injured again. He finally managed to save her, but he couldn't let her continue to suffer the attack of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This was what he promised Bibi Dong just now, and he must not break his promise. However, just as Ye Chen was about to take action, Qian Rongxiu, who was kneeling on one knee with a serious injury, looked at him. Such a keen insight. Ye Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Thinking back to the past, no one had ever recognized him when he concealed his breath to disguise himself. This is the first time he was recognized. Is this the instinct of the angel god? Or is it that Qian Rongxiu has been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for more than 10 years, and no one can match her in disguise, and no one can hide from her eyes? After a simple glance, Qian Rongxiu's eyes seemed to be a little surprised, and the sparkle flashed twice, but in the end she stopped Ye Chen from coming out with her eyes. What are you doing? Ye Chen was a little puzzled, and used his mental power to transmit a voice to Qian Rongxiu, can you still fight? Qian Rongxiu, who has always been aloof and arrogant, did not answer Ye Chen, but nodded lightly and stood up again from the ground. The two of them clearly met for the first time, but it seemed as if they had really known each other for a long time. Just a glance, the other party could understand. Since I want to help you get rid of these garbage, then I will do what I say. Qian Rongxiu retracted her gaze from Ye Chen and looked at the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family again. If I can't even deal with these people, then what's the meaning of my past 10 years? Swoosh! The angel sword that had just been shaken away returned to her hand. She held the long sword tightly and walked towards the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family step by step. Lu Erlong, Yu Tianheng and others were all shocked. It's like this, you still want to fight? You are really looking for death. The protective shield on her body has disappeared. Tianheng, act according to the original plan. I will attack, and you and others will surround her from the flank. Lu Erlong looked at Qian Rongxiu with reluctance, but the two of them didn't have any intersection after all, and their positions were opposite. Today, either she died or I died, there was no choice. Clang! Several figures passed by Qian Rongxiu in succession, and Lu Erlong was the first to bear the brunt. This time she learned to be smart and deliberately kept a certain distance from Qian Rongxiu, just enough to avoid the influence of the angel field. Then, he raised his right hand slightly, and released his fourth soul skill. A huge fireball smashed into Qian Rongxiu. Following this fireball, there were also the small soul skills of the people in the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. For a moment, red and blue light filled the entire land. However, the power this time was much smaller than that released by Yu Yu and Zhen. Qian Rongxiu did not dodge, and also released her third soul skill, Angel's Blessing, to block everyone's attack. And the colorful light produced by the collision of soul skills under the light, her steps were not chaotic, but became more and more rhythmic. This soul power aura. She dispelled our soul skills. Too scary. When the Angel's Blessing came out, everyone was shocked again. Although this soul skill is not as powerful as the invincible soul skill, it also has an excellent defensive effect, especially when facing the people of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Only Lu Erlong has a higher soul power level than her. Humph. Walking out of the light, Qian Rongxiu snorted coldly, her eyes were covered with gold, and at the same time, 6 wings appeared out of thin air behind her. An invisible sacred aura spread out, and the surrounding darkness was illuminated again, but this time it was a golden light. What is this? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Qian Rongxiu raised the angel sword, jumped up, and flew into the air. I am watching all this. Reluctant. Betrayal. Angry. Let you evil humans gradually degenerate and step into darkness. Darkness will not bring new life, only holy light is eternal. I am the incarnation of the angel god. I will settle all the old hatreds one by one. The angel sword in her hand was wrapped in layers of flames. Qian Rongxiu waved her right hand and dived down with her whole body. In accordance with the oracle of God, bring down judgment. This is her strongest attack soul skill at present, and the target is those people in the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family who want to kill her. Oh no! The range covered by the angel judgment is very large. Most people in this range have a soul power level lower than Qian Rongxiu. How can they resist? Yu Yu and Zhen wanted to save his soul power to deal with emergencies, but now he didn't have that chance. Martial soul body. He personally went out, as long as he relied on his body to block this attack, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family could be out of danger. You don't need to take action for what's going on between them, right? Yu Yu and Zhen. But at this moment, Yu Yuanzhen's body couldn't move, and there was endless darkness under his feet, firmly restricting his movements. A familiar voice sounded. Yu Yu and Zhen looked over and saw that among the Tiandu soldiers, a strange face was slowly becoming familiar and clear. Chapter 139 Strengthening Dark Invasion. Ye Chen, it's you. Seeing that the face of the Tiandu soldier kept changing, and finally turned into that disgusting look. Yu Yu and Zhen was so angry that his teeth itched, but at the same time he had to panic in his heart. You just used your ultimate skill, slashing with a sword in mid-air, right? The sword split a gully several tens of meters wide, stopping the millions of Tiandu troops from attacking Wuhan City. The only soul skill that was so powerful and known to him was the ultimate skill, slashing with a sword in mid-air that killed 200,000-year soul beasts with one sword. Yu Yu and Zhen pretended to be calm, but he kept pulling the distance between him and Ye Chen, but Ye Chen was pressing him step by step. Seeing that Qian Rongxiu's soul skill was about to hit his family disciple, he had no choice but to find the right time and rushed towards Ye Chen first, intending to break through by force while Ye Chen was dodging. But Ye Chen had seen through his trick long ago, smiled slightly and did not dodge, attached various defensive soul skills to his body, and let Yu Yuanzhen's martial soul body hit him. Bang bang! 2 huge explosions, Yu Yuanzhen was blown away, and on the other side, Qian Rongxiu's angel judgment arrived as expected, covering almost all the people who had besieged her. Puff puff. Then there were several sounds of wounds breaking. Under the range of the angel judgment, all the soul saints of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were killed, and the slightly weaker ones were even chopped in half. Yu Tianheng's head was chopped off, and the fallen head was still open-eyed, with an unbelievable look on his face. Only Lu Erlong survived with her soul power of more than 80 levels, but she also suffered a relatively serious injury. Tianheng. Since Ye Chen only released defensive soul skills, Yu Yuanzhen was not injured. After rolling on the ground for a few rounds, he stood up from the ground in a mess, looking at the corpses of his family's disciples all over the ground, and his eyes couldn't help but reddened. Especially when he saw Yu Tianheng's head, he looked like he was dying with his eyes open. Damn it, he roared wildly, and ignored Ye Chen, but rushed towards Jian Rongxiu. I will kill you. The hatred of exterminating a clan is irreconcilable. Although the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were not completely killed, those who died were almost all masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. What is the difference between this and exterminating a clan? However, the moment Yu Yuanzhen changed his target, Ye Chen began to act. His mental power has been concentrated on Jian Rongxiu. When Yu Yuanzhen showed his killing intention, Ye Chen's mental power concentrated on Jian Rongxiu suddenly tightened, and his index finger slightly hooked, directly turning into an invisible energy wave to attack Yu Yuanzhen. This was not a light touch, it contained a lot of his mental power, and he released another soul skill directly at Yu Yuanzhen's head. Darkness invades. There are two ways to use it. The first one is what Ye Chen often uses. It is a range control, which absolutely controls the target for 5 seconds. The second one is to force the control of the target with weak mental power. It can not only control the target, but also change his mind in a very short time. This is also a new feature added after the Soul Ring breaks through the 600,000 year limit. Dark Invasion after strengthening. I haven't used it before, so let's try it on Yu Yuanzhen. He held the Starfall sword in his left hand and chopped down a few people who were about to come forward. The god-killing sword that had been in his hand flew out and stood between Yu Yuanzhen and Jian Rongxiu. The original martial spirit of the god-killing sword was a shield sword, which had a great defensive effect. Even if Yu Yuanzhen wanted to release a long-range soul skill, it would be blocked by the god-killing sword. Unless he released the 9th soul skill again. But not every titled Douluo is called Ye Chen. Yu Yuanzhen does not have so many soul skills that he can release the 9th soul skill continuously. Then, the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation was released instantly. Amid the explosion, a cloud of smoke rose in front of Ye Chen and Yu Yuanzhen, and countless tiny flying swords flew together, instantly covering the enemies within a range of hundreds of meters. The 10,000 sword shadow killing formation was originally used for sneak attacks, and only in the case of sneak attacks can the power of the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation be released to the greatest extent. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. The flying swords of the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation specialize in breaking the defense of low-level soul masters. In this world, what is broken is naturally the soul master's body protection soul power. Although the remaining soul masters had released their martial spirits, they did not use soul skills to protect their bodies. With a series of muffled groans, the soul masters dozens of meters in front of Ye Chen fell to the ground instantly. At such a close distance, any soul skill of Ye Chen was enough to kill soul masters below the level of title Douluo in seconds. If you kill us, you will never leave alive. Lu Erlong exclaimed. Yu Yuanzhen's body was controlled by Ye Chen and flew straight to Lu Erlong. At the same time, his body flashed like an illusion, countless flying swords flew out of his hands, and the shirt behind him instantly split open, and a long sword shining with a fiery red light burst out. The fiery red divine light shot out from his eyes and blasted at the Tiandu soldiers who still wanted to get close to him. Although those ordinary people had reacted, they were just ordinary people after all. No matter how fast they reacted, how could they be faster than the soul skills released by the title Douluo? With a loud bang, another group fell down. Those who were affected outside the range, although not killed, also lost their combat ability. The soul skill fate choice on the soul bone of the ancient sword soul's left arm, the fire sword, is unsheathed, and the god-killing domain explodes. The soil on the ground was instantly ignited, and Ye Chen's 12 soul rings appeared at the same time. He waved the Starfall sword in his left hand, and the area burned by the flames became larger and larger. All this came too suddenly. Ye Chen almost burst out with a great range killing ability in the blink of an eye. Thousands of Tiandu's soldiers fell to the ground under his attack, plus a controlled Yu Yuanzhen. Thousands of soul masters lineups were instantly gone. Although the 10,000 sword shadow killing formation could not hurt other people who were prepared, the effect of delaying them was enough to give Ye Chen time to approach. The fire sword was unsheathed and stood behind him. The next moment, it pushed Ye Chen's body to jump out, making him fly towards Jian Rongxiu like a meteor chasing the moon. Jian Rongxiu, go! Ye Chen shouted, and a phantom sword transformed by the Starfall sword had been thrown towards Jian Rongxiu. As Lu Erlong said, no matter how powerful a person is, he is still just a person. When facing a million-strong army, even if one person spits, Ye Chen can't escape. This is also the reason why Ye Chen disguised himself as an ordinary soldier to sneak in, instead of rushing in head-on. What's more, the sins of the lower class will never be as great as those of the rulers. Even if it is wrong, Shui Ye, who led everyone to the wrong path, must be killed first. Now Shui Ye has escaped, and it will be impossible to find him for a while. Ye Chen's actions were too fast. When Qian Rongxiu noticed it, countless flying swords had already risen up and killed cats and dogs. Although it was the first time to meet Ye Chen and there was no more communication, there was still a little more touching. In the millions of troops, they came to save themselves regardless of danger. The overwhelming killing intent stopped those who wanted to get close to themselves. If it weren't for Ye Chen, Yu Yuanzhen's attack would be enough to kill him, right? The person who had not been seen for more than 20 years, with a unique temperament, but his eyes were so firm, especially the look Ye Chen gave Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were no longer calm, and no longer as cold as before, even though she was determined to kill the Emperor Shuiye of the Tiandu Empire for Ye Chen. Qian Rongxiu, who was gradually losing strength, sighed in her heart, without any resistance, and let the long sword transformed by the starfall sword wrap around her slender waist. Chapter 140. You want to chase? I won't leave. Qian Rongxiu's legs bounced, and the whole person was already facing Ye Chen. Ye Chen. It has been more than 20 years since this call, and Qian Rongxiu's appearance has changed a lot, from the baby appearance when she was just born in Douluo continent to the peerless cold beauty now. But this call contains countless of her true emotions. For some reason, the moment she saw Ye Chen, she felt as if she had met a friend she hadn't seen for a long time, and even more than a friend. Is it that people are destined to be enthusiastic about the first person they meet when they are born? The moment their eyes met, Ye Chen seemed to have something stuck in his throat. When their palms touched, a large section of Qian Rongxiu's past memories flooded into his mind, from when she was called Qian Rongxiu in her memory, and everything she did to help him destroy the Tiandu Empire. All of it, as if he had experienced it personally, flooded into his mind. Just because Bibi Dong said to her, "You were born with the help of Ye Chen?" But at that time, I just felt that the position of the angel god was not as good as the position of the immortal god king, this. But since she wants to do this, I have to protect her, even if it costs my life. This was the only thought in Ye Chen's mind at this moment. The next moment, under the traction of the falling star sword, the two bodies had merged in mid-air. With his arms stretched out, Ye Chen embraced the delicate body that he had not seen for more than 20 years. He drew his sword in mid-air and used his full strength to push his body towards Wuhan City. Asshole! Kill him! Yu Yuanzhen and Lu Erlong collided with each other, shouting furiously, and chased Ye Chen with the remaining soul masters. Among the hundreds of soul masters, 30 or 40 were flying soul masters, who immediately flew high into the air and quickly chased after the Tiandu's soldiers below in an air-ground unity. Countless bows and arrows came from the ground, piercing the sky and whistling up. Although they were ordinary people, the combined strength of millions of ordinary people was enough to show a very strong strength. Holding Ye Chen's neck tightly, Qian Rongxiu's heart beat very hard. When her identity was exposed, she had already had an ominous premonition. Of course, she knew that with her current strength, she could never compete with the remaining masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. At that moment, she was not thinking about her own safety, but only one thought. If she could eliminate the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire for Ye Chen before she died, and could say to Ye Chen I did it when she saw him again, then she would die without regrets. And just when the thought in her mind had not disappeared, the familiar breath, familiar feeling and familiar eyes had already appeared in front of her. At this moment, buried in that warm embrace, Qian Rongxiu's heart was like a fluttering deer. After leaving the Wuhan Hall, she thought a lot, thinking that she might never see Ye Chen again. She was desperate. But even if there was a little chance, she was unwilling to give up. Finally seeing Ye Chen, Qian Rongxiu felt that even if her youth was wasted in lurking, it was all worth it. With her hands tightly wrapped around Ye Chen's neck, feeling his unique breath, Qian Rongxiu was always a little distracted, but when she saw so many soul masters chasing after her, she cursed herself in her heart, stupid. It's already time, and she's still thinking about this. But now Ye Chen has no time to be happy at all. He took Qian Rongxiu and flew out of the encirclement. He immediately felt that there were countless bows and arrows locked on him. At this time, he must not stop, and could only run desperately to the periphery. Although he has a lot of soul power, seemingly infinite soul power, but it is not infinite soul power. If there is still soul power left when he breaks out of the encirclement, it would be good, but he must not pin his hopes on luck. Behind him are dozens of soul saint level strong men, as well as a large number of cats and dogs and auxiliary soul masters, and under his feet are countless bows and arrows. With such strength, even two of him and Qian Rongxiu will be easily overwhelmed. The speed of flight is increased to the fastest, especially in mid-air. Ye Chen didn't dare to slow down at all, otherwise he would immediately become the target of everyone's attacks in the air. But he was still tortured by these ordinary bows and arrows, and his soul power was gradually reduced. Feeling the breath behind him approaching rapidly, he gave up flying, floated to the ground, hugged Qian Rongxiu with both hands, and used the fire sword to push instead of his feet, and moved forward quickly. At the same time, his mental power completely exploded, exploring the movements of Yu Yu and Zhen behind him. Whenever they wanted to encircle him, he could always find the most correct direction to escape and fight back. At once, a large number of pursuers fell down again. Are you kidding? If you can't beat 1,000,000 troops, you can't beat you guys who are chasing one by one? Yu Yu and Zhen snorted coldly, watching Ye Chen about to escape back to the safe area, that is, he was chopped apart by the God-Killer sword? On the other side of the gully, he frowned and said to some auxiliary spirit masters behind him, "My 9th spirit skill can be released again. All of you amplify me. Don't let him return to Wuhan City alive." After that, with the blessing of all the auxiliary spirit masters, Yu Yuanzhen's speed increased sharply, and the distance between him and Ye Chen began to gradually decrease. It can be seen that the existence of this auxiliary spirit master can really increase a person's upper limit. Go to hell! Under the high-speed pursuit, Yu Yuanzhen has come to the top of the gully, and not far in front of him is Ye Chen and Qian Rongxiu, close at hand. Boy, aren't you very good at fighting? Today, I will let you see how powerful the 9th spirit skill of the titled Douluo is under full amplification. But what he didn't know was that Ye Chen was also a titled Douluo at this time. He was a titled Douluo like Yu Yuanzhen, so what could he be arrogant about? Moreover, with a titled Douluo like Yu Yuanzhen, even if he fully opened his strength, how much strength could he exert? Even if he was not a titled Douluo, Ye Chen was still capable of killing him. Who gave him the confidence to chase him all the way to this point? Ye Chen stopped fleeing, turned his head suddenly, and smiled coldly at Yu Yuanzhen. You must chase? Then I won't leave. On this side of the ravine, the million-strong army of the Tiandu Empire could not catch up at all, relying on Yu Yuanzhen and the soul masters behind him who didn't know how to live or die. It can be said that after crossing the ravine, it is Ye Chen's home court. And in his home court, no one has ever dared to be so presumptuous. Even if there is, they have died because of their ignorance. Chapter 141 Destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family again. Ye Chen expected that Yu Yuanzhen would definitely chase him, and he didn't have to enter the Wuhan city. He was afraid of a million-strong army, but he was not afraid of Yu Yuanzhen and his group. Dare to break away from the Tiandu army at such a long distance, and think that there are many Yu Yuanzhen was really stupid to be able to fight with him with the blessing of many auxiliary spirit masters. Ye Chen released his hands around Qian Rongxiu, nodded slightly to her, and signaled her to return to Wuhan city first. But Qian Rongxiu did not do so, but just stepped back a few steps, her eyes flickering, as if to signal please. She is really an angel god incarnation born for fighting. Ye Chen saw from her eyes that Qian Rongxiu had a strong will to fight, and that will to fight seemed to be innate, stronger than his own will to fight. Qian Rongxiu also knew that she was not Yu Yuanzhen's opponent. She made concessions for the sake of the overall situation, otherwise she would definitely rush up faster than Ye Chen. Yu Yuanzhen was extremely angry at this time. What he wanted to do now was to tear Ye Chen into pieces. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex disciples and Yu Tianheng were the backbone of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Some of them died and some were injured. As the patriarch, he had to seek justice for them. Otherwise, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family would exist in name only. How could any soul master look up to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the future? Although the Tiandu soldiers below could no longer restrict Ye Chen with ordinary bows and arrows, the Tiandu Empire had more than just these skills. There were also soul-sucking crossbows specially built for soul masters, which would not only cause greater deterrence to soul masters, but most importantly, the soul-sucking crossbow had a very long range, which could completely cover the current Ye Chen. That's why Yu Yuanzhen chased after him fearlessly, and it was not like what Ye Chen said, that he dared to come alone because he was in a superior position. Ye Chen's speed was very fast. With the amplification of various auxiliary soul skills, his speed reached the extreme. However, his martial soul was a strong attack martial soul after all, not a quick attack martial soul. Moreover, the one chasing him was Yu Yuanzhen, who was amplified by a large number of auxiliary soul masters. Under their full pursuit, the distance between the two sides kept getting closer. In addition to Yu Yuanzhen, other soul masters were also on the road one after another. Lu Erlong was not far behind Yu Yuanzhen, and behind Lu Erlong were several soul Douluos and many soul saints and soul kings, and at the end was a group of auxiliary soul masters. It seemed that there were only a few disciples left in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But now was definitely not the time to be merciful. Ye Chen's eyes were already full of cruel coldness. Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family closest to him, had already won the victory. He was so fast that he rushed towards Ye Chen like a phantom. Seeing the opponent approaching, Ye Chen stopped moving his body, and the fire sword rotated half a circle and expanded rapidly, inserting into the ground under his feet. Without using the flying soul skill, he hung himself in the air. Instantly, a large amount of flames emerged from the ground, covering the land with a radius of hundreds of meters. Although Yu Yuanzhen, who was chasing him, was also a titled Douluo, and had the amplification of many auxiliary soul masters, he did not have the ability of mental detection like Ye Chen. He could only feel that he was approaching the target at a very fast speed under the traction of the qi. Yu Yuanzhen was overjoyed. Seeing that the figures of Ye Chen and Qian Rongxiu had appeared in front of him, his hands suddenly turned into two azure dragon claws, and pounced on them like lightning. The martial soul of this Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family is best at pursuit and burst, and its attack power is very high. At this time, in order to catch up with Ye Chen, he has already displayed his martial soul true body. The whole person is like a huge dinosaur, bringing a deep coldness in the air, and rushing straight towards Ye Chen and Qian Rongxiu. Stop! Ye Chen shouted coldly. As if obeying an order, Yu Yuanzhen in midair suddenly stagnated, and his whole body stopped in midair and fell to the ground. A thick layer of black had already wrapped around his feet. In order to cope with possible changes at any time, Ye Chen had already released the jade mark on the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family before Yu Yuanzhen caught up. As long as the mark was stacked, Yu Yuanzhen would become a real human bomb. However, the opponent was using his martial soul body and the amplification of the auxiliary soul master. Even in the face of the dark invasion, the real delay time was only 3 seconds. Yu Yuanzhen's body had just fallen down, and the black mist wrapped around his feet had been torn to pieces by his powerful attack power. But these 3 seconds were enough for Ye Chen. He rushed forward, using the superimposed mark ability of the 8 directions Kyang Megatama, and rushed up at the moment when the opponent was restricted by the dark invasion. Yu Yuanzhen was originally rushing towards him, and in this case, the distance between the two people closed in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen circled his hands in front of his chest and drew them, and the god-killing sword appeared out of thin air. With a crisp sound, it just blocked the dragon claws that Yu Yuanzhen swung when he broke free from the dark invasion. Judging from the soul power level and the opponent's amplification strength, under normal circumstances, Ye Chen would definitely be repelled by this shock. But in fact, Ye Chen did not leave the battle range. Because the extremely sharp god-killing sword had already pierced into Yu Yuanzhen's body from the side. The 4th soul skill of the god-killing sword, the dark invasion, shocked the opponent, and the panic when breaking free. These were all opportunities that Ye Chen seized. At that moment, the battle was over. Ye Chen's god-killing sword blocked the opponent's attack, and taking advantage of this moment, the 1st soul skill of the god-killing sword, the burning sword, was released, and it easily broke through Yu Yuanzhen's defense. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is good at pursuit and bursting, defense is their shortcoming, and they can only resist with their physical bodies. It's okay to encounter a titled Douluo with weak attack, but if it's a titled Douluo of strong attack, the spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family will be useless. For example, in front of Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Yu Yuanzhen can't get any advantage, which is why they are the 3rd of the 3 major sects. What's more, Yu Yuanzhen is facing a stronger one than Chen Xin. Ye Chen, who was much stronger than him. But it was not over yet. Ye Chen grabbed Yu Yuanzhen's neck with his other hand, and put his god-killing sword on his chest to release the 7th stage of Absolute Shadow. When the 8-sided Kyang Megatama Jade Mark was fully stacked, he kicked Yu Yuanzhen away. Lu Erlong and others behind him rushed forward and caught his body, but they had not yet recovered from their shock. Ye Chen smiled at them. The game is over, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. What do you mean? Everyone was shocked. Behind Ye Chen, the 8 Kyang Megatama shrank rapidly and quickly entered the palm of his left hand. Just as he predicted before, the people chasing behind would definitely worry about Yu Yuanzhen, and take advantage of this moment. Bang bang bang. One by one, the Kyang Megatama was crushed in Ye Chen's palm, and Yu Yuanzhen's body exploded instantly. At the same time, the huge white light wave generated surrounded Lu Erlong and others. There were only bursts of miserable howls, and the last elite of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family also disappeared completely on this continent. And with them disappeared the thousands of Tiandu's soldiers who had just built the soul-sucking crossbow and had not had time to fire. Chapter 142 Ye Chen also has weaknesses, and there are more than one. There is no way, the gap in strength between the two is too big. Yu Yuanzhen is not Ye Chen's opponent at all. Even Tang Xiao can only be killed instantly, let alone this ignorant Yu Yuanzhen. The only thing to blame is that Ye Chen is a time traveler, and they are just a group of natives. The natives can never beat the invaders, because they are not united. If Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen had been more decisive during the Soul Master competition, perhaps the story about Ye Chen would have ended on Douluo continent long ago. Isn't it? Or if those so-called forces could form an alliance that only cares about results regardless of interests and is determined to kill me, I would not have been able to grow to this point safely. Looking at the area that had been bombed to ashes with some joking, Ye Chen turned his head and smiled at Jian Rongxiu, saying, "Go back to the city, I will take you home, and you don't need to do anything for me anymore. I will solve my own problems by myself." Jian Rongxiu nodded thoughtfully, but she did not move her feet, but stared at the millions of Tiandu troops on the other side of the ravine. "But, aren't the strong men of the Tiandu Empire almost dead? Why don't you pursue them? With your strength, do you still have pity for these people?" "Pity? Haha." Ye Chen was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "That's a million troops. I'm afraid that even if a first-level god descends, he can't withstand the attack of these people. And although they have no soul power, they have various weapons that can suppress soul masters. If you fight them head-on, you may really die. I haven't lived enough. The most important thing is," he paused and wanted to release his god-killing sword martial soul, but due to the restrictions of the rules, he could not release it again. Douluo continent has its own rules, and Ye Chen's strength also has its own rules. People are ordinary creatures living within the rules, and no one is truly invincible. Within 3 hours, he cannot release the god-killing sword martial soul. If he relies on the Starfall sword martial soul alone, Ye Chen's strength at this time will only be about the same as that of a peak Douluo. After all, there are only 3 soul rings on the Starfall sword, and he just released the power of killing gods, and his soul power has been consumed. It is a polite statement to say that he is about the same as a peak Douluo, and he is even worse than a peak Douluo. If he continues to fight with ordinary people in the Tiandu Empire, he will inevitably be taken advantage of by those hiding in the dark. He can also clearly remember that Yu Yuanzhen once said that the beast god Emperor Tian is ready to move in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. No one dared to intercept Ye Chen and Jian Rongxiu again. In just a few hours of fighting, most of the soul masters in the Tiandu Empire's army have been exhausted, especially the titled Douluo. Now think about it, except for Douluo, who is still alive and is called the stepping stone of titled Douluo, there are no other titled Douluo in the Heaven Do Empire. Who made the 7 treasures glazed sect unwilling to reach an agreement with the Heaven Do Empire? The million-strong army of the Heaven Do Empire began to withdraw slowly. This time they were really scared by Ye Chen's killing alone, and they should not dare to launch another attack in a short time. Back to the top of Wuhan City, Bibi Dong and Hu Lina both surrounded him with great concern, asking about Ye Chen's well-being. They were so worried even though they didn't have any injuries on their bodies, which made Ye Chen laugh and feel distressed. Bibi Dong was the Pope after all, so it was a bit euphemistic, but Hu Lina wanted to throw herself into Ye Chen's arms immediately, not caring about other people's eyes at all. How could a good saint of the Wuhan Palace become someone else's little wife now? Jian Rongxiu walked up to Bibi Dong, but didn't bow. Instead, she smiled and called out softly, "Sister." Not many people in the spirit hall knew Jian Rongxiu's true identity. Many titled Douluo were surprised and booed. The titled Douluo who used to think highly of themselves have now become spectators. Because in Ye Chen's eyes, they may be nothing, so there is no need to act cool. Bibi Dong also smiled slightly, opened her arms and hugged Qian Rongxiu into her arms. It's good that you're back, Shuer. You won't leave in the future, right? Well, I won't leave. Qian Rongxiu felt the warmth in Bibi Dong's arms, and couldn't help but want to crying. The last time I was hugged like this was probably more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect that the hug again would be so warm. It's all my fault. I didn't complete the mission of lurking in the Tiandu Empire. Otherwise, the army of the Tiandu Empire wouldn't be at the gates of the city today. I'm sorry, sister. In fact, Qian Rongxiu went to the Tiandu Empire to lurk not only for Ye Chen, but also for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She is very busy on weekdays, but she still spends a lot of time with her. In those years, in her heart, Bibi Dong was like her own sister, and she also wanted to share Bibi Dong's worries. Now that the mission has not been completed, she feels a little guilty towards Bibi Dong from the bottom of her heart. Bibi Dong paused after hearing this, and loosened her hands, but looked at Qian Rongxiu with a very serious look, and said word by word, "It's my fault. I shouldn't let you go to such a place alone. Do you understand? If you feel guilty, then I feel even more guilty." Touching Qian Rongxiu's head with some pampering, Bibi Dong sent everyone away, leaving only Qian Rongxiu, Hulina and Ye Chen. She looked at Ye Chen again and asked worriedly, "Ye Chen, I just noticed that the soul power in your body is losing a lot. Is it caused by releasing those soul skills?" In fact, when Ye Chen released the god-killing flying sword slash, Bibi Dong noticed Ye Chen's existence, but she didn't feel happy for long, and found that Ye Chen's soul power was reduced by more than 50% just after the release. That is to say, when fighting with Yu Yuan Zhen and others, Ye Chen's soul power was only 50% of the previous one. Later, Ye Chen released the god-killing 8-sided Kyang Megatama, and his soul power was reduced by nearly 40% again. Such a huge loss of soul power, according to Bibi Dong's judgment, it can only be related to soul skills. Ye Chen nodded, glanced at the three beauties of the Spirit Hall, and did not mean to hide it. He briefly introduced his soul skills and the reason why he did not continue to pursue. After all, he knew the three girls' personalities and there was nothing he could not tell. Especially Bibi Dong and Hulina, these two were his women, why should he care? I didn't expect you also have weaknesses. After listening to Ye Chen's story, Hulina sighed with her mouth covered in shock for the first time. This time she was amazed not because Ye Chen was too strong, but because Ye Chen actually said his weaknesses, but it doesn't matter, I will practice well, and I will protect you when the time comes. Hulina has been with Ye Chen for the longest time, and often likes to say some strange things. Bibi Dong was stunned when she heard this. "Nana, you only have level 72 soul power now, right?" "Qian Rongxiu, indeed, if you don't practice well, you will become Ye Chen's second weakness." Chapter 143, Two Groups of Troops. Hulina stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Her soul power level was not low. With a level 72 soul power, she was still a soul saint. Qian Rongxiu was level 78 and was about to break through level 79, also a soul saint. The soul power levels of the two people were not much different. But Qian Rongxiu's strength and status were much higher than Hulina's. So when Qian Rongxiu said this, Hulina didn't dare and couldn't say anything. If she had to say anything, she could only say that there was a gap between soul saints. We can't let them all run away this time, otherwise it will be too easy for them. Since the Tiandu Empire has made such a great killing intention against Ye Chen, it will only bring trouble to them. Sister, I suggest that the Spirit Hall send troops immediately to encircle the Tiandu army. At this time, Qian Rongxiu stopped teasing Hulina and spoke seriously to Bibi Dong. Well, I know this. There are still many soul masters left in the Spirit Hall. It shouldn't be a big problem to use them to chase them. You two will go with me to chase them. Bibi Dong accepted Bibi Dong's suggestion, then turned to Ye Chen and said, "You just consumed too much soul power. Why don't you take a good rest? The Heaven Do Empire has 1,000,000 troops. If you want to chase them, it will really be a bloody battle. Have you thought about it?" Ye Chen was a little surprised. "I don't actually suggest chasing them now. Besides, isn't there a soul beast army at the south gate of the Spirit City?" Although the two titled Douluo sent by the Spirit Hall to the south gate temporarily resisted the tide of soul beasts, the legendary beast god Emperor Tian has not appeared yet. If Bibi Dong goes to chase the Heaven Do Empire at this time, won't the Spirit Hall be leaderless? We can't just let the Tiandu Empire go, can we? Hulina questioned, they have committed so many evil things. If they retreat today, they will have to rely on the city for defense. The defense capability of Tiandu city is still quite strong, and it will be difficult for us to attack the city. You should know that the defense capability of Tiandu city, the capital of the Tiandu Empire, is not inferior to that of Wuhan city, and is even much stronger. It is easy to defend a city but difficult to attack it. If we let them go this time, if they stay in Tiandu city and don't come out, it will be difficult to defeat the Tiandu Empire in a short time. As for the beast god Ditian has not shown up at this time. It must be that Ditian has discovered that the Tiandu army has retreated, and he is also thinking about whether to continue the attack. Among the Soul Beast army is the beast god Emperor Tian. Qianrongxiu showed a worried look. He is the so-called beast god that the Tiandu Empire once conspired with. If he really wants to come, I don't think he will simply retreat. As far as I know, after the Tiandu Empire agrees to succeed, it will hand over the entire Xingluo Empire to Emperor Tian for control. Hulina frowned, is Shuiye crazy? If he does this, what will happen even if he wins the Spirit Hall? Once the Soul Beasts have their own territory, with their extremely strong growth ability, all the humans on the continent will suffer. However, I have never heard of the great. How did the Heavenly Dou Empire know about the existence of the beast god Emperor Tian? It was Yu Xiaogang. Ye Chen and Qianrongxiu said almost at the same time. Qianrongxiu had been lurking in the Heavenly Dou Empire for so many years, so she naturally knew every move of the Heavenly Dou royal family. As for Ye Chen and Bibi Dong, they heard about it from the meteorite realm. However, Bibi Dong did not speak, and frowned for a long time. Bibi Dong sighed and said, how about this, we split into two groups, Nana and I will guard the south gate of Wuhan city, Ye Chen, you and Shuier, the two of you go to chase the Heavenly Dou army. Actually, Bibi Dong didn't want Ye Chen to join the battle again, but she was worried about letting Qianrongxiu chase the Tiandu army alone. After thinking it over for a long time, the best way she could think of was to split the troops into two groups. Of course, this is the best way at the moment. But Bibi Dong and others don't know about the cultivation level of the beast god Ditian, but Ye Chen knows a little bit about it. On the surface, his cultivation level is close to 700,000 years, but in fact, his cultivation level is even more terrifying. It is said that even the deep-sea demon whale king in the sea is not the opponent of the beast god Ditian. In the entire Douluo continent, there are even fewer people who can stop the beast god Ditian. I'm afraid that Bibi Dong and Hulina alone will not be in Ditian's eyes. Qianrongxiu and Ye Chen both shook their heads. Qianrongxiu said, leave the pursuit to me alone. Those ordinary people can't do anything to me. Those people can't do anything to you, but the Tiandu Empire still has a poison Douluo. Do you think that poison Douluo will not come out when the Tiandu Empire is in a critical moment? Bibi Dong refused and said, no, we are outnumbered. I'm not sure if I leave it to you alone. Sister. The crowd has not been able to come up with a conclusion. The most important thing is that the three women don't seem to want Ye Chen to be involved in a bigger battle, and they all want to go to the most dangerous south gate of Wuhan city. After all, if the beast god emperor really wants to attack the city, it will be a fierce battle. Ye Chen's strength has not recovered yet, so it is not suitable for him to continue to participate. But how can Ye Chen not understand their ideas? The bright moonlight sprinkled on the top of Wuhan city and reflected on the beautiful cheeks of the three girls. Each of them can be called stunning. Ye Chen couldn't help feeling a little happy in his heart. What kind of fate could allow him to walk side by side with the three beauties? 10 years ago, he was just thinking about it at most, and he didn't expect that there would be such a day to come true. But the joy was only for a moment. After a while, he looked towards the south of Wuhan city and said, how about this? Qianrongxiu and I will guard the south gate, Dong'er and Nana, you two go chase the defeated soldiers of Tiandu. The three girls were stunned and wanted to refuse, but Ye Chen waved his hand and said, listen to me first. Although I can't release the god-killing sword spirit for the time being, don't forget that I still have a spirit. If we really fight, I am much stronger than Elder Yuegwen, so you don't have to worry about me too much. Besides, the southern part of Wuhan city is close to the Xingluo Empire. Even if I can't beat them, I can use the teleportation array to take Qianrongxiu away, and even Emperor Tian can't catch up with us. And if I drag it for 3 hours, I want to see how powerful Emperor Tian is to be called the Beast God. If you are really worried, you can let Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo go to the south gate with me. Maybe there will be a place where they can be used. You can let them chase the defeated soldiers of Tiandu. Hu Lina thought. But Ye Chen shook his head again and said, chasing the defeated soldiers of Tiandu is also a tough job, and the difficulty is not low. If we want to catch them all, we must give them the most fatal blow, so either I go or Dong'er goes. But Dong'er is the Pope after all, and he has a greater deterrent power to the Tiandu Empire, so I think the effect should be better. Chapter 144 The soul rings all over the ground. The women had no choice but to agree with Ye Chen's suggestion. Bibi Dong and Hu Lina led hundreds of thousands of Wuhan troops to pursue the defeated soldiers of Tiandu. Although these hundreds of thousands sound small, less than 1/5 of the defeated soldiers of Tiandu, it is not the case. Among these hundreds of thousands of troops, there are many soul masters in Wuhan. Even a simple level 20 soul master is much stronger than an ordinary person. If they really fight, they will definitely be beaten to a pulp, not to mention being crushed. There is also Bibi Dong's soul power close to level 99. Looking at the entire Douluo continent, there are few people who are stronger than her. Let her lead the troops to attack the Tiandu Empire in person. On the one hand, it can ensure the chance of victory, and on the other hand, it can allow Wuhan to shock the entire Tiandu Empire. Country. Let the Heaven Do Empire collapse physically and mentally. Only in this way can they completely submit to the Spirit Hall. After Bibi Dong and Hu Lina left the city, Ye Chen and Qian Rongxiu also hurried to the south of the Spirit City. Along the way, they saw many people and soul masters in the Spirit City in a panic, and the further south they went, the more so. Compared with the attack of the Heaven Do army, they were still most afraid of the Soul Beast army. Who would have thought that the soul beasts that they had used for a lifetime to break through would now gather together and begin to threaten their lives? It's like you always like to eat snakes, and then the snake nest suddenly moved to your home. What kind of experience is this? Retribution? Or other reasons? Your Majesty the God Slayer, you must repel those soul beasts. We have always been loyal to the Spirit Hall and have never had second thoughts. We hope that the Spirit Hall will not give up on us just like that. Your Majesty the God Slayer, did the Spirit Hall offend the soul beasts? Why do these beasts dare to attack human cities so openly now? Just know these things in your heart, don't say them out loud, or you'll be killed by His Majesty the God Killer. What can't be said? I heard that he killed the 200,000-year-old soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, and when the Lord Beast God in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest learned of this news, he immediately launched a soul beast tide, and the target was also very clear, which was Wuhan City. If it weren't for him, how could Wuhan City suffer this disaster? To put it nicely, call him His Majesty the God Killer, but look at his stinky face, and he still doesn't care about us. To put it bluntly, he is a disaster star. Since Wuhan accepted him, Wuhan has been squeezed by other forces over the years. Is it because of him that the soul beasts attacked the city? Is what you said true or false? How can this be false? My eldest brother is in Tiandu. No, it must be true anyway. There were all kinds of doubts and requests for help along the way. Qian Rongxiu looked at Ye Chen through her peripheral vision, but found that Ye Chen's expression was still very calm, without any sign of anger. Don't you hate these people? They slander you so much. If you don't have the heart to do it, I can do it for you. Qian Rongxiu said with some worry. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said, if you do it to everyone who slanders me like this, then 99% of the people on this continent will die, and only then will it become a real soul beast continent. Most people's nature is unbearable, but with the restrictions of the rules, they are willing to endure and grow. As long as they don't do anything out of line, let them go, and I will only kill those who break the rules and those who want to kill me. Besides, they are not all slandering me completely. At least they gave me a title, so I don't have to think about the title myself in the future. Title God Killer. It's not bad. After all, his first martial soul is the God Killer sword, and now he has made great achievements with the God Killer sword. It's not satisfactory to call him that. As for those people's slander. Just kidding. In the world of the jungle of Douluo continent, where the fittest survive, almost all of them are unbearable. How can we kill them all? In fact, it's not just Douluo continent, but every continent, every time and space, and every planet. Either in anger, all living things die. Or improve your tolerance. Survival of the fittest. The unfit will be pissed off. It's absolutely not advisable. P.S. So, readers who can't read it, please change the book, there's no need to force it. Arrived at the south city wall of Wuhan City. Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were commanding the soldiers guarding the city to attack the soul beasts under the city. After seeing Ye Chen and Qian Rongxiu coming, they were very surprised. Young master, Elder Ye, why are you here? The two bowed slightly and asked in confusion. Ye Chen nodded slightly, but did not answer directly. Instead, he came to the front and used his spiritual perception to scan the area below. He found that the soul beast army that came was just some 1,000-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, and there was not even a 10,000-year soul beast. The ground was full of purple and yellow soul rings. It's a pity that there are no soul bones. How long have you been defending the city? Qian Rongxiu returned to her usual coldness and asked the two. Dragon Douluo said, it has been 3 hours since the first wave of soul beasts launched the attack. This time, the wave repelled is the 5th wave. The 5th wave? Qian Rongxiu frowned, it seems that the beast god wants to fight a tug-of-war with us. 5 waves of attacks were launched in 3 hours, but these 5 waves of attacks did not use full strength. Instead, some small soul beasts that even dogs looked down on were sent to harass. Do you want to delay until the people in the Wuhan Hall relax, and then suddenly launch a powerful attack? It seems that Ditian's wisdom is indeed no different from that of humans. Everyone seemed to be thinking about it. But they didn't have any good way to deal with it, so they were forced to defend the city. Ye Chen smiled and said, although he is very smart and seems to be doing well now, he actually did one thing wrong. What do you think, Elder Ye? Zhonglong Douluo was puzzled. Qian Rongxiu also looked at Ye Chen curiously. Ye Chen said, here at the south gate, the soul beast army has been attacking the city for 3 hours, but the entire process from the attack to the defeat of the Tiandu army took less than 2 hours, that is to say, it was Emperor Tian who launched the soul beast tide first, and at that time, only the two of you were guarding the south gate. Emperor Tian could have suddenly launched an attack on the south gate while the Tiandu army was attacking, and the south gate would definitely not be able to be defended at that time, but he didn't do so. Isn't that wrong? This Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were embarrassed. Ye Chen was too direct. They hadn't seen the so-called beast god yet. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Maybe Ditian was afraid of them. But if that was the case, why didn't he attack at that time? Then, according to what Ye Chen said, if there was such a good opportunity, Ditian could just do it, and then he would have taken down Wuhan City directly, right? Chapter 145 Roses. Here Ye Chen smiled and said, as far as I know, Ditian hates humans the most. Even if he helps humans because of the same interests, he can't really become a pawn of humans. The Heaven Do Empire wants to use Ditian as cannon fodder, let him attack first, and then they will reap the benefits. Ditian must have thought of this. On the surface, he agreed to take the lead in the attack, but in fact he sent some low-level soul beasts to confuse the Heaven Do Empire and make them think that they have. Emperor Tian also wants to reap the benefits of being a fisherman. Let us fight to the death with the Heaven Do Empire, and then he will personally take action. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, several titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall nodded in sudden enlightenment. If this is true, Emperor Tian's wisdom is not inferior to that of humans, and is even smarter than most humans. He is simply the villain among soul beasts. Of course, this villain refers to being extremely smart. After all, in troubled times, whether it is soul beasts or humans, they are all selfish. Today your ally is him, and tomorrow his ally may be me. It's very chaotic, but it's understandable. But if the Heaven Do Empire has withdrawn its troops, Elder Ye, your strength has not yet recovered, and it happens to be the time when the Spirit Hall is weak. Why doesn't Emperor Tian take this opportunity to take down the Spirit City in one fell swoop? At this time, Zhonglong Douluo raised a new question, attracting everyone's attention. This old guy. Is he Ditian's man or Ditian's man? Every time he asked a question, it was extremely tricky, as if he was eager for Ditian to appear earlier. No, don't look at me like that, I think if he is really that powerful, it is not in line with his strength to act like this. Zhonglong Douluo scratched his head and explained awkwardly. Is it really that simple? Ghost Leopard Douluo was suspicious and eager to go up. I don't mind going to the Pope to complain about you after the matter is over. So ruthless? Is there anything about me that makes you jealous? You treat me like this. Did you get a 20,000-year soul bone 2 days ago and didn't turn it in? Fuck you. That was agreed by the Pope. Nonsense. Hand over the soul bone and everything will be fine. Why don't you hand over your wife? I spent a lot of money to buy a one-to-one replica. You can make it yourself. The two titled Douluo argued endlessly, which was a bit funny, but it livened up the atmosphere and at least gave some psychological comfort to the Spirit Hall soldiers who were originally guarding the city with fear. When they saw the calm look on Ye Chen's face, they became more determined. It seemed that as long as Ye Chen was there, no difficulty could defeat the Spirit Hall. Qianrongxue looked at the two old and frivolous titled Douluo and sighed helplessly. How unfortunate is it that the Spirit Hall has you two? Are you two going to create more success like Ju and Ghost Douluo? Ju and Ghost Douluo, with their gay love and true love, are two fairy combinations in the Spirit Hall that even couples would cry in envy. This is not impossible. The two argued for a long time. After hearing what Qianrongxue said, Ghost Leopard Douluo smiled sweetly, which frightened Dragon Douluo so much that his anus tightened. While everyone was chatting, the sixth wave of siege by the soul beasts of the Star Do Great Forest came quietly. However, they were still low-level soul beasts. The most outrageous thing was that in this wave of siege, the number of thousand-year soul beasts was greatly reduced, and there were more hundred-year soul beasts and 10-year soul beasts. In less than half an hour, there were many more white soul rings on the ground. This white soul ring is the series that no dog wants. In the entire Wuhan Hall, which Soul Master's first soul ring does not start from 100 years. Although it has not reached the limit of the soul ring, it is not necessary to use a 10-year soul ring to make excuses, right? Dragon Douluo looked at the soul rings all over the ground under the city, and his mood suddenly relaxed a lot. Is the soul beast of the Star Do Great Forest like this? Or have their soul beasts been slaughtered and have no ability to attack the city? During the 3.5 hours of defending the city, they were always on edge, fearing that they could not defend the Spirit City, but they did not expect that it would become easier and easier to defend now. He thought that the main force of the Star Do Great Forest had been destroyed by the Spirit Hall in the previous waves of attacks. Ghost Leopard Douluo also nodded. Although the Star Do Great Forest is very large and there are many soul beasts, after all, the 200,000-year soul beasts in the core area have been killed by Elder yet. The real strong man is probably only Emperor Tian. As long as he does not show up, we can easily defend the city. As long as Emperor Tian does not show up, there are two titled Douluos, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Dragon Douluo, and many soul guides defending the city. Even if the 10,000-year soul beasts attack the city, it is impossible to break through this line of defense. The two people think so. But seeing Ye Chen's expression becoming more and more serious, Qianrongxue walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Since the sixth wave of soul beasts attacked the city, Ye Chen has been frowning, and no one knows what he is thinking. Don't you think it's strange? Ye Chen said, if the strength of the Star Do Great Forest is only this, they can let the 10-year soul beasts attack the city first and gradually increase the siege force. Why did they send out these 10-year soul beasts in the sixth wave? Moreover, if they are not confident that they can capture the Wuhan city, with the wisdom of Emperor Tian, they can completely let the soul beasts retreat. Why do they have to let these soul beasts come to die? Emperor Tian hates humans, but he will never ignore his own people. Is it fur face? Even if you can't attack, you have to hold on. Zhonglong Douluo asked. Do you think it's you? Ghost Leopard Douluo replied unhappily. Although the two of them made up a few nonsense, they couldn't help but break away from the joy of defending the sixth wave of soul beasts attacking the city. After all, it was said by Ye Chen. With Ye Chen's strength and wisdom, no one dared to ignore it. The most important thing is that Ye Chen has a very good relationship with Pope Bibi Dongxiao News. I have slept, I don't know whether it is true or not. 10 minutes later, the seventh wave of soul beast siege has not arrived, but the sky in the distance is gloomy. Even if the moon is bright, it can't illuminate the sky there. Moreover, relying on spiritual perception, everyone found that there was a strong aura of death there at this time. Until the seventh wave, did Emperor Tian finally couldn't help but start to take real action? At this moment, suddenly, a sharp light cut through the sky and suddenly shot towards Wuhan city from a distance. The speed was not slow. At least, no one present could exceed this speed. Ghost Leopard Douluo was shocked. Why is it a human? And that breath, is it Rose? Chapter 146 The Betrayer of the Meteoric Realm. That's right, the first to fly out of the dead air was not the seventh wave of attack from Emperor Tian as expected. Instead, it was Rose who had disappeared for a long time. Qiang Gui had stayed in the Spirit Hall for a while, and everyone knew a little about her identity. But later, for some unknown reason, Qiang Gui left alone, and she had been gone for a long time, and no one knew her whereabouts. When they met again this time, everyone was inevitably a little surprised. Quick! Use the soul guide to knock her down, and don't let her get close to the spirit city. At this time, the dragon Douluo ordered. Even Pope Bibidong didn't tell them where Qiang Gui went. She either slipped away secretly or betrayed the spirit hall. For such people, we have to guard against them. All the soul guides on the top of the spirit city have been set up. These soul guides are specially used to target soul masters and soul beasts, and they are extremely powerful. Even if she is facing a titled Douluo, she can't be hurt, but she can be stopped from taking the next move in a short time. However, just when Zhonglong Douluo was about to give the order to launch, Ye Chen waved his hand and said coldly, "Let her come over." But Zhonglong Douluo was puzzled. He didn't know the relationship between Qiang Gui and Ye Chen. If Qiang Gui is Di Tian's person, if she is allowed to enter the city, she can completely break the city defense by herself. At that time, the internal defense and external defense of Wuhan City are not at the same level. If an enemy disintegrates the defense of Wuhan City from the inside, let alone the titled Douluo, even the soul Douluo can use a powerful soul skill to break all the city defenses. This is also a disadvantage of Wuhan City. No, this should be the disadvantage of all cities. Even Tiandu City, known as the first city of Douluo continent, is the same. Just listen to him. Qian Rongxiu also said coldly. Young master, even you. Zhonglong Douluo didn't expect that even Qian Rongxiu would speak for Qiang Gui. They should have never met each other. But what he didn't know was that Qian Rongxiu let Qiang Gui enter the city because she believed in Ye Chen. In desperation, Zhonglong Douluo had to give up. After the light flashed several times, a red figure instantly appeared on the top of the city wall of Wuhan City. It was Qiang Gui who had not been seen for a long time. However, relying on spiritual perception, Ye Chen was surprised to find that Qiang Gui's soul power level was approaching level 99. Could she still improve again? As soon as Qiang Gui reached the top of the city wall, she was surrounded by a large number of Wuhan Hall soldiers. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Zhonglong Douluo protected Qian Rongxiu in front of her, staring at her. Zhonglong Douluo asked sternly, "Qiang Gui, what are you doing here at this time? Haven't you betrayed Wuhan Hall?" After saying that, he seemed to still feel uneasy, and Zhonglong Douluo directly released his martial soul and waited for it. "Why did you come from that direction? Are you already a lackey of Emperor Tian?" Ghost Leopard Douluo also asked in a stern voice, but with Ye Chen around, he did not release his spirit. Rose glanced around indifferently, and when she saw Ye Chen, her eyes slightly raised. "Hey, it's been such a short time since we last met, are you welcoming me like this?" She ignored the questions of Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, but walked towards Ye Chen step by step, which made the two Douluos extremely angry and shouted that they wanted to teach her a lesson. Ye Chen waved his hand to stop them from doing so. Of course, he was not worried that Rose would really be taught a lesson, but that he was worried that Rose would be angry and destroy the entire Wuhan City. This Wuhan City is now Bibidong's city, and it can't fall. "Welcome back." Ye Chen smiled at Rose. Others don't understand Rose, but he knows a little bit about her. If Rose was really a lackey of Emperor Tian, Wuhan City would have been broken by now. What's more, she is the guardian of the meteoric realm and one of his own. How could she possibly become Di Tian's lackey? Unless Di Tian is so handsome that all women can't refuse him? After sending everyone away, leaving only himself and Qiang Gui, Ye Chen asked directly, "Won't you tell me where you've been these days? When talking to Qiang Gui, you must not beat around the bush, otherwise the turns she makes may be more complicated than the mountain roads, and she will forget the serious things in the end." Ye Chen, who had experience, decided to ask proactively, but he didn't expect that he would still be led astray by Qiang Gui. Rose propped up her chin in a thoughtful manner and said, "I went to Tiandu City, Xingluo City, Wuhan City, Norton City, and so on. You know what, there are so many specialties and snacks in those cities." God knows how Ye Chen heard it, but when he heard half of it, he couldn't help it. "Talk about the point, did you go back to the meteorite realm? How do you know?" Rose, who originally wanted to continue teasing Ye Chen, couldn't help but feel a little surprised after hearing Ye Chen's words. "Is your spiritual perception ability already so strong?" Ye Chen smiled and didn't answer. It's not that his spiritual perception eyes, it's not that she knows she's powerful, but that Rose is from the meteoric realm. After leaving Wuhan City for so long, the most likely place she went to is the meteoric realm. As for the places she mentioned, they might be true, but they are definitely not her destination. What happened in the meteoric realm? Ye Chen asked. And it was not until she asked this that Rose's face became serious. If she was not serious before, now she looked serious as never before, at least in Ye Chen's opinion. I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly. Rose nodded seriously and stopped joking. A few days after you went to Xingluo City, I noticed something strange in the meteoric realm. You know, I'm the guardian of the meteoric realm. Even if I'm not in the meteoric realm, I can always see everything outside the meteoric realm. This is the ability of the guardian of the meteoric realm, which can be achieved without spiritual perception. In short, no matter where Rose is, she can detect who has been to the periphery of the meteoric realm. Ye Chen nodded and continued to listen to Jiang Wei. There are several soul beasts that broke into the outer periphery of the meteoric realm. They have all transformed into human form, and their cultivation is not low. I am afraid that even I am not their opponent. Besides, you have passed the first trial of the meteoric realm. According to the inheritance rules of the immortal God King, once you pass the first trial, I have no right to stop them from entering the real meteoric realm. Did they enter the meteoric realm? Ye Chen was stunned. Yes, not only did they enter, it seems that they also reached some kind of agreement with Shiwo. Now Shiwo, the guardian of the second trial of the meteoric realm, has disappeared. In other words, he left the place where he was supposed to stay in advance and betrayed the meteoric realm. According to the rules, we must kill him. This is not only my duty, but also yours. Chapter 147 Shiwo's Identity. Guardian of the second trial of the meteoric realm? Shiwo? Betrayal? Ye Chen was shocked. He has now completed the sword-drawing tasks of the second and third trials, and the only thing left is the real trial, which is to compete with guardians like Qiang Gui. Only by winning can the trial be truly completed. But he never expected that the contestant of his second trial would betray him. No, it should be said that he betrayed the meteoric realm and the immortal God King's residence. As for the soul beasts looking for Shiwo, they are powerful and are soul beasts that can transform into humans on the Douluo continent. It is not difficult to guess the identity of the opponent. Qiang Gui still believes that she is not an opponent of soul beasts that can transform into human form. I am afraid that the soul beasts who go to the meteoric realm are none other than Ditian and others. Shiwo is the guardian of the second trial of the meteorite realm. His strength is similar to mine, or even stronger than mine. He is also a peak Douluo at level 98, close to the strength of the limit Douluo. He should not be underestimated. Qiang Gui frowned and gave a detailed introduction. In the 9 trials of the immortal God King, our guardians are not ranked according to the level of soul power or strength. Although I am only guarding the periphery of the meteorite realm, in fact, among the 9 guardians, my strength can definitely be ranked in the top 5, and the same is true for Shiwo. His strength can even be ranked in the top 3. The most important thing is that his ability is terrifying. He can be immune to domain abilities and soul bone skills. It is quite troublesome to deal with. That's not a big deal. Ye Chen paused. At most, it was just a fierce battle. He had experienced many fierce battles in the past few years. As long as others couldn't kill him, he would definitely get it back 100-fold. And if others could kill him, he would have no way, right? I'm just a little curious. As the guardian of the meteoric realm, why would Shiwo collude with the soul beasts on the Douluo continent? Ye Chen expressed his biggest doubts at the moment. Isn't he afraid of the rules of the immortal God King's residence? For someone as strong as Qiang Gui, although she usually looks down on everyone, Ye Chen can see that she is afraid of the immortal God King in her heart. Otherwise she would not have been guarding the periphery of the meteoric realm and would be willing to obey his orders after being defeated. These are more or less due to the rules and restrictions set by the meteoric realm and the immortal God King. But why is Shiwo not like Qiang Gui? Ye Chen felt that this matter did not seem to be that simple. In order to better deal with the upcoming danger, it is necessary to understand Shiwo more comprehensively. Sure enough, the next moment, as soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Qiang Gui gave the answer without hesitation. He is also a soul beast. Shiwo is also a soul beast, the immortal phoenix, a 100,000-year-old soul beast from the Chaos era. His cultivation should have reached 800,000 years by now. In other words, if he hadn't committed suicide and troubled the immortal God King at that time, he should have become a god now. Soul beast. Good guy. Birds of a feather flock together. If Shuo is also a soul beast, then Ye Chen can understand why he and Di Tian are in collusion. It's nothing more than mutual benefit, and both sides get benefits. And if Shuo is a soul beast, Di Tian may not treat Shuo like a human. Only by cooperating with soul beasts can Di Tian give it a try. In this way, Di Tian will be more confident. But, what does Shuo want? In the meteorite realm, he is almost invincible with his strength. Coupled with his special identity, the guardian of the meteorite realm, wouldn't it be good for him to become the overlord? I just had to agree to Di Tian and come out to stir up this mess. It seems that his target is me too. Ye Chen was not panicked at all. Instead, he licked the slightly dry corners of his mouth, and a strong desire to fight arose in his heart. He hoped that he could be invincible in the world and control everything, and at the same time he hoped that an opponent who was equal to him would appear and he could have a good fight. The last time he really wanted to fight was the Rose in front of him. I wonder how many surprises this Shuo can bring him? Rose looked at Ye Chen in shock. Are you crazy, little guy? Why do you have such an expression? I brought you the news with great difficulty, so that you can prepare well. Don't let others kill me and implicate me, not for you to fight them head on. Two red lights suddenly shot out of Rose's eyes, and she scanned Ye Chen for a moment, and was stunned again. What's wrong with your soul power and martial soul? Less than half of the soul power, and one martial soul can't be released. Who gave you the confidence to make you think that you can defeat Shuo with just one martial soul? The most powerful god-killing sword martial soul, the god-killing sword martial soul with 9 soul rings, cannot be released, and the soul bone soul skills and domain abilities are immune to Shuo. The only one that can really threaten Shuo is the Starfall sword martial soul. But the Starfall sword martial soul only has 3 soul rings. 6 soul skills also want to defeat Shuo, who is about to reach the limit of Douluo cultivation. Isn't this just a foolish dream? Although Qiang Gui admired Ye Chen's calmness in the face of danger, this was definitely not the time to pretend to be strong. She thought for a moment and retracted her spiritual perception. Why don't you run away now? While those people haven't come yet, run as far as you can. At least wait until your god-killing sword martial soul can be used, then come back, otherwise you will really die. Run, or die. Are these the only 2 options? You know, the other party is a soul beast that kills without blinking an eye. If I run away, the ordinary humans in the martial soul city, even Bibi Dong and Hulina, will suffer. Even if it's not for those dirty people, for Bibi Dong and Hulina, how could I run away? Then die? If you don't fight to the last moment, you will never know which side will die. If Shuo really has the ability to kill me, then no matter where I run to, I can't escape his palm. And if Shuo doesn't have that ability, how could I die? On the other hand, as long as I can continue to defend here for 2.5 hours, then the god-killing sword martial soul can be used again. That is, by that time, I will be invincible. At this moment, there was a sudden thunder and lightning in the dark clouds in the distance, as if the lightning had split a passage connecting to another world. Accompanied by the strong thunder, the earth shook violently. Rumble, rumble. Countless soul beasts attacked the martial soul city from under the dark clouds and in the lightning. The noise they made was so loud that even if you stood on the top of the martial soul city, you could feel the roar of the earth. The 7th wave of soul beasts' fierce tide of siege is finally coming. Chapter 148 The 7th wave of siege. With an overwhelming momentum, a large number of soul beasts roared and rushed from afar. Each of their bodies was more than 3 meters long, some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some rode on other soul beasts. But nothing more than that. The speed of each soul beast was extremely fast. Qian Rongxiu and several other titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall hurried over, looking at the distance in shock, as Elder Ye said, this time Di Tian is really going to do it. Sensing with his spirit, each soul beast has a cultivation level of more than 10,000 years, and even the highest one is almost 100,000 years. Running in the front, leading the other soul beasts to charge are 3 golden ants with a body length of more than 4 meters. Of course, they are called ants, but in fact they are much stronger than ordinary ants. The 3 brothers are the most powerful ones in the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, except for Di Tian and other soul beasts. They are called the 3 brothers of Qianjun Ant King. Each of them has a cultivation level of more than 90,000 years, which should not be underestimated. Especially after being affected by the meteoric realm, their cultivation level has soared a lot. Just like in the Death Valley, once the soul beasts enter the meteoric realm, their cultivation level will inexplicably increase a lot, and the reason is unknown. Ghost Leopard Douluo waved his hand fiercely and shouted to the Spirit Hall soldiers on the top of the city, "Get ready, beat those beasts hard. Whoever kills one will get the 10,000-year soul ring. If the soul bone explodes, the Spirit Hall will not confiscate it. All of them are yours. In addition, if the defense of the city is successful, I will apply to His Holiness the Pope, and everyone can get 10,000 gold soul coins." Yes. All soul-sucking crossbows have been set up, and everyone is ready. Although they may not be able to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring, the other two rewards mentioned by Ghost Leopard Douluo are also very tempting. 10,000-year soul bone. Either absorb it yourself or sell it on the black market, it's worth it. And 10,000 gold soul coins. For ordinary soul masters like them, 10,000 gold soul coins are enough for them to live for several lifetimes. Even if they are extravagant, they will have no worries in this life. Under such a huge temptation, the desire is born from the edge of the courage. No matter how scared they are, no matter how uncertain they are, none of them give up resistance. Of course, giving up resistance is useless. Everyone knows the fate of deserters on the battlefield. The soul beasts are getting closer and closer, and the earth is shaking violently. They are roaring and rushing forward. Just as the soul beasts are about to enter the range of the soul-sucking crossbow on the top of the city, the three brothers of the Kyunjun Ant King who are leading them suddenly stop. They seem to have noticed something and did not lead the way. Instead, they gave way to the ones behind them. Those 10,000-year-old soul beasts made way. And the wisdom of those soul beasts was obviously not enough to understand the purpose of the three brothers of Kyunjun Ant Emperor. They only knew that they had received orders and would rush forward without thinking. Bang 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 bang. Both sides did not talk nonsense, and of course, they could not talk to each other. The battle between Wuhan City and the Soul Beast Army officially began. The moment the Soul Beast Army stepped into the range of the soul-grabbing crossbow, Ghost Leopard Douluo ordered an attack. A large number of soul-grabbing crossbows emitted a cyan blue light. In just a moment, a crossbow arrow completely condensed by cyan blue light appeared out of thin air, and under the push of the soul-grabbing crossbow, it started to eject and attack the Soul Beast Army. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crossbow arrows, with a strong air explosion, cut through the night sky, like a meteor shower, descending on the soul beasts. The first to rush into the range of the soul-sucking crossbow are the 10,000-year soul beasts with the lowest intelligence. They have become targets alive. 1 arrow, 2 arrows on average, 14 arrows can knock down a soul beast that has just reached 10,000 years. The efficiency is a bit low, but there is nothing to be done about it. After all, no matter how powerful the soul guide is, it is just a soul guide. Not everyone and every force needs a Tang sect hidden weapon like Tang San. Of course, this is only to knock down the 10,000-year soul beast, which is not enough to be fatal. The reason they died is that they were trampled to death by the powerful soul beasts that followed behind. 10 minutes after the battle started, the soul beast army was unable to break through the offensive of the soul-sucking crossbow for a while. Everyone was able to relax for a while. Dragon Douluo sighed, "Alas, it's a pity that so many 10,000-year soul rings cannot be obtained." Ghost Leopard Douluo looked at him fiercely, "NM, after the city is broken, don't even think about obtaining soul rings. You and I will lose our lives here. How could the city be broken?" Dragon Douluo smacked his lips, "With just these 10,000-year soul beasts, the soul-grabbing crossbow will be enough for them to eat a pot. Then you and I will go down and clear them out, and we will definitely ensure that Wuhan City is safe. After all, with the brains of these soul beasts, most of them are likely to die at the hands of their own people, and there is no need for Wuhan Hall to take action at all. Don't be too naive." Ghost Leopard Douluo said seriously, "Look at this battlefield, where is the figure of beast god Dityen? If he appears, what can we use to defend? You. Isn't Elder Ye here? Why are you worrying about it?" The two titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall talked to each other, and in the end, they all looked at Ye Chen. The meaning was very simple. If Dityen appeared, you should deal with it. Ye Chen smiled faintly, "You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing, I know it. Among all the people present, how many strong people are there? No more than 4 titled Douluos plus Jian Rongxiu. I won't say much about Ghost Leopard Douluo and Subduing Dragon Douluo. They are just ordinary titled Douluos, who are a little stronger than Poison Douluo, or even on par with him. It is very likely that they will be killed by Poison Douluo. As for Qian Rongxiu, although her talent and spirit are not bad, it is a pity that so many years of lurking have made her practice slow, and now she is just a soul saint. If you really want to count on her, it is obviously unscientific. And Qiang Gui is the kind of person who only obeys Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen doesn't take action or say anything, she doesn't bother to care about these trivial matters. She came to Wuhan City this time for only two purposes, one is to inform Ye Chen, and the other is to see if Shuo will appear here. So without others saying much, Ye Chen knew that the burden on his shoulders was heavy, which was why he didn't want Bibi Dong and Hulina to guard the south gate. At this time, just when everyone was still chatting leisurely, suddenly, Ye Chen suddenly realized that there was a soul beast approaching Wuhan City quickly in the distance. Her speed was very fast, almost comparable to Qiang Gui. The spiritual perception continued. The soul beast that came was actually in human form. The whole body was covered with purple-black scales, slender, round chest, straight and slender thighs, and above the chest, the snow-white skin of the shoulders and the deep ravines on the chest were exposed. Long purple-black hair was scattered behind her, flowing naturally from both sides of her body without wind. Her face was extremely charming, her eyes were dark purple, and her lips were bright purple. On her forehead, a black scale was rippling with layers of purple halos, which naturally flowed over her head. Are these 3,000-tier ant kings not the big bosses in the 7th wave of siege? Ye Chen was shocked and immediately said to everyone, "Come on, everyone, cheer up, the real enemy may be coming." Chapter 149, Zig, one of the 10 great fierce beasts. After breaking through level 90, you can use your spiritual perception to see through the other party's soul power, and even spy on the other party's appearance. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual perception was greatly enhanced after he was promoted to titled Douluo, Ye Chen would have found it difficult to catch this woman who came suddenly. Her speed was really too fast. In the gap between the words, the woman's speed suddenly increased again, and she turned into a purple stream of light and came to the center of the soul beast army. Surrounded by thousands of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, she showed no expression. The 3 brothers of Qianjun Ant King at her feet seemed very respectful and knelt at her feet on the spot. Who is she? Zhonglong Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were both shocked and showed disbelief. They had never seen soul beasts bow down to humans, especially those 3 soul beasts that had cultivated for more than 90,000 years. But they understood at least one thing, that is, the mysterious woman's strength must be higher than these 3 soul beasts that are about to be cultivated. Qiang Gui waved her hand and explained calmly, "She is one of the soul beasts that I mentioned going to the meteorite realm. As for her name, I don't know. She is also a soul beast." Subduing Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo were surprised again. Is she transformed into a human form like Xiao Wu? Then her strength should not be very high. After all, a soul beast has to pay for all its previous cultivation to transform into a human form. Just like Xiao Wu, a soul beast with a cultivation of 100,000 years, her strength after the first transformation into a human form is not even as good as that of the 6-year-old Tang San. I'm afraid it's more than that simple. Ye Chen used his spiritual perception to sense the soul power of the soul beast that turned into a human form, and explained to everyone bit by bit, this woman's name is Zig, one of De Tian's subordinates, the Hell Demon Dragon Soul Beast. She is the Hell, Abyss, Demon Dragon King, with a cultivation of about 200,000 years, and ranks 9th among the 10 fierce beasts. 10 fierce beasts? Zhonglong Douluo was puzzled. What are the 10 fierce beasts? In the current Douluo continent, no one has ever mentioned the 10 fierce beasts, so they are still relatively vague about the concept of fierce beasts. However, just hearing the name, it feels different from ordinary soul beasts. Everyone couldn't help but sweat on their foreheads. Qian Rongxiu also frowned and took out an ancient book with golden light from her soul guide. She urged her soul power to slowly turn the pages. When she reached page 621, the ancient book stopped turning and materialized a virtual image of a small person, but this small person was grey and nothing could be seen at all. This is an ancient book I saw during my time hiding in the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. It records the 10 great beasts on the continent. The 10th of the 10 great beasts on the Douluo continent is a demon spirit. Its true form is unknown. It is one of the kings of the core circle of the Xingda Great Forest and has cultivated for nearly 200,000 years. The 10th has cultivated for nearly 200,000 years? My goodness, if I could live for 200,000 years, I would be fine as a soul beast. Ghost Leopard Douluo opened his mouth in shock. He wanted to ask something about the demon spirit, but because the demon spirit was too mysterious, there were few records even in the ancient books, so everyone had no way of knowing more about the demon spirit. The ancient book flipped again and came to the next page. Another virtual image of a small person appeared. It was a smaller version of Zig, and everyone recognized it at a glance. The ninth of the 10 fierce beasts in Douluo continent, Zig, is known as the rising star of the dragon clan, the patriarch of the hell demon dragon clan, one of the 2 dragon kings among the 10 fierce beasts, and also one of the kings in the core circle of the Star Do Great Forest. She has more than 200,000 years of cultivation. Known soul skills: Death Decay, Heavenly Demon Reversal, Heavenly Demon Field, Heavenly Demon Waters, Abyss Devouring, Heavenly Demon Dance, Heavenly Secret. It is worth mentioning that Zig has a very good relationship with the beast god Ditian. She is Ditian's loyal subordinate and lover. She is also called the Demon Queen. Ditian's lover? Demon Queen. Just hearing these 2 titles, everyone trembled in their hearts. Just a lover, has more than 200,000 years of cultivation? And Zig is also one of the 2 dragon kings in the Star Do Great Forest, which means that her own talent is also very high, otherwise it is impossible to become a dragon king, let alone the patriarch of the Hell Demon Dragon clan. Just listening to this information, Zhonglong Douluo felt exhausted and had no place to use his strength. He originally thought that after becoming a titled Douluo, he could have a place on the Douluo continent with his own strength. Unexpectedly, the world of soul beasts is far more complicated than the human world. Only Zig, the 9th of the 10 fierce beasts, has a cultivation of more than 200,000 years. If he really fought with Zig, he would probably be KO'd by Zig in less than 1 round, right? After all, fierce beasts are different from soul beasts. If the strength of an ordinary titled Douluo is close to the cultivation of a 100,000-year soul beast, then it would be very difficult to defeat a real 100,000-year soul beast with his own strength, not to mention a fierce beast of more than 200,000 years. I thought that the beast god Emperor Tian would at most bring some 10,000-year soul beasts to attack the city, but I didn't expect that he would have such a powerful fierce beast under his command. Ghost Leopard Douluo sighed, and was also exhausted, and lost the desire to fight for a while. However, driven by curiosity, he continued to ask Qianrongxiu, young master, who are the top 8 of the 10 fierce beasts? What's the point of asking? You can't beat any of them, and Zig, the 9th of the 10 fierce beasts, is about to attack the city. How can we have time to know so much? Zhonglong Douluo rolled his eyes helplessly. Why? You can't beat them, and you can't know more before you die? You have to die with value. CNM, valuable means you die on the battlefield for the spirit hall, not just knowing more is valuable. In less than a moment, these 2 excellent titled Douluo quarreled again. Although they were weak, they were good at talking. If it was just a quarrel, Ye Chen estimated that he was not their opponent. In the previous life, it was called talking nonsense to put it nicely, and it was called a troll to put it bluntly. Qianrongxiu stood by and didn't say anything. She just stared at Ye Chen blankly, as if she didn't know whether she should continue reading or solve the trouble in front of her first. She was waiting for Ye Chen's answer. After all, Ye Chen was the strongest person here and her benefactor. No matter what his identity was, he had a certain right to speak. Since Elder Ghost Leopard wants to know, then you can continue talking. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said to Qianrongxiu, don't worry, with me here, no soul beast can dare to touch Wuhan City. This sentence was full of soul power, spreading around like an invisible wave. Not only did everyone on the top of the city hear it, but even the people in the distance Zig, who had been waiting among the many soul beasts under the city, also heard it. Chapter 150 Top 10 Fierce Beasts Ranking Part 1. Zig smiled at Ye Chen on the top of the city, but there was a bit of disdain and ridicule in her smile, as if she didn't care about Ye Chen at all. After hearing Ye Chen's voice, everyone's frightened hearts finally felt a little comforted. The 2 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall also stopped arguing and began to listen quietly to Qianrongxiu's introduction. Of course, in fact, Zhonglong Douluo also wanted to know who the top 10 ferocious beasts were, but he cared more about the victory of this city defense battle. Since Ye Chen said so now, he couldn't dampen the morale that had just been boosted. Yet, Qianrongxiu nodded lightly, looking a little obedient. The ancient book was driven by soul power again and came to the next page. Next was the 8th place. This time, the virtual image of the little man was revealed, and it was no longer Zig. Looking closely, it can be estimated that he is very tall and strong, and a bit like a lion, but he has 3 identical big heads. Each head has a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the terrifying canine teeth release a red-gold luster. The 8th place in the ranking of the top 10 fierce beasts in Douluo continent, the Red King. One of the kings of the Stardo Great Forest. Race, 3-headed red demon dog. Bloodline, possessing some pure-blooded true dragon bloodline. Attribute, fire, hellfire, close to the ultimate fire. Identity, the super soul beast of the Stardo Great Forest, the patriarch of the 3-headed red demon dog clan. Cultivation, 300,000 years. Good guy, another patriarch of a clan. It actually has 300,000 years of cultivation, which is nearly 100,000 years higher than Zig. Higher than a whole us. Ye Chen said lightly, glancing at the 2 elders, cultivation is not calculated in this way. Although it is only nearly 100,000 years higher, its strength is likely to be several times that of Zig, and should be several times higher than you. Ghost Leopard Douluo, Elder Ye, even you are mocking me? Woohoo, are you in the same group with Elder Zhonglong? Zhonglong Douluo slapped him, NMD, isn't this the truth? How come you are in the same group with me? And, I am also mocked, okay? I am also a victim. The ancient book continued to turn, and the next one was the 7th. A pretty face with a cold face. There are 4 green magic patterns on both sides of the moving white face, and a long dark green hair is scattered behind her. But the skin is as white as ice and snow, and has a transparent texture. Under the skin, there is a faint green light flowing. Even if it is just a virtual image of a villain, when seeing her appear, the air temperature around her seems to drop sharply, causing everyone to tremble. The 7th place in the ranking of the top 10 fierce beasts in Douluo continent, Ice Emperor. One of the 3 kings of the far north. Race, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Beast form, 1.5 meters long, with 2 colors on the body, one is ice color, and the other is emerald green. The front of the body has 4 layers, each layer is slightly longer than half a foot, and the head grows on the front layer, with silver-white mouthparts, and the front half of the 4 layers are covered with hexagonal protrusions. These protrusions are densely distributed on its front half and the 6 long legs. The 2 front claws are 1 meter long, and the front claws are also covered with hexagonal protrusions like diamonds. Only the front clamp is the same as the mouthparts, which is silver-white with a mirror-like luster. The eyes are yellow and hexagonal. It has a long tail like an ordinary scorpion. Unlike the multi-jointed tail of the Ice Emperor, there are only 5 joints on the long tail of the Ice Emperor, each of which is emerald green, and the 5 joints are of the same color. The joint closest to the upper body is the widest, and it becomes narrower as it goes back. At the last joint, there is also a tail hook with diamond particles, and the tip is also a silver-white mirror-like luster. Attribute, Ice, close to the ultimate ice. Identity, ranked 2nd among the 3 kings of the far north. Cultivation, 399,899 years. There are also fierce beasts in the far north. Ah! I have lived for almost 100 years and have never heard of these. How come there are 100,000 year soul beasts everywhere, and each one is more powerful than the other? Fortunately, she belongs to the far north, and should have nothing to do with our defense of the city this time. Everyone talked about it and continued to listen to Jian Rongxiu. After all, the far north is at the northernmost end of the continent, far away from Wuhan City. It can't be that she is also in collusion with Emperor Tian, right? Impossible. So even though the Ice Emperor has nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, no one cares. Next is the 6th place. Virtual image, a reduced version of the character's appearance, a huge body suspended in the air. In terms of momentum, he looks even stronger than the 3-headed red demon mastiff and Zig. The huge body, if restored 1-to-1, should be 15 meters tall, covered with a thick layer of dark golden hair, with a pair of extremely long arms hanging on both sides of the body. With such a huge body, the length of the arms is actually longer than the knees. In other words, the length of its arms is more than 10 meters, and it is also extremely thick. The most exaggerated part is the shoulders, which are like small hills. The 6th place in the ranking of the top 10 fierce beasts in Douluo continent is the Bear King. One of the kings of the Stardo Great Forest, with super strong attack strength, a pair of giant claws can even tear space. Race, Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, known as the Destroyer King of the Soul Master World and the Jungle Destroyer. Bloodline, possessing some of the blood of the behemoth. Attribute, Gold, receive nearly ultimate gold. Identity, the super soul beast of the Stardow Great Forest, the patriarch of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear Clan, the king of bear soul beasts, the bear of all bears, the strongest bear soul beast. Cultivation, 470,000 years. One more king of the Stardow Great Forest, with a cultivation base of nearly 500,000 years. God knows how panicked Ghost Leopard Douluo was at this moment. There were so many kings in the Stardow Great Forest closest to Wuhan City, and he didn't even find any of them. Of course, Bibi Dong wouldn't have found them either. If the Heaven Do Empire hadn't colluded with Emperor Tian, I'm afraid these 10 fierce beasts would still be secretly cultivating in the core area of the Stardow Great Forest. Yao Ling, Zig, Qi Wang, Xiang Jun. 4 of the bottom 5 of the top 10 fierce beasts are kings of the Stardow Great Forest, and each of them has a cultivation base of more than 100,000 years. Dragon subduing Douluo swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and asked a little nervously, in this Stardow Great Forest, besides Emperor Tian and those 4, there won't be any other kings, right? If there are other kings. He began to doubt that even Ye Chen could not be the opponent of so many beasts. Why not find a chance to pee? While there is still time. Chapter 151 Top 10 Fierce Beasts Ranking Part 2. However, the rules of the Spirit Hall are very strict. No matter what position, identity, or strength, as long as you escape from the battlefield, you will not be able to escape death. Even if you have this idea, you can't implement it. Otherwise, he can't withstand Ye Chen's attack. He can only pray in his heart that there will be no soul beasts from the Stardow Great Forest in the top 5 of the top 10 beasts. Ghost Leopard Douluo's face was a little panicked. Curiosity is one aspect, but with his curiosity, he also knew some of the strength of the Stardow Great Forest. No matter which of the 4 beasts in the last 5 belonged to the Stardow Great Forest, they were not something he could resist. I didn't expect that the pressure would grow more and more as I listened. Forget it, I can't avoid it. It can be considered a small gain to be able to hear so many legendary existences before I die. Alas! Ghost Leopard Douluo sighed inwardly, looked at Ye Chen again, and found that Ye Chen was still very calm. He secretly encouraged himself and decided to continue listening to Jian Rongxiu. In fact, Ye Chen's heart was also a little ups and downs. After all, he didn't know much about the so-called 10 fierce beasts, but he couldn't show too much panic in front of everyone. No matter what, he had to keep a calm appearance. Otherwise, it would easily affect morale and lead to defeat before the battle. Jian Rongxiu looked at everyone thoughtfully, and the ancient book continued to turn with her soul power, and then came to the top 5 of the top 10 fierce beasts. The first one to appear in front of everyone was the 5th. Virtual image, unknown. Like the demon spirit, it is a vague grey mystery. The 5th place in the top 10 fierce beasts of Douluo continent, the 10,000 Demon King. One of the kings of the Stardow Great Forest, the most powerful plant-type soul beast, with strong comprehensive ability, is a tough opponent. Race, Demon Eye Demon Tree. Attributes, Wood, close to the ultimate wood, Poison, Spirit. Identity, the strongest plant-type soul beast, the patriarch of the Demon Eye Demon Tree clan. Cultivation, 520,000 years. Residence, the core circle of the Stardow Great Forest. Domain, 8,000 years in a flash. Known soul skills, 10,000 branches, corrosive venom, tree eye paralysis. Okay. Another king of the Star Forest. Are there so many kings in the Star Forest? If they are all kings, who is not a king? Among the 6 beasts shown, 5 are kings of the Star Forest? Just don't call it the Star Forest anymore. Just call it the King Forest. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Dragon Douluo looked at each other and didn't say anything. They have decided to start playing badly. Next is the 4th place. Virtual image, another woman in human form, exuding the breath of female hormones. A turquoise dress makes her look noble and elegant. With her unique turquoise long hair, it can give people a feeling of dancing with the wind. Although the virtual image is a bit blurry, everyone can still see a pair of white wings behind her, which sets off her flawlessness. A pair of smart big eyes are full of seductive breath. The 4th place in the ranking of the top 10 fierce beasts in Douluo continent, Bridget. Race, Emerald Swan. Identity, the strongest healing soul beast, the patriarch of the Emerald Swan clan. Cultivation, cultivation is close to 600,000 years, and the exact cultivation is about 550,000 to 580,000 years. Cultivation speed, judging from the cultivation speed alone, even the beast god Dityen is inferior to her. Residence, the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest. Known soul skills, Emerald Guardian, group defense and convert enemy attacks into vitality for friendly forces or oneself, Jade Light defense, defense soul skill to protect oneself, with rebound effect, Jade Light Wave, group healing soul skill. All soul skill abilities are almost all aimed at group healing and group defense, but Baiji's own defense ability is not high. Legend, she is Dityen's beloved wife. At least, she and Dityen have a very close relationship. So Dityen has two lovers? Dragon Douluo was surprised and looked at Zig under the city. One is Baiji and the other is her. I didn't expect that soul beasts also have such desires. But it's normal to think about it. They all have wisdom comparable to humans, and they are no less than humans in matters of men and women. Thinking of himself not having a lover, Dragon Douluo couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Soul beasts can live so freely, he even worse than a soul beast. Ye Chen had not spoken until he heard Baiji's introduction, then he frowned and said, "We have to be careful of this Baiji. What's wrong with her? How can we not be careful of any beast? We are no match for any beast that comes." Dragon Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo wanted to cry but had no tears. For the two of them, let alone Baiji, they couldn't beat Ziji. However, the first time Ye Chen showed such an expression, it still shocked the two titled Douluos, and they asked the reason. Baiji is an auxiliary beast with extremely powerful healing ability. Once she appears, we must focus on her as soon as possible, otherwise we may be dragged to death by the opponent. As everyone knows, the strong attack Soul Master, Soul Beast, is the most domineering and respected, followed by the agile attack and defense systems. However, although the control and auxiliary systems do not have outstanding personal combat capabilities like the previous ones, they are the most disgusting existence. Once they are matched with teammates of the strong attack or agile attack system, they will be invincible. They will give the strong attack system a continuous combat capability, and they will be able to fight against stronger opponents. Even if they drag it out, they will drag it out until the opponent's soul power is exhausted, and then give the opponent a fatal blow. If Baiji and Dityen appear together, then if Baiji is not eliminated, Dityen's strength will be unprecedented and should not be underestimated. Everything is up to you. Just after Ye Chen finished his thoughts, Zhonglong Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded in agreement. And while Zig had no idea of attacking the city, everyone looked at the last three fierce beasts. That is, the top 3 fierce beasts in the top 10 fierce beasts ranking. Third place. Virtual image, the appearance is still human, with a head of white long hair hanging from the back of the head to the feet, and the sky blue eyes are ethereal and transparent, as if they can see through everything in the world. The slender body is flawless, and the white dress, although without any decoration, makes her look so noble and stunning. Meticulous, like a plum blossom in winter snow, outstanding, proud of the snow and frost. The leader of the 3 kings in the far north. The third place in the ranking of the top 10 fierce beasts is the Snow Emperor. The rest is unknown. Compared with the previous fierce beasts, there are very few descriptions of the Snow Emperor in the ancient books, but since she can be ranked third, the strength of the Snow Emperor must be shocking. Fortunately, she does not belong to the Xingda Great Forest. She should be in the same group with the Ice Emperor, so everyone is not too shocked. Chapter 152 Take the initiative. Next, the identities of the last 2 of the top 10 fierce beasts, and also the 2 strongest ones, are to be revealed. Although Dityen is definitely one of these 2, everyone still can't help but want to know the result urgently. Is Dityen the first or the second? The ancient book flipped slightly, and the second place was revealed first. Virtual image, it is a huge eye with a body size of more than 300 meters and huge tentacles. There are 9,981 tentacles around the terrifying giant eye, each of which is more than 500 meters long. In fact, the virtual image is not as big and long as it is said, but there is a text description like this below the virtual image. Just looking at the virtual image, it is not so amazing. The second place in the top 10 fierce beasts ranking, the Evil Emperor. Cultivation, nearly 800,000 years. Others, unknown. Another unknown. Everyone was slightly stunned. The details of the third and second place in the top 10 fierce beasts ranking are unknown, but they all know that the Ice Emperor is the leader of the three kings of the extreme north and does not belong to the Douluo Great Forest. Then what about this evil emperor? He has a cultivation of nearly 800,000 years. My goodness! With this kind of cultivation, it is estimated that he has surpassed the extreme Douluo and is second only to the real god, right? Or, this evil emperor is a demigod. If it is also on the side of the Douluo Great Forest, who can withstand it? With the strength of a demigod, can Ye Chen withstand it? And even if the evil emperor does not belong to the Douluo Great Forest, then Emperor Tian. Although they have not seen the virtual image of the first place in the top 10 fierce beasts ranking, everyone has already realized that Emperor Tian is the first of the top 10 fierce beasts ranking. Evil Emperor Zhonglong Douluo opened his mouth and wanted to ask something. However, Ye Chen interrupted at this time, it does not belong to the Douluo Great Forest. Don't worry, Qian Rongxiu, just announce the identity of the first place. Although he did not know much about these 10 ferocious beasts, he had heard a little about them. The evil emperor should not have a good relationship with Emperor Tian, and he may even challenge Emperor Tian in the future. He will definitely not help Emperor Tian. Qian Rongxiu nodded, and the ancient book turned to the next page again with her golden soul power. At the moment of turning, a large amount of golden light flashed from the ancient book, illuminating the entire city. Then, the virtual image of Emperor Tian appeared in front of everyone. Emperor Tian's virtual image, he was a very stern man with a very cold appearance, and his deep eyes were always staring straight ahead. Although he was only looking at his virtual image, he seemed to have been locked in by the murderous intent in his eyes. On the top of Wuhan City, a cold breath suddenly covered the entire top of the city. This time, not only the dragon Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo were panicked, but even the ordinary soldiers guarding the city, who did not see these virtual images, were also panicked. Such a huge murderous intent! Such a strong deterrent force! It's just a virtual image, it's as if I saw the real body, will we really be his opponent? In the horror of everyone, Qian Rongxiu slowly read, the first place in the top 10 fierce beasts ranking, Emperor Tian. Race, Black Dragon Clan. Cultivation, Quasi-God. Bloodline, Golden-Eyed Black Dragon King. Identity, Patriarch of the Black Dragon Clan, one of the 9 Dragon Kings, Douluo continent, the strongest and most powerful soul beast, the leader of the 10 fierce beasts on the continent, the ruler of the Xingda Great Forest, the king of soul beasts on the continent, the spokesperson of the Silver Dragon King, the CO Lord of Soul Beasts, and the top leader of the Soul Beast Organization. Attribute, Extreme Darkness. Soul Core, Yin and Yang complementary dual soul cores. Soul skills passed down by the Dragon God, Divine skills Dragon God Claw. Self-created soul skills, Sun and Moon Shining, Black Dragon Sword, Space Guidance, 10,000 Dragon Flames, Black Dragon Destroys the World. Quasi-God. It turns out that the reason why he is called the Beast God Ditien is not just because he is the strongest in Douluo continent, but because he is originally a quasi-god. He is truly the strongest under the gods. At this time, even Ye Chen was slightly shocked. Logically speaking, Ditien should not be qualified to become a quasi-god so soon. Why is he a quasi-god now? Could it be that he got something in the meteorite realm? Just like the 100,000-year-old soul beasts that suddenly appeared in the Death Canyon. The top 10 beasts on the list have been introduced, and Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath. She put away the ancient book, but a lot of cold sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Among the 10 fierce beasts, more than half are the kings of the Xingda Great Forest, and each of them is very powerful, especially Ditien, whose cultivation has reached the realm of quasi-god. We are really going to experience a fierce battle this time. Fierce battle? I am afraid it is more than just a fierce battle, right? This will be a life and death battle. If you are not careful, you will be overwhelmed by the army of soul beasts. Ye Chen nodded. If those soul beasts come one by one, he is fearless, but if they attack together, it will be troublesome. Whether he can beat them is another matter, but Wuhan City will definitely be shattered in an instant. Just relying on Ditien's simple soul skill is enough. We have to take the initiative to attack. Ye Chen said. If we wait for them to attack, we will definitely lose. At that time, I will go down to the top of the city to fight, and you will use the soul-grabbing crossbow to restrict them and cover me. After a brief thought, he made a very risky decision, which caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. Elder Yet, your strength has not recovered yet, and even if it recovers, it will be difficult to defeat them, right? With the soul-stealing crossbow and other soul-guiding devices for defending the city, we can still defend for a while, and then wait for the arrival of the reinforcements from the Spirit Hall. Elder Yet, why do you take such a risk? Qian Rongxiu's face also changed, and she said sternly, no. You are the only one who can fight such a fierce beast here. You can't take this risk for both public and private reasons. Hey? Only him? Am I not a human? Qiang Gui, who had been silent all the time, suddenly opened her mouth at this time. She looked at Qian Rongxiu with a little ridicule. I think Ye Chen is right. Although it seems calm now, it will definitely fail if it drags on. Will Ditian come and destroy the entire spirit city with one soul skill? By then, you will only become a burden to Ye Chen. Only by taking the initiative to attack, contain the opponent, or lead them away, can we save Wuhan City and the lives of you all. Unlike everyone else, only Qiang Gui supports Ye Chen. Thinking about this period of time, it seems that only Qiang Gui will believe in him unconditionally. It is too unkind to say that she is a subordinate. Ye Chen feels that Qiang Gui is more like a close friend of his. She can understand his thoughts without too much communication. When he heard Qiang Gui speaking for him, Ye Chen looked at her gratefully, and then looked at Qian Rongxiu and the two titled Douluo. Don't worry, I will do my best to save Wuhan City. Especially when he looked at Qian Rongxiu, there was some tenderness in his eyes, as if to say, this time I should do something for you. After speaking, Ye Chen jumped down, and the whole person turned into a red meteor and jumped off the city wall. Only Qian Rongxiu's eyes were extremely complicated, and she murmured, who needs you to protect Wuhan City? Idiot! Chapter 153 The Three Brothers of the Thousand-Tier Ant King. Zig, who was far away from the three brothers of the Thousand-Tier Ant King who were kneeling and surrounded, couldn't help but smile meaningfully. He really guessed it right. Ye Chen would see the ancient book that recorded the strength of the 10 fierce beasts in detail, would choose to face the enemy alone for Wuhan City, and would even be annihilated by the army of soul beasts. Now the first two guesses have been confirmed, and only the last guess is waiting for her to realize. I admit that you are the best among the soul masters of Douluo continent. Your strength and talent are the best in ancient and modern times. Even among soul beasts, you are not inferior to the master at all, and even better than her, but... Her eyes became sharper and sharper, but you are still a human being, and humans all deserve to die. Endless light burst out from Zig's body, instantly covering an area of several miles. Her cultivation is more than 200,000 years, which is equivalent to the peak Douluo of human soul masters, or even a little higher. In addition, the soul skills of soul beasts are stronger than human soul skills. When the city was covered by purple light, everyone on the top of the city was shocked. From outside the light, they could feel Zig's strong murderous intent, as if they would be swallowed by the purple light if they were not careful. Qian Rongxiu frowned, her cheeks turned pale, and she was ready to jump down to support Ye Chen, but when she was about to leave, she was stopped by Qiang Gui. In this kind of strength duel, you will be useless, and you will become a burden to Ye Chen. Qian Rongxiu's current soul power level is only more than 70 levels, close to level 80, the lowest among all the people present. Although she also has good talent and martial spirit, her strength is still ranked last. Moreover, let alone Qian Rongxiu, even if the two titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Dragon Douluo, go to support Ye Chen, they will only become a burden. Their strength is not on the same level as Zig. Maybe if Zig uses a soul skill casually, they will have to do everything to save their lives. As the saying goes, I can make countless mistakes, but you can only make one mistake. If you are not careful, it will be fatal. Young master, just listen to Qiang Gui. This scale of battle is indeed not something we mortals can intervene in. At most, we can use soul guides to relieve the pressure on Elder Yet and try not to let more soul beasts get close to him. Dragon Douluo sighed helplessly and said. Immediately, he shouted to the Spirit Hall soldiers on the top of the city, prepare the soul-snatching crossbow, and eliminate all soul beasts approaching Elder Yet. When things developed to this point, there was nothing that Zhonglong Douluo could do. He originally just wanted Ye Chen to defend the city with him. But who knew that Ye Chen would take such a risk? He was the only one who could fight in the Spirit City now, so he must not let anything go wrong. As Zhonglong Douluo gave the order, the soul-snatching crossbow was activated again, but this time the target of the attack was mainly the 10,000-year soul beasts approaching Ye Chen. As for the soul beasts attacking the city, they were all intercepted by Qiang Wei and Qian Rongxiu. Ghost Leopard Douluo was responsible for the aftermath. The battle started again. Unlike before, in this battle, Zig and the three brothers of Qunjun and King, who had been slow to move, began to act. Hiss hiss hiss. With a roar similar to that of a wild beast, the three brothers of Qunjun and King quickly pounced on Ye Chen, who had just jumped off the top of the city, and surrounded Ye Chen in just an instant. The three Qunjun and Kings are about the same size, about 4 meters long. If we only look at the size, even if the three of them are added together, they are much less powerful than the Titan Giant Ape or the Azure Bull Python. They are even worse than some 10,000-year soul beasts, such as the 50,000-year soul beast Human Face Spider King with 8 huge spider spears. The three Qunjun ant kings are about 3 meters long, each covered with a layer of dark golden carapace, and each has 6 strong and powerful short legs. At this time, facing Ye Chen, they have all stood up. They also have 6 eyes on their heads, 2 big and 4 small, and the eyes emit a faint green light. All of these are the characteristics of Qunjun ant kings. No, it should be said that they are the characteristics of Qunjun ants. Ye Chen has learned a lot of this kind of soul beast in the original book, and has seen similar soul beasts. However, he has never seen such a big ant with his own eyes. In the original work, the Qunjun ant king is a soul beast with very strong vitality. Their body defense ability is outstanding, and their ability to resist blows is also extremely strong. And their strength is extremely great, with strength far exceeding their body proportions. This is the full characteristic of the Qunjun ant king. It happened in a flash. Just when Ye Chen was still observing the three brothers, they took action. Buzz 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 buzz. The Qunjun ant king flapped the wings behind him and slowly flew up. The three brothers of the Qunjun ant king are worthy of living together for tens of thousands of years. Their movements are uniform, like clones. Whether it is the frequency of wing flapping or the height from the ground, they are exactly the same. The blood-red light spread out instantly. Since they were facing 3 enemies at the same time, and their soul power had not yet recovered, and the god-killing sword martial soul could not be released, Ye Chen certainly would not give them a chance to attack from both sides. The god-killing domain was released directly. And the scope of the control domain only covered a very small area, wrapping the three brothers of the Qunjun ant king to save soul power. In the range of the god-slaying domain, everything turned blood-red, and there were many dark shadows. Ye Chen's starfall sword suddenly became red and blue under the amplification of the domain, mysterious and magnificent. But in the domain, unlike Ye Chen, the three Qunjun ant kings felt huge pressure coming from all directions at the same time. It strongly oppressed their bodies and restricted their own strength. However, after all, they were 90,000-year-old soul beasts. The three Qunjun ant kings were not panicked at all, and they still floated in the air, as if they were quietly waiting for something. Ye Chen would not wait, and the starfall sword was swung quickly. Years of fast sword drawing greatly improved his sword swinging speed. Just between swings, dozens of faint sword auras were generated, like thousands of spirit snakes, attacking the three Qunjun ant kings. The tentative attack began. In the god-slaying domain, the Qunjun ant kings could not see Ye Chen, but Ye Chen could see them. At the moment when the Xingyu sword energy hit the three Qunjun ant kings, Ye Chen suddenly saw that a strange light flashed in the 6 eyes of the three beasts. It felt like excitement, as if they had seen the target they had been waiting for a long time. With a thought in his mind, Ye Chen secretly said, "It's really as described in the original book, they can actually use their strength to rebound the enemy's attack." At this time, his Xingyu sword energy had completed the attack process, but with dozens of explosions, the bodies of the three Qunjun ant kings that were attacked turned outward at the same time, and the huge rebound force suddenly came from 3 directions, and the Xingyu sword energy attacking them was immediately repelled or even dispersed. Ye Chen's body in the air was numb from the rebounded sword energy. Whether it was Ye Chen or the three Qunjun ant kings, their inner thoughts at this time were only 4 words. How is it possible? Ye Chen's surprise was justified. The sword energy attack ability of his Xingyu sword was indeed not strong, it was just the most common attack method. But don't forget, the martial soul in his hand is a god-level martial soul. For him, the starfall sword is just a simple swing, but for any creature receiving it from the outside world, this starfall sword has a strong attack ability, especially the continuous attack sword energy, even poison Douluo can't escape unscathed. In this sudden attack and defense, the three Qunjun ant kings were able to rebound his attack. In other words, their defense has exceeded the sharpness of the god-level martial soul starfall sword. What's more, these have not taken into account the power generated by Ye Chen's own soul power. On the other hand, the three Ganjun Ant Kings were also very surprised. The powerful power of these three brothers that has been tried and tested was actually defeated as soon as they came up. Although they are in the realm of killing gods, their strength will be somewhat limited, but this power from the source, or the combined efforts of the three brothers, did not achieve the expected effect. This was beyond their expectations. These three Ganjun Ant Kings are definitely not as low intelligence as ordinary Ganjun ants. They all have nearly 100,000 years of cultivation, and they are in tune with each other. As soon as they saw the deep blue sword energy released from Ye Chen's meteoric sword, they thought of a way to deal with it. The sword energy of the meteoric sword is connected to Ye Chen's body, and they are just waiting for Ye Chen's attack. When the sword energy was about to hit their bodies, the three Ganjun Ant Kings thought that the three of them would work together, relying on the instantaneous explosive power, through the sword energy of the meteoric sword connected to Ye Chen's body, directly repel the sword energy, and tear Ye Chen's body into pieces, without even giving him a chance to react. But when the three brothers worked together, they all felt that their attacks were like a copper wall. Although the rebound attack did hit, it had only a negligible effect, not to mention tearing him into pieces. This result immediately made the three Ganjun Ant Kings feel a kind of stubbornness in their hearts, and the rich dark golden light almost burst out from them again like shit, and the power in their bodies surged in this short moment. In just a blink of an eye, they doubled their strength. With powerful strength, they counterattacked Ye Chen who was holding the meteoric sword, but they did not attack Ye Chen's body directly. Instead, they pulled the meteoric sword in Ye Chen's hand with a huge pulling force. Martial spirits are connected to humans. Their idea is to tear Ye Chen's martial spirits apart, so that he feels pain, and then tear Ye Chen apart. This kind of attack method is really the first time Ye Chen has encountered it. But at the same time, I feel that the brains of these three Ganjun Ant Kings are not as stupid as they seem. After all, his soul skills and martial spirits are all for his body, himself, not for the meteoric sword. In short, the defense and attack of the meteoric sword itself are not even as good as his body. Such a strong force! Ye Chen was shocked. The Ganjun Ant King connected the meteoric sword in his hand through the attack. He could no longer stabilize his body. The whole person was pulled by the Ganjun Ant King in three directions. There was no way. There were too few soul rings on the Starfall sword, and they were all soul skills that were biased towards attack, and could not effectively release the control. In the crisis, he could only quickly use the soul bone soul skills to protect his Starfall sword to prevent a stronger pulling force from acting directly on the Starfall sword. The power of the Ganjun Ant King really surprised him. But it was precisely because of this. He wanted to see how much power these three Ganjun Ant Kings could exert, so he did not forcibly disconnect his Starfall sword and the Ganjun Ant King. At this time, Ye Chen couldn't help but think of the description of ants in his previous life. No matter how strong an ant is, it can't lift a half-pound apple. And the weight of the apple that a human casually picked up, for example, a person weighing 200 pounds, is only equivalent to 400th of the weight of this human. If this ratio is brought into the world of ants, it may be just a hair on the ant's body that has this weight. Ordinary ants can pull objects that are more than 50 times heavier than their own weight. If this ratio is applied to humans, it is equivalent to a person weighing 200 kilograms carrying an object weighing 10,000 kilograms. As a soul beast, the Ganjun Ant King is the king of Ganjun ants. They are the most powerful type of ants. The ratio of their strength to weight is far more than 50 times. The three Ganjun Ant Kings in front of them, which are nearly 4 meters long, are not too big among soul beasts, and each weighs about 1,000 kilograms. Among soul beasts, it may not be a big deal, especially compared with powerful soul beasts. However, if the strength of the three of them can reach 100 times their own weight, then the maximum strength of each of them can reach 100,000 kilograms. The maximum strength of the three Ganjun Ant Kings combined is 300,000 kilograms. Thinking back to this, Ye Chen immediately understood why he was pulled. Ganjun Ant Kings are not powerful soul beasts, but their power can reach such a terrifying level because their power is their absolute and only attribute, and it is the attribute they are best at. The combined power released by the three Ganjun Ant Kings in front of him should be equivalent to 300,000 jin, so it can make Ye Chen feel strange and pull his body. The soul power I just released is converted into power, plus the power of the Star Meteorite Sword and the power of the Star Meteorite Sword's sword energy, it should be able to reach about 250,000 jin. No wonder they can have an impact on me. After thinking about this, Ye Chen also had a plan in his heart. At this time, he still showed a faint smile on his face. Do you want to pull me with your 300,000 Jin strength? Your idea is still too naive. Okay. Let you see what level my strength can reach even if I don't use the god-killing sword martial soul and don't recover my soul power. Chapter 154 10 million Jin meteorite sword. I want to see how much absolute power I can reach if I try my best. As he spoke, Ye Chen quickly grasped his left hand on the hilt of the second martial soul, the meteorite sword. The deep blue light spread on the meteorite sword in an instant. And at the moment when the deep blue light spread, he easily stabilized his body in the air with the meteorite sword. Even without the flying soul skill attached to the god-killing sword martial soul's flying sword slash, he can stand in the air. The meteorite swords surrounding the three Kyunjun and King brothers were also tightened in an instant. Under the huge pulling force, Ye Chen clearly felt that the internal structure of those meteorite swords was being destroyed rapidly. The combined strength of the three Kyunjun and King brothers was indeed great. Only a small part of Ye Chen's soul power plus the power of the meteorite sword was enough to compete with the three Kyunjun and Kings. The way he stabilized his body was very simple. All the auxiliary soul skills on the soul bones were directly applied to the meteorite sword. For Ye Chen, it was just that he was amplified and the meteorite sword was amplified. The power and weight of the meteorite sword were changing rapidly. After all, the meteorite sword was his second martial soul, which was nothing to him. But for the three Kyunjun and Kings, they were completely dragged by the weight of the meteorite sword, which became heavier and heavier and more difficult to compete. Even if they exerted their peak strength now, they could not pull Ye Chen anymore. Three bodies of about 4 meters in length paused at the same time under the pull of the instantly taut meteorite sword, and bounced back. At the moment they bounced back, the meteorite swords surrounding their bodies broke at the same time, making a sharp explosion. The meteorite sword split into more and smaller swords again, firmly covering the three brothers. Feeling that the three Ganjun and Kings were thrown away in shock, Ye Chen's heart was full of inspiration. Yes. Why have I never thought of this before? If in the previous battle, all these auxiliary soul skills were used on the meteorite sword, the weight of the meteorite sword would be increased 10-fold or even 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Then it would be an absolute power, a power that no one could confront head-on. At that time, even if a god encountered this level of weight, he would feel that he had the will but not the strength, right? Today's discovery made Ye Chen even more excited than Ye Chen directly killing the three Ganjun and Kings and obtaining their soul rings. How terrifying is 1,000,000 pounds of weight, or even tens of millions of pounds of power? If the first martial soul, the god-killing sword, is added, no one should dare to question that his power is the strongest on the continent, right? Unless the God King descends. But the God King cannot descend on this continent. Enjoy, Ye Chen did not even chase the three Ganjun and Kings immediately. He urged his soul power and gently waved the star meteoric sword in his hand. The weight of the star meteoric sword was not enough to affect Ye Chen's use of it, but in this case, a problem also appeared. Ye Chen must hold the star meteoric sword in his left hand. Only then can it be affected by the auxiliary soul skills and become a long sword of ordinary weight. If it is held in the right hand, adding soul skills to the left hand will affect Ye Chen's body, and the body will be imposed 10 times heavier. This is not the same as the weight added to the enemy by the weapon. That is definitely what Ye Chen does not want to see. But now, it is obviously not the time to study how to increase the weight of the star meteoric sword and exert the true power of the star meteoric sword. Being thrown into the air, the three Ganjun and Kings actually moved again. But this time they did not fly again, but quickly folded their wings. Then it fell to the ground. Ye Chen smiled calmly. In the red vision of the god-slaying domain, it was difficult for them to find him. He wanted to see what other methods they had. Soul beasts that have cultivated for tens of thousands of years must have some special abilities, right? Unlike when he killed the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, the Kyunjun Ant King caused Ye Chen to discover his own abilities, which greatly increased his interest in the three Kyunjun Ant King brothers. He wanted to see what potential they could trigger. He held the Starfall sword with his left hand, and the auxiliary soul skills on the soul bone did not stop. He found that the main ability of the three Kyunjun Ant King brothers was still in strength. But now he had the Starfall sword weighing nearly 10 million pounds in his hand, which made him invincible. At this time, the three Kyunjun Ant Kings all made a peculiar move at this time, their bodies pressed together, their 6 legs were all raised, and only their bellies were crawling on the ground, lying there quietly without moving. Just like when he was waiting for Ye Chen to attack, he seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity again? Ye Chen laughed dumbly. With a thought, a red light burst out from his back, and a red soul suddenly stretched out from his back. The full and warm feeling on his back greatly increased Ye Chen's overall attributes, and he fell back to the ground silently. Since you are waiting for an opportunity without moving, how about I give you a chance? This time, Ye Chen released the soul skill on his external soul bone, the Sword of Destiny Soul. This is the first time he released it. The original ability of the Fate Sword Soul skill is, in the state of external soul bone, the Sword Soul of the martial soul is automatically released. The Sword Soul is with the body. When the body is attacked, the Sword Soul can resist all attacks 100%. After the resistance reaches the limit, it dissipates and cools down for 30 days. It was only upgraded to 300,000 years not long ago. Now the ability of the Fate Sword Soul has been strengthened. It not only has extremely strong defense ability, but also greatly improves the attack ability, and also provides excellent control ability. The most important thing is that the cooling time is only 3 hours. The red soul body is lightly attached to Ye Chen's back. The overall outline of the soul body looks a bit like a human, and the two arms stretched out are around Ye Chen's neck. The legs are slightly open. If the soul body is a female, this really feels a bit heady, and people can't wait to get closer to see deeper things. The face of the soul body could not be seen clearly, but it could be seen that her figure was quite good, most likely that of a young girl. In addition, her hair was particularly long, almost touching the ground. After the release of the external soul bone, Ye Chen's speed was not affected, as if nothing had happened, but the huge increase felt in the appearance of the red soul body confirmed that the Sword Soul of Destiny was indeed released. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds burst out at the moment when Ye Chen landed. The 6 legs of the 3 brothers of Qianjun and King slapped on the ground at the same time. The strong force hitting the ground brought them extremely strong recoil force, like 3 grenades. They rushed towards Ye Chen at the same time. The speed they reached at that moment was so fast. It was not even inferior to the sprint soul skill of Rose. Almost just a flash of golden light, and they came in front of Ye Chen. Chapter 155 God-level Sword Soul of Destiny. What the 3 brothers of Qianjun and King were waiting for this time was the perception of the ground. Although Ye Chen landed lightly, it would still cause a slight fluctuation of soul power. And they rushed towards Ye Chen with the help of this judgment. They actually used their bodies to directly attack Ye Chen. The speed of the 3 Qianjun and Kings was too fast. Although Ye Chen's reaction was fast, he still had not recovered more than 50% of his soul power. The star meteoric sword in his hand could only block 2 of them, and the last Qianjun and King still hit his body. Bang bang! After 2 muffled sounds, the 2 Qianjun and Kings that hit the star meteoric sword were directly swept away. Compared with their speed, they were not at all amplified by the auxiliary soul skills. After all, the weight of the star meteoric sword reached a terrifying weight of nearly 10 million pounds, and the gravity within its volume instantly increased by 100 times, making its toughness reach an astronomical figure. Although the Qianjun and Kings were powerful, they were far from reaching such a terrifying level. Just a buzzing sound from the star meteoric sword, the 2 Qianjun and Kings were already bounced away. But the last Qianjun and King rushed over from the side, and Ye Chen turned his body sideways and used his right arm to meet its impact. With a loud bang, Ye Chen's body was knocked forward half a step. If it weren't for the terrifying weight of the falling star sword, he would have been knocked away. But the Qianjun and King that hit his right arm was in even worse pain. It flew backwards with a faint golden electric light flashing all over its body, rolling on the ground. Although it was not knocked as far as its 2 brothers, it was not much different and fell into a stagnation. It turned out that the place where Ye Chen just let it hit was exactly the place where the Destiny Sword Soul automatically blocked from the back, and it was also the place where Ye Chen tested the strongest defense of the Destiny Sword Soul. After obtaining the Destiny Sword Soul, Ye Chen always wanted to try to see how strong the defense ability that his own external soul bone constantly passed on to him could be. Of course, he himself had made another preparation. The first soul ring of the falling star sword lit up instantly, and the deep blue light condensed on the right arm. Once the blocking released by the Fate Sword Soul could not defend against the impact of the Qianjun and King, the falling star teleportation array could also allow him to successfully avoid this damage. P.S. If this area is deterred by the host can teleport to any position in this area, otherwise it can only teleport a short distance. This was the first time that Ye Chen was repelled half a step by a soul beast at close range, which made his body slightly uncomfortable, but he was not surprised but happy. Although he always felt that he had enough soul rings and soul skills, and did not need the Fate Sword Soul to save his life, the result this time was perfect. The impact of the 90,000-year soul beast Qianjun Ant King can be imagined, and it was a full-strength impact. Even the titled Douluo did not dare to resist it. Although Ye Chen's body was knocked back, he did not feel too strong a shock, at most he just felt a heat in his right arm. The impact force of the Qianjun Ant Emperor instantly spread to the entire right arm, and the previous cold feeling turned into many tiny scorching vortices, which quickly melted the impact force of the Qianjun Ant Emperor, without letting go of any defense of the Destiny Sword Soul. Through the perception of mental power, Ye Chen discovered that the entire red soul body on his back, that is, the Destiny Sword Soul with the soul bone attached to it, had suddenly turned golden. Indistinctly, there were layers of strange red lights, like a bewitching armor, protecting his body. After the Qianjun Ant Emperor was bounced out, the golden ripples on his body were caused by the heat of Ye Chen's right arm being transmitted into it. Obviously, this is an effect similar to rebound damage. Ye Chen understood that his own judgment was completely correct. The Destiny Sword Soul should have advanced to a realm by itself in actual combat. Even if he had just stepped into the next realm and had not completely applied the invincibility effect to himself, it was a great thing for him at the moment. Sure enough, soon, the system gave the rebound feedback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the external soul bone. Congratulations to the host for increasing the age of the external soul bone to 500,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving the soul skill of the external soul bone, the Destiny Sword Soul, into the God-level Destiny Sword Soul. This Sword Soul will briefly possess the host's peak strength and peak soul power, but the host's martial soul and soul skills cannot be synchronized with the Sword Soul. That is to say, this Sword Soul will inherit his soul power of more than 90 levels, and it is his peak huge soul power. But for the others, the Sword Soul will fight with its martial soul and soul skills. A Sword Soul actually has its own martial soul and soul power. It's really amazing. The three Qianjun Ant Kings in front of him may not be a big deal, but what Ye Chen will face next is the strongest soul beast on the continent, the beast god Ditian, who has surpassed the category of 500,000-year soul beasts, and the many fierce beasts under his command. That group of soul beasts is not as easy to deal with as it is now. If I didn't have much confidence at the beginning, then now that the Sword of Destiny Soul has suddenly evolved, Ye Chen will naturally have more confidence in fighting with the beast god Ditian. I won't fight with you anymore. With a sneer on his lips, after hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen did not directly chase the Qianjun Ant King that was bounced back by his Sword of Destiny Soul, but flew high into the sky again, hiding in the red vision of his god-slaying domain. The reason why he didn't chase directly was not that he didn't want to annihilate them one by one, but from the coordinated actions of the three brothers of the Qianjun Ant King, he saw that the three Qianjun Ant Kings had the same intentions. If he only attacked one of them, then even if the other two were blocked by his god-slaying domain, they would definitely be able to rescue them in time and attack again. Don't think that these three Qianjun Ant Kings are only 10,000-year soul beasts, not even 100,000-year soul beasts. But if the three of them work together, their strength is equivalent to that of three powerful human beings with the Trinity Fusion Technique. The power is not inferior to the martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle, which is quite difficult to deal with. However, their weaknesses are too obvious, especially the strength that the 1000 Tian Ant King is best at is restrained by the Starfall Sword. From the beginning to the end of this battle, there was no suspense, and their life and death were always in Ye Chen's hands. In midair, the Fate Sword Soul took the initiative to stretch out, and the golden body similar to a woman was tightly attached to Ye Chen's back. The golden soul body plus the Starfall Sword in Ye Chen's hand, as well as the huge phantom behind him, made him look like a god king. Several golden lights shot out from the golden soul body almost at the same time, and under the cover of the god-slaying domain, they instantly fell on the body of the 1000 Tian Ant King that was previously knocked away by his right arm.